It looks like the actual chapter text didn't come through, only the error notice was included. Could you please supply the full chapter or a longer excerpt that you'd like me to polish? Once I have the content, I can rewrite it into coherent, idiomatic English for you. Chapter 891. To succeed, you need backing. The Provocation of an Unknown Challenger, Part 1. Time seemed to stretch as Ayesha gazed at the silent private boxes on the third tier, a flush of embarrassment coloring her usually immaculate golden visage. This was nothing like she had planned. She had intended the sovereign's grand appearance to draw attention from every seat in the balcony, yet not a single person had glanced their way. Now, with the curtain raised and her own words hanging awkwardly in the air, tens of thousands of curious eyes bore into them, and Ayesha felt each one as a prick of shame. "High Priestess," her maid murmured at her side, voice quavering. "Quiet," Ayesha snapped, wariness tinging her tone. "Keep your expression controlled. We must not disgrace his sovereign. If we remain composed, the onlookers will be the ones left red-faced." No sooner had the words left her lips than the door to the second box on the third tier slid open. Relief washed over Ayesha as the Nova Supreme entered, seated beneath the vigilant gaze of two commanders. With the slightest inclination of his head, he acknowledged her from across the aisle. In the cutthroat world of interstellar politics, simply sharing a vantage point with the sovereign was a show of confidence, and one she vowed to uphold. It's difficult enough for anyone to be the second to speak, but this auction house was built by Xandar. Once she revealed her identity, no one here dared to object. As the second reliquary swung open, the others on the third tier unlocked in rapid succession, each lid sliding aside to unveil legends of the cosmos. First came the High Lord of Sakar, his armor gleaming under the gallery lights. Next emerged the Collector of the Void, coolly observing his surroundings. Then the Pale One in a black robe, followed by Thor of Asgard, and finally the Mad Titan himself, Thanos. "Brother," the High Lord of Sakar bellowed, waving enthusiastically at the Collector. "It's been eons since we last crossed paths." The Collector inclined his head, a casual smile on his lips. "Indeed, and if memory serves, stones of infinite power have never been your thing." The High Lord chuckled, tapping a gauntleted finger on his palm. "Not usually, Yet there's a certain sport in it, don't you think? Besides, my new acquaintance is positively dying to see what these stones can really do." In that moment, Thor's eyes flared with righteous heat as he turned on Loki, who had just stepped into view. Loki offered an awkward, sheepish grin and raised his hands in a mock salute. "Thor, the pleasure is all mine. Sif, you still shine like the morning sun. Volstagg, perhaps you've grown more plumptious since last we sparred? And Gaius, ever the dashing one." A spectator in the back row could contain themselves no longer. Muttering under their breath, they hissed, "Damn it! Damn it all!" "Don't say my last name out loud." Aaron forced a stiff, polite smile, all the while imagining 10,000 ways to make Loki pay. Was it deliberate? An accident? A mischievous mix of both? He couldn't be sure, but this was an auction open to the entire universe. Once word got out that Gaius was here, who knew what sorts of predators might take notice? The scrutiny of countless strangers made his skin crawl. He had to stay invisible, act natural, just Thor's friend, here to marvel at the spectacle. Nothing more. Thor's mood was darker than usual. As he moved through the crowd, greeting old acquaintances, Loki followed dutifully, yet no one returned his bow. Every polite nod, every whispered greeting passed him by, and the sting of exclusion cut deeper than he expected. He'd lost count of how many tears he'd shed before, when disappointment still felt fresh. This, he reminded himself, was just another trial. A cold voice sliced through the murmur of the gathering. Ebony Maw emerged from the shadows, his long fingers tapping impatiently against his robe. He fixed Loki with a look of pure disdain. "You incompetent Asgardian," he sneered. "You'd do well to beg the Tita, N, for forgiveness. He lent you an army, and you couldn't even retrieve the cosmic cube. Now you've lost the Mind Scepter as well. What do you call that, if not failure?" A hush settled over the assembled dignitaries. Loki's heart pounded. Shame and anger warred inside him. Before he could reply, Thor stepped forward, his eyes cold and unwavering. "Who are you to judge him?" he demanded. "Watch your tongue." Ebony Maw straightened, a faint curl of amusement playing around his lips. But he said no more. The moment belonged to Thor and Loki, and the rest of the universe could wait. "He's your brother, after all," Ebony Maw remarked, nodding toward Thor. Loki shifted his gaze to Thanos, who stood just behind him. "My father is Odin." A hush fell over the chamber. None of the others present suspected Loki's royal blood, yet now he brandished his lineage like a weapon, confident it could silence any critic. Thanos' lips curled into a sneer as he turned away. The Mad Titan knew full well he wasn't a match for the All-Father, or his cunning son. Ebony Maw cleared his throat. "By all means, deceive me if you must, but spare your parents the indignity." Thor bristled at the remark. "Hold on, little brother. Must you blame me in front of company?" He shot Loki a fierce glare, then settled back onto his throne. Elder Gao Tianzun leaned forward, curiosity bright in his eyes. "Do you know him?" he asked Loki, gesturing toward Thor. Loki forced a dry chuckle. Half-brother. He had never intended to reveal his status as Asgard's prince, but the truth was out. Still, could he truly trust a cosmic elder like Gao Tianzun? Loki had already prepared his escape. He could vanish the moment things went sideways. Gao Tianzun shot Loki a knowing look. "So tell me, have you ever crossed paths with a man named Gaius?" Loki shrugged. "I've run into him a few times, but he's hardly a close acquaintance." "Does he have any particular talents? Can he cast spells, perhaps?" Loki laughed, tossing his head. "Spells? Not once have I seen him do anything magical. He's a marksman through and through, always carries a pair of handguns. But you and I both know that any true wizard would consider that disgraceful. Gun-battling magicians bring shame on the entire order." "I'm well aware." Gao Tianzun's gaze drifted to Aaron, who sat quietly in Thor's private box. Aaron's posture was composed, but his eyes were alert. "Still, do you really think this is all coincidence?" Loki arched an eyebrow. "Coincidence? About what?" Gao merely smirked and turned away. Outside the main hall, the onlookers murmured among themselves. "Gaius?" one whispered, suspicion lacing his tone. "Could it really be him?" Observer number 2 shook his head. "Hard to say. Over the centuries, who among us hasn't made a misjudgment?" "No," Observer number 3 countered firmly. "If it were truly the Gaius family behind this, they wouldn't surface so brazenly at an event like this. And remember, we still suspect that the auction's mysterious organizer is Gaius himself. They're audacious, their origins shrouded in mystery, and their 3 lieutenants wield an exceptionally rare power system." Observers 1 and 2 exchanged a knowing look and nodded in unison. "That makes sense," Observer 1 said, "but we must still proceed with caution. We need absolute proof of Gaius's existence." "First," Observer 2 added, "unmask whoever's pulling the strings. It wouldn't hurt if we picked the wrong person, then we can keep him under surveillance and learn all we can." "Agreed?" "Agreed." Bang! 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 Suddenly, gun salutes thundered from above and golden spotlights rained down across the venue. On the 4th floor, a sealed box swung open with a hiss. Inside, a figure swathed in bandages, only his eyes and mouth visible, stepped out. He settled into a lone sofa, while Jacques stood respectfully behind him, careful not to intrude. The bandaged man had watched every moment of the exchange below. He felt a twinge of concern for his true self, his main body, but otherwise remained indifferent. After all, he was a Slytherin now. Whatever Gaius's fate, it no longer troubled him. If you look at it another way, with Gaius still intact, his clone here couldn't be harmed. Ahem! The man known as the missing body cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending despite your busy schedules. I am your host for today's auction, Slytherin." From the crowd below came a mocking shout. "Hide your face and show your tail. If you're so brave, take off that mask." Laughter rippled through the hall. Slytherin cast a glare at the curly-haired man with the beard, his cheeks flushed with annoyance, but he pressed on. "When you place your bids, please be reasonable. Do not exceed your personal financial limits. My partner, Sandar Star, has brought in a team of accountants. They will verify your assets before you bid, so please keep all your intentions honest and above board." "Save your lecture," barked the alien who'd spoken earlier. He rose to his feet, jabbing an accusatory finger at Slytherin. "Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm the one they call the facial electro-stunner." A second wave of laughter rolled through the audience. Slytherin simply raised an eyebrow. The auction was about to begin. Rocket Raccoon and Groot, lounging just a few seats away from Shockface, erupted into unbridled laughter at his grand self-introduction. Rocket leaned so far forward he nearly toppled over, then pitched back, howling all the while. "Man, that's hilarious," he gasped between guffaws. "What's with the name Shockface? You got lightning bolts shooting out of your mug or something?" "I am Groot." Groot craned his head to one side and let out a low, devilish chuckle. "Groot's pretty sure you're just doing it for the spotlight," Rocket added, slapping his knee. "Congrats. Everyone here knows it's all a stunt." At that, Shockface's expression darkened. With a sudden movement, he whipped an energy pistol from the holster on his back and fired. The blast cracked the air, and Shockface himself went sailing across the room, courtesy of his overcharged recoil. Rocket sprang to his feet, leveling his own blaster. "That it? I was hoping for a proper shock treatment." Before he could take another swing, a pale yellow beam of energy shot down from the ceiling. It wrapped around him, lifting the raccoon bodily into the air. Shockface got caught in the beam, too. "Hey, this isn't fair!" Rocket shouted as the beam dragged them toward the open bay doors. He glared at the Nova Corps troopers manning the beam projector. What did I even do to deserve an arrest? Chapter 12. The Auction's Edge. A hush fell over the grand hall as the masked host banged his gloved fist on the auctioneer's podium. Candles flickered in the high ceiling's wrought iron chandeliers, casting dancing shadows across the eager faces gathered for tonight's sale. "I won't have it," the masked man, known in these circles as Mr. Slytherin, snapped, his voice low but cutting. Two soldiers, their hands full of ropes and shackles, hesitated at his command. "Set them down," one burly guard shifted uneasily. "But, Mr. Slytherin, these men are your partners. You asked us to bring them." "Silence," Slytherin replied, leaning forward until his elbows splintered the polished wood. He propped his chin on gloved fingers and swept his gaze over the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're all people of standing, some by birthright, others by ambition. I am neither lord nor magnate. My name means very little in the world you control. Yet tonight, you honored me by attending my first auction. I know why you're here. I know what you want, and I know that, in your eyes, I'm a nobody. So I ask just one thing. Grant me the respect to run this event uninterrupted." A ripple of murmurs ran through the room. At the back, a man dubbed Electric Face for the neon tattoos snaking across his cheeks let out a derisive laugh. "Respect?" he jeered. You're nothing but a craven hiding behind your table." Slytherin's expression didn't cha, nay. He sighed softly, as if disappointed in a misbehaving child. "I took every precaution," he continued. "I hired Xandar Star to screen guests. No thugs, no cutthroats, no troublemakers. Only genuine bidders with the means to close a deal." He allowed that to sink in, the gravity of his words filling the silence. "Now," he said at last, voice steady, "let the auction begin. But know this, should any of you disrupt it, you'll lose far more than the items you came to claim." With that, the soldiers released the last of the ropes. The room exhaled as one, and the first lot, a rare crystalline blade, was wheeled into the flickering candlelight. The stakes and tempers could not be higher. Time was running out, and our preparations were far from perfect. "As I said before, I know what you're thinking, and I respect your opinions," the auctioneer began, eyes sweeping the room. "But let me be perfectly clear. The real reason I'm hosting this auction is to raise the capital I need to establish a Slytherin enterprise in this universe. That's why I've shown such patience with the discerning bidders here tonight. You could all be my future partners. But that doesn't mean I'll tolerate some worthless nobody stepping up to provoke me and test my limits." He paused, his lips curling into a sneer as he locked onto one particular attendee. "Take a good look at this fellow. What's your name?" "Electric Shockface," the man growled, scowling. "Ah, yes, Electric Shockface," the auctioneer repeated with a chuckle. "His face is uglier than a shovel, and he's about as sharp as a brick. I don't mind tolerating fools, but let me spell it out. While I welcome legitimate challenges, riffraff like this have no business on my stage. It's a waste of everyone's time, especially mine." The electric-faced man's wrinkles trembled with barely contained rage. "If you've got the guts, come down here and face me one-on-one." He'd barely finished speaking when his Adam's apple bobbed nervously, and the entire arena fell silent. Across from him, the cold-eyed man's gaze sharpened. An icy breath seemed to emanate from his body, and the invisible pressure of his murderous intent warped the air, bearing down like a mountain. "I don't want to kill anyone today," the cold-eyed man said softly, each word measured, "but if you open your mouth again, I'll make sure you never speak another word." The electric-faced man struggled to keep his composure, but under that steely stare, his bravado collapsed. He sank back into his seat, eyes darting around in evident unease. On the ground floor, spectators exchanged worried glances. Many swallowed their own challenges. Crossing someone who radiated such lethal intent was no small risk. Even the sneers from the second tier quieted, their contempt replaced by a shared, cautious respect. Those of us on the second floor weren't nearly as frightened as the crowd down below. Our positions and powers set us apart, and yet Slytherin's display left no doubt. He was no pushover. Even confident that we could overpower him, we hesitated. No one wanted to risk injury when rival bidders were watching so closely. Up on the third floor, however, the onlookers felt none of our tension. A formidable auctioneer only made the event more thrilling in their eyes. In that moment, I couldn't help but admire Slytherin's strength and composure. Thor laughed. "Aaron, is that the one you said I might not be able to beat?" Aaron's jaw twitched. "Don't take it seriously. Just a joke, and please, don't start trouble." Thor grinned. "Relax. I know my limits. I'm just curious." Sif's expression turned stern. "Remember why we're here. On behalf of Asgard. The God King wants us to see who ends up with the Reality Stone, but we mustn't interfere." "Understood," Thor said, nodding. "So the clown's act is over?" The voice in his mind, the so-called thought body, replied, "Yes. The jumping clown has left the stage. I now declare the auction officially open. Please keep your voices low so you don't disturb the other bidders." At once, the circular platform in the center of the hall descended, revealing a wide ramp sloping down into the chamber. A breathtaking woman swathed in luxurious robes glided onto the stage, a small badge on her chest reading auctioneer. The crowd of single men practically drooled as they watched her, an audible symphony of swallowed saliva echoing through the hall. Chapter 892, The Enchantress's Value and the First Appearance of Dreamy Ingredients, Part 1. Sif. A crisp, controlled voice rang out from the Asgardian strongbox, not Thor's thunderous tone, but Lady Sif's cool command. She strode forward, drew her sword, and leveled it at Lorelei, who stood displayed on the auction table. "So this is where you are." "It's been centuries, Sif," Lorelei replied with a languid smile, her eyes dancing with amusement. She cast a teasing look at the caged figure behind her, the clone of her master, Aaron. Aaron's private thought, "A clone of me? Steady now, Aaron. You have to look formidable in front of your underlings." "Shh!" Sif snapped. "We've already rounded up every other prisoner who escaped. You're the only one left." "Prisoner?" Thor's booming voice echoed through the hall. "Is she one of Asgard's inmates?" Sif's expression grew grim. "When the Dark Elves last attacked, they broke into our dungeons and freed the captives. Lorelei was the most dangerous of them all." Volstagg squinted. "I don't sense much power from her." "That's her greatest deception," Sif warned, eyes sweeping the hall. "Godly might can't touch her wards, and mortal men fall under her spell almost without noticing." A tense hush fell over the assembled crowd as they stared at the cool, unflinching witch. "That's a little intimidating," Lorelei said with a wicked grin. "Trying to catch me?" she taunted, leaning back on the shipping crate. "I'm officially a maid of Slytherin now. Good luck dragging me off." Sif hesitated for a heartbeat, brow furrowing. Then her expression hardened. "You're a criminal of Asgard," she replied quietly. "Your only destination is the dungeon." She crouched, ready to spring from the crate, when Aaron's hand shot out, gripping her arm. "Easy, Sif. Take it down a notch." Sif bristled, sword still in hand. Aaron gave her a steady look. "Remember Odin's orders. No unnecessary force." At the mention of the All-Father, Sif's fists tightened. She slid her sword back into its sheath with a frustrated sigh. All right. She shook out her hand as if to loosen the tension. "But now that we know where she is and who she's serving, it's only a matter of time before we catch her." Aaron nodded. "Exactly. Let's keep it smart." Together, they turned their attention back to the smug figure on the crate, already planning their next move. "There's no need to rush," Lorelei said in a calm, measured tone. neither obsequious nor overbearing, leaning back with that infuriating half-smile. If looks could kill, Sif would have struck her down then and there. She rose, white-knuckling the armrest of her chair. "You've been dancing around it long enough. Asgard demands an explanation." "In good time," Lorelei replied smoothly. "But for now, indulge me a little courtesy. We wouldn't want a sword fight to break out before the auction even begins, would we?" Sif's jaw clenched. "You're mocking us." Volstagg roared with laughter, ever ready to tease his old friend. "Look at you, Sif, so worked up. What on earth did this Lorelei do to rile you so?" "She didn't insult me," Sif shot back, eyes flashing. "She insulted Heimdall." Thor and Volstagg exchanged startled glances. "Heimdall?" Thor repeated. "Has she enchanted him as well?" Sif met her brother's gaze steadily. He opened the Bifrost for her, willfully. For that lapse in judgment, Odin saw fit to punish him. A tense silence fell over the hall. Volstagg's face went dark. "Heimdall led astray by a mortal woman. No wonder you're furious, sister." Lorelei stood, smoothing the front of her dress as though nothing were amiss. "By way of smoothing things over, please allow me a proper introduction. I am Lorelei, the auctioneer presiding over this extraordinary gathering. As a former Asgardian witch, and now Lord Slytherin's exclusive maid, I will be your auctioneer today." The moment her voice rang out, a wave of burning stares washed over her, from every gentleman in the room. Clearly, they'd already appraised her true worth. The thought bow, Dai rolled his eyes. All that murderous eye contact, and not a single one of them had the nerve to place a bid. "I trust you've all seen the catalog," she continued. "Most of today's lots are dream ingredients. Their magic can't be conveyed on paper, though. You'll need to see and taste them in person to understand their value. If something catches your eye, please bid freely, and don't worry if your coffers feel light. Once Lord Slytherin's consortium is up and running, there will be further investment opportunities." She tapped the podium twice, and the enchanted display behind her sprang to life. "I won't keep you waiting. Let's begin with lot number 1. Click, click, click. The auction platform's floor began to part, revealing a vast circular chamber below. From its center, a single green stalk, tens of meters tall, rose slowly, unfurling emerald leaves that filled the air with a delicate, sweet fragrance. A ripple of astonishment ran through the hall. What is that? It can't be food, can it? Corn? There's enough here to feed an army." Although every guest held a copy of the auction catalog, no illustration had prepared them for this spectacle. Lorelei, the auctioneer, stepped forward with a knowing smile. "Esteemed guests," she announced, "before you stands the crowning jewel of gourmet delicacies, BB corn. I, too, was stunned the first time I laid eyes on it, but not by its taste, which is nothing short of transcendent." She swept a hand toward the towering stalk. "By all means, test it. Strike it with your finest weapons. Don't worry about repairs. Mr. Slytherin has provided 2 specimens. The second will be the official lot for sale. This one is our gift to you. Part demonstration, part gesture of goodwill, and entirely a promise of what the newly forming Slytherin group will bring to the world." A low murmur of excitement and approval rippled through the crowd, their eyes already alight with the promise of this extraordinary prize. They say you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb, but a BB core costs less than 10 million yuan. Consider it a down payment that's guaranteed to pay off. Rocket slammed his fist on the table and grinned. "I'm up, but just to be clear, if I blast it to pieces, I'm not on the hook for the bill, right?" "Of course not," came the dry reply. "Pleasure's all mine." Rocket hoisted the gleaming energy cannon from his back and aimed it squarely at the hulking target across the courtyard. With a roar, a crackling blue orb of energy leapt from the barrel. When the blast cleared, the assembled crowd stared in disbelief. The emerald-green plating of the target sported only a single shallow dent, rimmed with black scorch marks. No cracks, no breaks, nothing beyond mild discoloration. Rocket lowered his cannon, blinking in stupefied silence. "What the?" he muttered. "What kind of bulletproof vest is this thing wearing?" "I have to have one," someone exclaimed. Lorelei's lips curled into a faint smile. "That," she said, waving at the massive husk, "won't last nearly as long as the kernels themselves." She cast a sidelong glance at the Nova Corps soldiers standing by their ships. "Let's begin." At her signal, The soldiers exchanged quick nods and guided their vessel around the colossal BB cornstalk. High-speed rotary extractors whirred to life, stripping away the emerald-green husk. Within minutes, what remained was a single corn cob dwarfing the auction platform, over 10 stories tall, each golden kernel as large as a water tank and glowing with a tempting sheen. A low hum filled the air as the ship's resonance emitters activated. Then, with a thunderous crack, the gargantuan cob burst apart. Kernels flew in every direction, most arcing wildly over the crowd, while a handful clung precariously to the auction table. Gasps rippled through the audience. No one wanted to be struck by those massive projectiles. Before panic could spread, several ships swooped in above the plaza, unfurling a vast net of golden filaments between them. The mesh caught the kernels mid-flight, slowing them to a gentle drift. Within seconds, the kernels floated down into the open hands of the astonished guests. Climbing onto the platform, Lorelei raised her voice so everyone could hear. "Ladies and gentlemen, these kernels are a gift from Mr. Slytherin to all of you. Enjoy his generosity." Murmurs of excitement rolled through the crowd as Lorelei allowed herself a satisfied smile. The spectacle was a resounding success, and the real auction had yet to begin. As for the remaining items on the auction table, consider them consolation prizes. "Please be patient," Lorelei said, her lips curling into a knowing smile. With a conspiratorial wink at her guards, she gave the signal. Instantly, the soldiers reconfigured their spaceship weapons, swapping out the barrels for flamethrower nozzles. They swept up every stray corn kernel clinging to the table and positioned their burners for an even, intense blast of heat. The kernels trembled and swelled, caught in the rising waves of fire. Then, with a series of sharp pops, pop, 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 each kernel burst open in brilliant flashes of gold. Like a shimmering downpour, popcorn rained from above, blanketing the auction hall floor with a thick, fluffy carpet. The scent of sweet, toasted corn filled the air, and a hush fell over the crowd, followed by collective gasps of wonder. Unable to resist, a curious spectator scooped up a fistful and tasted it. The texture was softer than cotton, the sweetness richer than honey. His eyes lit up. "It's incredible, really incredible. I've never eaten anything so perfect." One by one, the onlookers followed suit, each handful bringing smiles of pure delight. In that moment, the fate of the day's consolation prize became undeniably clear. This simple treat had stolen the show. The scent of freshly popped corn hung in the air as the team gathered around the scattered kernels. Rocket Raccoon was at the center of the frenzy, darting around with a large sack and scooping up every stray piece. "It's incredible," Volstagg declared, shoveling fistfuls into his mouth. "Perfect as an appetizer or dessert, fits right in at any high-end banquet." Thor tilted his head thoughtfully, then turned to Aaron. "I've had this on Midgard before, haven't I? Stark's popcorn, $10 a bag if memory serves." Aaron chuckled. "You know, I'm an alchemist. My craft isn't cheap, and I've always refused to compromise my ethics just to fatten my purse. So I bought the ingredients at market price, sold the finished product to Tony at a premium, enough to cover my costs and then some. Every cent is honest profit, earned by my own hands." Thor offered a bemused thumbs up. "Impressive," he said, though his expression suggested he was more amused than awed. Volstagg, licking butter off his fingers, leaned closer. "All right, then. How much did you pay for it?" "It's a trade secret," the vendor whispered, leaning in close. "But unless your assets total at least 100 million, you won't get your hands on it." Volstagg froze, then glanced sideways at Sif. "Sif, could you lend me some credits?" She shook her head. "No. If I miss this delicacy, I'll regret it for the rest of my life," he pleaded. Sif rolled her eyes. A gourmet, sent by Odin himself, to this so-called elite tasting event was a mistake. Everyone else in the boxes seemed calm, even indifferent. She sighed. "Fine. How much can you scrape together right now?" Volstagg managed an awkward chuckle and held up 2 fingers. 2 million. "Only 2 million? Sif raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't have thought you so frugal. I can lend you up to 100 million, no more." Volstagg's shoulders slumped, so he turned hopefully to Thor. "Brother, could you spot me the rest?" Thor shook his head apologetically. "I'm tapped out. All right, then." Volstagg exhaled in resignation. "I guess it's a gamble." He sank back into his seat, defeated. He hadn't even bothered asking Aaron. Poor fellow had barely visited Earth, much less collected cosmic coins. Now it was all down to luck. Aaron's eyes lit up. "It's not hopeless," he said. "Remember, there's an Asgardian in the room, somebody extremely wealthy." Thor raised an eyebrow. "You mean Loki?" "Exactly," Volstagg recoiled. "No way, absolutely not. Even if I starved and hanged myself from this chandelier, I'd never beg Loki for coin." "Then you'll have to wait until Slytherin's company goes public and buy through official channels." Volstagg brightened. "Hold on, don't they owe me a favor? I could ask them to ship me a few early, at cost, or with a discount." Aaron shook his head, though amusement flickered in his eyes. "Your 2 million wouldn't dent their coffers, but tell me you're speaking on my account, and I can get you one at my cost." Volstagg laughed. "You'd do that?" Before Aaron could answer, Lorelei cleared her throat. The chattering in the hall died away, and all heads turned to the circular aperture at the center of the floor. Slowly, the second BB corn rose on a beam of light, hovering like a miniature skyscraper. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lorelei announced into the hush, "the opening bid for BB corn is 100 million universe coins. Subsequent bids must increase by at least 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids." A yellow-skinned noble, wearing a golden circlet, was the first to rise. He lifted his paddle high. 100 million. Barely a heartbeat later, he smirked and called out again, 101 million. Before anyone else could respond, a rich, measured voice boomed from the balcony above. 200 million. Instantly, the auction hall erupted. Dozens of nobles and even royal representatives jammed the first floor, each eager to claim the exquisite BB corn, an extraordinarily rare crop prized for its sweet, tender kernels and astonishing nutritional value. There was enough yield here to feed a small army, and at these prices, even buying it as mere sustenance was a sound investment. From the second-floor gallery came a clear, confident call. A young woman in a tailored uniform raised her paddle without hesitation. 1 billion. The hall stilled. This was Kalina, the personal maid of the collector, and her bid carried a weight few could match. Many hopeful bidders exchanged anxious glances. Wealth alone did not guarantee a match for the collector's purse. Just when it seemed Kalina had secured the prize, another paddle shot up from the back row. A slender maid in the pale blue robes of the sovereign's temple jackknifed forward. 1.5 billion. A low murmur swept the crowd. This was a bold move from Aisha's own attendant, representing the high priest of the sovereign herself. The collector leaned forward, amusement dancing in his eyes. He tapped the auctioneer's podium. "So even the sovereign high priest finds this humble BB corn irresistible," he said, voice rich with challenge. He let the words hang in the air, surveying his rivals. "Who else will dare to bid?" "Collector, don't you think baby corn and the sovereign make a perfect pair?" Aisha asked with a smile. "Aristocrats on the plate, elites in life." The collector raised an unhurried hand. "Worth adding to my collection. 1.6 billion. 2 billion. Aisha replied calmly, neither obsequious nor overbearing. He studied her for a beat, then shrugged. "Very well. Since the High Priestess values it so highly, it's yours." He bowed out of the bidding. After all, he'd just acquired 2 kernels, more than enough for his archive, and this was only one auction among many across the universe. No reason to linger. 2 billion. Any further offers? Lorelei's voice rang out as she surveyed the room. Going once, going twice, sold. Chapter 893, A Spectacular Showcase, A Cascade of Dazzling Moves, Part 1. The auctioneer's gavel came down with a resounding crack that rippled through the vast chamber. Immediately, several hovering starships locked onto the prized BB corn with shimmering golden tractor beams. Encased in those glowing tendrils, the corn cobs lifted from the dice and were swiftly beamed aboard the Sovereign Star's flagship. "Congratulations to High Priestess Aisha for securing the first lot at 2 billion credits," Lorelei announced, her eyes sparkling as she bowed to the victor. She turned toward the gleaming pedestal at center stage. "Now, for our second item, an utterly remarkable fruit. Its sweetness exists on multiple levels, so concentrated that a single drop can transform a swimming pool into a rich, velvety nectar." With a theatrical flourish, the pedestal's cover hissed open to reveal a spherical fruit, its surface enveloped in shifting rainbows of light. A collective gasp rose from the audience as they stared, mouths watering, every nerve tingling with desire. "Rainbow fruit," Lorelei continued. "Starting bin bid, 100 million credits. Each raise must be at least 1 million. A tense silence fell. Then, cutting through the hush, came a single, clear voice. 1 billion. High Priestess Aisha's tone was calm, almost casual, yet undeniable. The sheer boldness of the bid sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. For a long moment, no one dared to move. It wasn't that they didn't crave the rainbow fruit. Far from it. But who among them was willing to match or exceed that staggering sum? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that rainbow fruit was worth at least as much as rare baby corn, yet no one here lacked the means to bid on it. A hush fell over the hall when the ancient collector leaned forward and spoke, his voice low but brimming with anticipation. 2 billion, he announced, letting the words hang in the air. His eyes shone. He clearly intended to win. Aisha hesitated for a heartbeat, then bowed out, lowering her paddle. The collector's vast fortune and long life gave him tremendous clout, but even sovereigns bowed before the universe elders. Offending them over a single fruit would be sheer folly. 2 billion, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold for 2 billion, Lorelei intoned as her gavel fell sharply. She stepped aside. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our third and final item, the last of the dream foods. A thunderous roar erupted from the entrance gates. Those in the front rows jumped, hair standing on end. Moments later, they escorted in a colossal purple serpent, its slick body stretching dozens of meters, crowned by 3 luminous eyes and armed with 8 razor-sharp claws. The audience leaned forward, breathless, as the beast slithered onto the auction platform. A colossal serpent writhed behind a transparent energy barrier, its scaled hide rippling as it struck the shield with bone-shaking force. The audience recoiled at the beast's savage visage. Many spectators hurried for the exits, unwilling to stay. Please remain calm, Lorelei announced, stepping forward. This containment field is custom-built. Even if this creature's strength triples, the barrier won't crack. She swept her arm toward the coiled serpent. Meet the demon snake. It tracks prey by detecting heat signatures, and the venom it expels can eat through steel. But its deadliest trait is its super regenerative power. Only overwhelming force beyond its healing capacity can keep it down. On a less violent note, its flesh is considered a rare delicacy, far superior to ordinary poultry. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Lorelei raised her voice. Opening bid, 300 million credits. Bids may increase the price by no more than 10 million credits at a time. 300 million, roared a gravelly voice from the second level. A broad-shouldered Cree warrior slammed his paddle down, eyes glinting. To many in the audience, the demon snake wasn't just a trophy. It was the promise of a lethal weapon or a sumptuous feast, depending on one's ambition. The auction had begun in earnest. 310 million. 320 million. A ripple of murmurs ran through the crowd on the floor below as more bidders joined in. The Cree delegation, curious about the demon snake's rumored regenerative abilities, led the charge. Within minutes, the price of the demon snake had rocketed past 1 billion, and it showed no sign of slowing. Demon snake, Thor declared, eyes gleaming. What a fearsome name. 3 eyes, a coat of bristling fur, razor-sharp claws. It's magnificent. Aaron raised an eyebrow. What sort of taste is that, Thor? Sif shot him a wry smile. You know him. He's loved snakes ever since he was a boy. Thor shrugged proudly. A pity I didn't bring enough credits. Otherwise, I'd keep one as a pet. A hush fell over the room as Gao Tianzun, a notorious arena owner, leaned forward, rubbing his hands together. At last, he murmured under his breath. Loki, my fighting pits need a creature like this. It would electrify every duel. Loki tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. Looking to bid, Gao? How much are you thinking? Before Gao could reply, the auctioneer's assistant raised her paddle. 2 billion. Gao didn't hesitate. He stood, slammed his own paddle into the air, and declared, 3 billion. Loki let out a low chuckle. Ah, brother, care to join the fun? He cast a playful glance at Thor, who was still kicking himself for leaving his funds behind. Bidding had exploded into a full-blown war of wallets, and the demon snake's price was only going to climb. Such a creature belongs in my private collection, Gao Tianzun declared, his tone all but daring the room to challenge him. I believe the arena could help it discover its own purpose, another bidder countered. So, no competing with me. Gao Tianzun smirked, settling back in his seat. Very well, though I doubt you can outbid me. The auctioneer Lorelei raised her gavel. 3 billion. Do I hear 3 billion in one? 3 billion. Going once, twice, sold. With a sharp rap, the hammer fell. The writhing demon snake vanished in a blur as it was transferred into Gao Tianzun's arcane pocket. Next up, Lorelei announced, setting down a polished tray that held 3 identical capsules, each about the size of a fist. Lot 4, the Universal Capsule Trio. These devices serve as a portable home, a compact spacecraft, even a personal transport unit. Once the Slytherin group is fully certified, they'll hit the market in 3 months at a retail price of 100 million each. But today, we're offering all 3 in one package, opening bid at 100 million. Feel free to bid, secure your edge, and experience the future of mobility. As she spoke, massive projection screens lit up across the auction hall, each displaying detailed demonstrations, a capsule unfolding into a cozy living space, dematerializing into stardust and reassembling as a shuttle, and finally transforming into a sleek hoverpod. Every guest in the hall watched, enthralled by the promise of boundless convenience. 100 million, 101 million, 115 million. Rocket's whiskers twitched as he watched the auctioneer's hammer clang down. If we manage to swipe even one of those crates, he muttered, we'll be set for life. Groot frowned, shaking his head. I am Groot. Rocket waved a gloved paw. No, all this talk of high bids is just a trap. Sure, we've broken laws before, but jail's still jail. Best to keep our record clean if we can. Groot studied Rocket for a moment, then he shrugged and nodded. I am Groot. From the edge of the crowd, Peter Quill, aka Star-Lord, strode over to Yondu, folding his arms. Come on, Yondu. This deal's too good to pass up, especially for big game hunters like us. Yondu's crimson fin quivered. All right, I'm in. Peter slapped the Centaurian on the shoulder. Sweet, I've got the credits. You can borrow them from me. 1 year, tops, and I'll eat interest on top. Yondu's laugh rattled like loose bones. Then, without warning, he slapped Quill hard across the back of the head. Ow! What the hell? Peter rubbed his skull, glaring. Yondu leaned in, eyes narrowed. Don't start finagling me, Quill. You sure you can pay me back? Rocket and Groot exchanged glances as Yondu and Star-Lord squared off, each one just as stubborn as the other. And somewhere in the back of the silent hall, the final gavel fell on the auctioneer's podium, sealing their new and very risky investment. If I'd bought it for you, you'd just let yourself go, and when payday came, I'd never track you down to collect my debts. Star-Lord whistled low. Damn, reading people like a book, aren't you? Sif grinned. See, that's exactly what I wanted. I saw it, Thor and Volstagg chimed in unison from behind her. Across the room, another bidder, Sif, lifted her paddle, matching Sif's determination. The price on the universal capsules climbed steadily. A few minutes later, Sif slammed down her sign, 150 million credits. Silence fell on the other bidders. After all, universal capsules would go into mass production in just a few months. Sif was simply paying a premium for first dibs. Congratulations to Lady Sif of Asgard on securing all 3 universal capsules, Lorelei announced with a practiced smile. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the gleaming capsules sailing into Sif's armored crate. Sif caught the last one effortlessly and fixed Lorelei with a steely glare. Enough with the parlor tricks. A deep, rumbling voice cut through the tension. Where's the Infinity Stone? Ronan stood at the edge of the auction floor, arms folded. Time to hand it over. The entire hall went dead silent. Every eye locked onto Lorelei. She was in the spotlight now, and everyone waited to see what she would do next. Lorelei offered a gracious smile and turned her gaze toward the prisoner locked in the 4th-floor cell. Very well, he replied, his voice calm and steady. At that signal, Ramon and Naga stepped through the heavy gates, pushing a gleaming cart between them. Atop the cart sat a transparent cube suffused with crimson light. Inside pulsed the raw power stone, its facets shimmering like liquid fire. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This was the fabled raw Infinity Stone, more priceless than any treasure in the galaxy. Hearts pounded, pupils widened. Even the hard-bitten agents of the Missing Body faction felt their resolve waver. If only 5 of their members had been present today, they'd have thrown caution to the wind for a single chance at owning it. After all, one lucky bid could elevate you from pauper to potentate in an instant. Yet outward ambition warred with the reality of risk. Xandar's interests had drawn the attention of the Nova Corps, who now monitored every corner of Talon. Under their watchful eyes, even the boldest of thieves dared not press their luck. Robbing an Infinity Stone might promise unimaginable wealth, if you pulled it off. But failure carried consequences none were willing to face. The hush that fell over the auction hall was as much fear as it was awe. No one moved. No one spoke. Even in the pursuit of fortune, discretion still reigned supreme. Even if the plan succeeds, the vengeful wrath of the Xandar Star clan would crush a modest household like theirs. Yet the occupants of the second and third floors couldn't resist the temptation. They weren't intimidated by Xandar's wrath. If the missing bodyguard and the others failed to keep watch over this Infinity Stone, they'd make no pretense of civility. Ramon's eyes flicked across the room, a mischievous curve lifting the corners of his mouth. "Get ready, Naga," he murmured. "Someone's about to stir up trouble." "You don't have to tell me," Naga replied with a barely contained thrill in her voice. "Just look at them, like wolves sizing up lambs." "Ahem." Lorelei cleared her throat and stepped forward. The room fell silent. At the dawn of creation, 6 Infinity Stones were born: space, time, hour, soul, mind, and reality. By sheer chance, Mr. Slytherin came into possession of the Reality Stone. It can reshape existence itself, turning thought into matter, making dreams tangible. All scientific rules and natural laws vanish before it, for this stone can rewrite them on a whim. As Lorelei spoke, she sensed the crowd's eyes intensify, greed and longing burning in every gaze. Lorelei's gaze was fixed on the Reality Stone, yet beneath her calm exterior, an unexpected thrill stirred. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the hall. A friendly reminder: any alterations wrought by the Reality Stone are illusory. If its power isn't sustained, realized dreams will collapse like soap bubbles. Moreover, the stone unleashes a fierce backlash on its wielder. Only the strong can withstand it. Those who fancy themselves invincible may find their life force draining away with each use. It's possible to temper this backlash by combining the Reality Stone with other Infinity Stones, but doing so demands even greater resilience. He paused, then continued. "We'll open the bidding on the uncut stones at 1 trillion, with each subsequent bid rising by at least 10 billion. Let the auction begin." Before the first gavel could fall, Ronan, his tone abrupt, spoke up. "Hold on. Does the consignor wish to address the bidders?" A ripple of anticipation ran through the crowd, but Lorelei showed no trace of nerves. In fact, she looked exactly as she had rehearsed. Composed, confident, and entirely in control. Months earlier, her enigmatic mentor, known only as Missing Body, had anticipated this very moment and had subjected Lorelei to a rigorous, tailored training regimen. Now, on the threshold of her greatest challenge, every lesson she'd learned steeled her resolve. She's professionally trained, so money isn't the issue. If it really is an infinite rough stone, paying a premium is absolutely justified. Naga gave a solemn nod. That's a very human way of looking at it. Our master planned to open the bidding at a modest 1 or 2 trillion credits, more than enough profit. But what really gets under my skin is these scoundrels in the universe who've slashed the price down to mere tens of billions. Even panhandlers wouldn't devalue their wares that cheaply. Ironically, it's only because of these short-sighted cheapskates that we're all here, finally able to lay eyes on the infinite rough stones. Without their antics, our master might never have called a galaxy-wide auction. On the third level, a handful of bidders exchanged awkward glances. They weren't exactly strapped for cash, and yes, many had toyed with the idea of taking advantage of newcomers' ignorance. But who'd have guessed nobody would even bother to haggle? The entire spectacle left them baffled. After all, the infinite stones were regarded as little more than legend across the cosmos. Few had believed they truly existed until this moment. Only the universe's oldest and most enduring civilizations, those whose foundations ran deep or whose lore spanned the ages, had ever suspected the Infinity Stones truly existed. Now, by putting even a single stone up for auction, the galaxy had been shaken as if by a bomb dropped on a placid lake. It was easy to imagine the frenzy to come, whole fleets of treasure hunters fanning out across star systems in search of uncut fragments, this sale having already set their market value. Maybe we should thank these organizers. Ronan said with a sardonic smile, glancing up at the three-story containment vault towering above them. Even as Ronan the Accuser, commander of the Kree Armada, he felt the gap between himself and cosmic titans like the Elders of the Universe, the Mad Titan, and the Nova Supreme. But that's beside the point, he continued. What matters now is, how do we know this really is an Infinity Stone? Lorelei met his gaze without a flicker of doubt. Nova Supreme's word is guarantee enough. Ronan let out a low, mirthless chuckle. Nova Supreme. Ronan spat out the title with barely concealed contempt. I don't trust Xandar, much less the man who pulls its strings. Ramon raised an eyebrow. So? He's demanded the right to inspect our cargo, Ronan said, a cruel smile curling his lips. But during that inspection, he plans to slip in a little device that will swap our genuine raw Infinity Stones for counterfeits. By the time he's done, we'll be the ones left holding the bag. Chapter 894. Even mind readers have dirty hearts. Who dares to be inspected? Tsk, Naga curled her lip in disgust. This is revolting. How can anyone be so shameless? Ronan's blue features darkened, thin, inky lines running down his cheeks. He'd half-seriously considered the same accusation, but he'd never admit it first. The Kree may have a bad reputation in the galaxy, but they still have pride. Slander, he growled. If you're not brave enough to back up your words, keep them to yourself. His mechanical attendant, Chorus, let out an indignant hiss. Ramon, who had been watching the exchange, shot a disdainful look at the cybernetic creature before turning to address the spectators gathered on the balcony levels. Some of you may recognize me, he began, his voice smooth and confident, while others have only heard rumors. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Ramon Lancelot, named so by my master, and I am a mage whose greatest gift is mind-reading. Without laying a hand on you, I can peer into your thoughts whenever I please. A stunned hush fell over the crowd, then erupted into murmurs of astonishment and outrage. Mind-reading? That was the ultimate cheat. Even the fabled Heavenly Father himself might struggle to know another's secrets. Yet here stood Ramon, claiming he could plumb the depths of anyone's soul. And all without a touch. Don't worry, Ramon said lightly. I can only read one mind at a time, any more, and my head short-circuits. And I can't probe the thoughts of anyone stronger than myself. Ronan's knuckles went white as he clenched his fists. Stronger than him? Had Ramon really just claimed that? There had to be a limit to this mocking. I'm not joking. Ramon's tone turned serious, though his eyes danced with challenge. Ridiculous, Ronan snarled. He hefted his warhammer and unleashed a crackling blast of energy. Mind seizure! Ramon's lips curved into a gentle smile. He raised a hand and formed a transparent palm-shaped glyph in midair. The two bursts of power met in a thunderous explosion, locked in perfect stalemate. Please be patient, Accuser, Ramon said, his voice calm. My master would rather avoid too much unpleasantness at this auction. Ronan snorted, restraining himself. A quick test left him in no doubt. Tricks and deception were useless against a mind reader. Any conspiracy he wove would be laid bare the moment Ramon looked. He'd have to rethink his strategy. How do I know you're not just playing games with us? Yondu Udanta demanded, arms crossed. Ramon gave a casual shrug. Because I can prove it. He shifted his gaze to the towering figure known as Electric Face, his cybernetic enhancements glinting ominously in the dim light. Take him, for example. He's been quietly resentful of you, Yondu, convinced that, when the time is right, he could take your place. Yondu arched an eyebrow and fixed Electric Face with a cold stare. The cyborg's metal-plated face twitched. Is that true? Are you plotting against me? Lies, Electric Face snapped, voice cracking. He spun on Ramon. Boss, you know my loyalty is unshakable. I'd never dream of usurping you. It has to be him. He's twisting everything, saying I've been disrespecting my superior just to frame me. Yondu nodded slowly, outwardly playing the part of the doubting commander, while already marking Electric Face for elimination once they left Talon. For now, though, he couldn't afford to alienate a Kree mind reader. It's not an impossible scenario, he conceded, but this mind-reading ability of yours, I've never heard of it. Sounds far-fetched. Ramon's lips curved into a knowing smile. Let's test it then. He leaned forward, locking eyes with Yondu. Tell me a secret you'd rather keep buried. Something only you know. I'll draw it out. Yondu's jaw tightened. In that charged moment, his expression froze as a flood of hidden thoughts flashed behind his eyes, secrets he'd kill to protect. Ramon let out an exaggerated "oh" and clasped his hands together, feigning awe. "I never would have guessed you had such an deal. You thought you were sending the boy back to his father, only to uncover a horrifying secret, one so terrible it shook you to your core and forced you to question everything." "Shut up." Yondu sprang to his feet, eyes blazing. "I don't need any more proof. Well, if you want more, that's fine. I know exactly how to get it. But don't even think about trying to silence me by killing me with those little tricks of yours. You can't." Yondu drew a deep breath, then let out a shrill whistle. In an instant, his arrow, a sleek metallic dart from the holster at his waist, hovered in midair before him. "Do it," Yondu ordered. Ramon's lips curved into a slow, inviting smile. Standing his ground, Yondu whistled again, this time sending the arrow streaking toward Shockface. The man known as Shockface scrambled to his feet, panic written across his features. "No, Yondu, you can't." Before his protest even finished, the arrow tore through his chest. A burst of sizzling energy marked its passage, leaving behind a charred crater where his heart had been. Shockface staggered. A strangled gasp caught in his throat as the life drained out of him. Naga slapped her palms together with an approving laugh. "Well done. You finally had the guts to disrespect your master. I was beginning to despise him myself. And Lancelot," she added with a smirk, "this is the first time you've actually been useful." "Hey," Lancelot shot back. "I'll take praise from anyone, so long as it's not coming from that brainless woman." Before Naga could retort, Lorelei stepped between them, hands on her hips. "Really? If you two insist on squabbling, can you at least pick a better time and place?" The tension crackled in the air, but with a mutual glare, Naga and Ramon silently agreed to shelve their old feud, at least for now. Yondu, who had been watching the exchange warily, took a step forward, voice low. "Lancelot, mind reading's no trick to you, is it? You actually heard what I was thinking just then, right?" Lancelot's shoulders relaxed into a casual shrug. "Relax, Yondu. I had neither the interest nor the courage to plant that kind of trouble in your head. No secrets have slipped out." A slow smile spread across Yondu's face. "Good, because I'd rather not spend the next hour wondering who's secretly plotting against me." As Yondu exhaled his relief, Peter Quill, Star-Lord himself, strode up to the group, curiosity written all over his face. He clapped a hand on Yondu's shoulder. "Okay, spill it. What did Ramon say? And why does it sound like it was about me?" Yondu just winked and folded his arms. "You're about to find out." Yondu's hand shot out and smacked him on the back of the head. "Why so many questions? You've got one job in this life. Make me money and repay me for saving you." Ramon only chuckled. Then he turned to Ronan. "Well, accuser, do you believe me now?" Ronan's face betrayed no emotion, but he was scrambling inside for some way to counter the claim. If he refused outright, Ramon could simply produce more proof. It was a trap Ronan couldn't win. Reading his hesitation, Ramon's lip curled into a knowing smile. "Doesn't matter if you doubt me. You're the accuser, commander of Kree military might. You have access to the same top-secret intel I claim to. Tell me, what's Xandar's current strategic deployment? Which fleets are they allied with? Let's compare notes." A ripple of excitement and fear went through the assembled officers. Ramon looked every inch the polite gentleman, but everyone now realized his polite exterior masked a dangerously shrewd mind. Ronan's eyes burned with rage as he fixed Ramon with a cold, unforgiving stare. "You'd like to kill me," he growled, "but you can't. And by the way, I just caught a glimpse of your thoughts. Do you need me to prove it?" Ramon shrugged, feigning nonchalance, but the tension in the room only grew. Thanos watched from the shadows, his expression inscrutable. Ronan cut in before Ramon could speak. "No, that won't be necessary. I believe you're telling the truth." He turned back to the heirs. "Proceed with the auction." Ramon nodded. "Very well." "Wait," Ronan said, stepping forward. "I insist on inspecting the prize before I bid. 1,000,000,000 credits is no small sum. If this is truly the Infinity Rough Stone, then there's nothing to worry about. But if it's a counterfeit—" "Hold on," Naga thundered, slamming a massive fist into her palm. "You think we'd let you examine it first? Your so-called mind reading isn't foolproof. Your thoughts can change at any moment. The stone stays sealed until the sale is complete." Ronan's jaw tightened, but he knew better than to argue. The fate of the Kree Empire's entire strategy hung on this auction, and on whether he could trust the stakes were real. "We may talk about fair trade now," Ronan snapped, "but if we try to swindle someone during inspection, we'll pay dearly. 1 trillion. Who's going to cover that loss?" Ronan's face went stiff. Compensation? He didn't lose money. 1 trillion credits could fund his army for 10 years. He shot back. "If we don't vet the goods, how do we know they're genuine Infinity Stones?" Thanos' voice was as calm as ever. "Exactly. Our credits didn't come from nowhere. We need absolute certainty." "My lord speaks truth," Ebony Maw affirmed with a bow. "I am at your disposal." Ronan's eyes flicked between Thanos and Ebony Maw, trying and failing to read the Mad Titan's mind. He did, however, catch a glimpse of Ebony Maw's intentions. "Naga, prepare yourself." "Understood," came the soft reply. I watched as Ebony Maw raised his slender fingers. The containment cube holding the reality stone hovered toward him. "Psionic clamp, seize it," he commanded. A translucent, ghostly hand materialized, clasping the cube. It quivered in midair, locked in a silent contest of wills against that unseen force. "Controlling objects with your mind can be such a headache." "It's just a parlor trick," Ebony Throat said, flashing a half-smile as he lifted his fingers. At once the ground beneath Ramon shattered. The gravel coalesced into clawed hands that lunged for his legs. Ramon's expression went grim. He slammed his palm against the earth, shattering the stone claws in an instant. Ebony Throat merely scoffed, gathering the scattered pebbles to form a tight cage around him. "Let's see how you break out of this," he taunted. "Need some help?" Naga called out, her tone half-joking. "I wouldn't mind lending you a hand." "Don't be ridiculous," Ramon barked. "If you've got time to dote on me, you could be retrieving the infinite rough stone instead, and if you ruin Master's mission, you'll owe him more than an apology, maybe your life." He clenched his fist, and brilliant blue energy rippled outward, grinding the gravel into dust. Naga winced, then shot a dark red vine chain toward the floating cube trapped mid-air, wrapping it in tight coils. The twisted metal links glowed faintly as the stalemated cube thumped against its new bindings, the brief standoff broken, for now. That surge of power snapped Ebony Throat's telepathic hold, and the cube hurtled back toward the auction table. "Not so fast," he snarled, redoubling his telekinetic output. Naga's eyes hardened. "Blighting technique," she cried. Dark red energy coalesced around her fist and shot forth. Ebony Throat abandoned the rough fragment of the stone of reality he'd been summoning and hastily erected a psychic barrier. Boom, the two forces collided in midair, the blast obliterating his shield in an instant. Though he emerged physically unscathed, Ebony Throat could only watch as the cube settled neatly into Naga's outstretched hand. Rage flickered across his face. With a sharp gesture of his right hand, he unleashed his telekinesis across the entire auction stage. The vast platform, over 100 meters in both length and width, shuddered violently. Cracks spidered from its edges as if the ground itself would be torn from its foundations. Ramon and Naga exchanged a quick, determined glance, and then, in perfect unison, poured their magic into the trembling stage. Reincarnation, with, airing, isolation shield. Mind-seizing. Ebony Maw's shimmering telekinetic barrier enveloped the entire auction platform, repelling every stray gust and debris. He barely registered the incoming attack, until the serrated claw marks forged by the heart-stealing technique hurtled directly at his chest. Instantly, Maw strengthened his shield, but the claws struck with unexpected force. They bulged outward, then split into two jagged arcs, one slicing in front, the other sweeping around his side. "Not good," Maw muttered, panic flaring in his eyes. He braced to deflect both strikes, but he was too slow. A thunderous crack split the air as a colossal, violet-tinged palm emerged from the haze and intercepted the side blow. The impact rocked the platform. Ebony Maw staggered backward half a step, winded by the sheer power of it. When the dust settled, he dared to look up. There stood his master, Thanos, unscathed, impassive. The giant hand that had seized the attack bore no scar, not even a scratch on its mottled skin. Relief flooded through Ebony Maw, quickly followed by a searing humiliation. Before Thanos, the mightiest being in the universe, his own defenses had faltered. He bowed his head, voice barely a whisper. "My lord, forgive my failure." Deep down, he knew the old adage rang true. A servant who fails his master deserves nothing less than death. Yet for now, he would live and serve another day. Ebony Maw seethed. He could have lived with a failure to advance his master's ambitions, but having to be rescued by Thanos himself was a savage blow to his pride. His only thought now was vengeance, to wash away this shame with thunderous retribution. It must be delightful, Ramon purred, eyes dancing with triumph, to peer inside someone's thoughts. He regarded the flustered mage with a mocking smile. Your telekinesis is formidable, I grant you that, but your arrogance far outstrips your talent. Abandon that fanciful notion of victory. While moving physical matter is no small feat, my mind-reading eclipses any such power. Believe me, I wouldn't even break a sweat facing you one-on-one. Ebony Maw's lips parted to retort, ready to defend his honor, but before he could speak, a hand shot out to silence him. Master! Master, enough, Thanos said softly, his voice carrying the weight of absolute command. Cease this at once, he added, his cobalt gaze locking on the shimmering thought projection before them. Further posturing is pointless. Ebony Maw's comeback died on his tongue. He'd always believed he could hold his own against Ramon and Naga, yet behind those two loomed the might of Ark, and an enigmatic Slytherin whose power none could gauge. Allowing Thanos to descend into battle alone was unthinkable. Swallowing his wounded pride, he inclined his head. I understand, he conceded. As you command. Thanos gave a curt nod and turned his attention back to the wavering thought body hovering at the epicenter of their confrontation. With Ebony Maw standing down, the air crackled anew, a tense lull before the real reckoning began. Is there anyone else who'd like to examine the lot? Ramon pivoted, his eyes sweeping over the assembled guests in the auction hall. A hush fell. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. After what they'd just witnessed, who would dare volunteer for another test? Ramon's lips curved into a satisfied smile. I can read your thoughts. You're recalling that very demonstration. It wasn't an impromptu stunt. In fact, I pictured this exact scenario long before today's auction. I even consulted my master, and he provided the perfect solution. To explain it further, I'll turn the floor over to Miss Lorelei. He stepped back, bowing toward Lorelei with an air of ceremony. All eyes now shifted to her, anticipation humming through the room as she prepared to reveal the master's ingenious plan. Chapter 895, Serious Investors. Hurry and raise your bids. Lorelei enjoyed the full attention of the room. She straightened her back and stepped forward to stand before Ramon and Naga. Mr. Slytherin's rule is simple, she announced. Anyone who believes this Infinity Stone is genuine may bid. If you think it's a fake, you're free to observe only. At that, the collector snorted, spraying a mouthful of wine onto the table. He slapped the wood in amusement. Delightful, absolutely delightful, far more entertaining than I ever imagined. The thought projection shrugged casually. I'm simply unwilling to waste anyone's time, and this approach discourages those with ill intent from stirring up trouble. Then, Gao Tianzun raised a hand, his interest piqued. I have a question we're all wondering. If someone neither examines the stone nor places a bid, what happens to them? Do you really think this stone is counterfeit? The projection asked with a sly smile. Gao Tianzun's grin turned uneasy. In truth, every person in that hall already tacitly knew the Infinity Stone was authentic. They couldn't hide their eagerness to exploit the situation or simply to watch the fireworks. Care to enlighten us? Someone challenged. By all means, the thought body replied with a faint smile. He turned his gaze toward Nova Supreme. You, Nova Supreme, know whether this Infinity Stone is genuine or a forgery. If no one else bids, I'm certain Xandar will scoop it up for 1 trillion credits, practically free. And once Xandar jumps in, the Kree won't stay on the sidelines. Both empires can live without many things, but neither can afford to do without this. A sharp hiss escaped Gao Tianzun as he exhaled in feigned shock. This is diabolical. Indeed, Slytherin holds both Xandar and the Kree in his hand. When two rival civilizations appear at the same auction, they're doomed to bleed each other dry. Don't blame me, Slytherin shrugged. I'd prefer straight trade, but the cold void permits no courtesy. And really, do I need to remind you of the true worth of an Infinity Stone? No matter how high the bid, it's still a bargain. Gao Tianzun froze, then slowly nodded. There's some truth to that. What if nobody dares to bid? Nova Supreme shot a grave look at Ronan. Xandar might simply walk away from this gamble. A faint smile curved the thought body's lips as he turned to Yak at his side. Yak nodded sharply. Dark energy coalesced around his outstretched hands, merging into a single, pulsating mass. With a sudden thrust, he drove it upward. The compressed power tore through the fabric of space itself, ripping open an irregular, jagged rift in midair. A chaotic swirl of spatial turbulence hissed from the breach, hungry and unpredictable, its destination unknown. Everyone present stood frozen until Yak withdrew his magic. In an instant, the rift snapped shut, the air stilled, and reality settled back into place. Though these leaders had seen portals and technologically generated wormholes before, none had ever witnessed space itself being torn asunder so violently. The demonstration left them momentarily breathless and unmistakably aware of just how high the stakes had risen. At that moment, the assembled delegates watched the thought body with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Even the most fragile civilizations dared not meet its gaze. Its power in this form was enough to threaten entire worlds. As you can see, the thought body intoned, voice measured and unhurried, if no one bids on this final item, I will cast the reality stone into a rift in space. Who eventually claims it is of no concern to me. A pregnant silence fell over the chamber. The thought body continued. Rare artifacts like this always draw the covetous and ambitious. I am but a businessman. My only goal is a clean transaction with no unnecessary complications. For all of you, the reality stone marks the climax of this auction. For me, however, selling the first 4 stones was already a resounding success. This last one, well, I leave that to chance. It could resurface anywhere in the cosmos, or disappear into some hidden corner of the universe for billions of years. At those words, Thanos felt his heart skip a beat. His unwavering conviction to have all life and relieve the universe of its burdens seemed suddenly within reach, and the 6 Infinity Stones were the only path to fulfilling his sacred mission. But if locating an Infinity Stone really takes billions of years, I may as well conquer planet after planet instead. Even the Titans' lifespans, impressive as they are, don't stretch across eons. If the reality stone is cast into that spatial rift, my grand design will be gravely imperiled, perhaps shattered before it's half built. With that thought, Thanos' hand shot out and a sharp crack split the edge of the conference table. He fixed Ebony Maw with a cold stare. Ebony Maw. Maw bowed, his voice smooth. Master, do you require my assistance? If you wish to strike first? Thanos held up a hand. Tell me this. How many credits remain in our coffers? Maw hesitated, then answered, approximately 100 trillion. Then bid it all, Thanos said, his voice tight with restrained impatience. We might as well take part. But, Master, Maw ventured, our resources alone may not be enough to win such an auction. Thanos leaned forward. I'd rather fail trying than stand idle while some rival claims the stone. Maw inclined his head. Very well, though we must consider another risk. If we lose the bid, the stone could fall into the hands of an advanced power, Xandar, the Kree Empire, the Sovereign, even Asgard. At the mention of those names, the Assembly's delegates straightened in their seats, their faces flushed with eager anticipation. A familiar adage says you don't choose your enemies, but you'd better not make any. Lorelei stepped forward, her voice calm and even, a gentle smile on her lips. Ladies and gentlemen, she began, the auction of the Infinite Rough Stone is a once-in-the-universe event. Out of respect for the stone, this auction, and for each of you, Mr. Slytherin has graciously granted everyone a brief recess to collect your thoughts. 10 minutes. At the end of that time, bidding will resume. Please be ready. The room erupted. Some bidders stared in bafflement, others' eyes narrowed as realization dawned. 10 minutes to think? They'd been expecting a chance to drum up more funds, not an enforced pause. Clearly, Slytherin wanted to see who could mobilize the most resources on the fly, and who would wilt under pressure. Slytherin's playing an honest game, astonishing as that sounds, Sif murmured to her companion, a wry smile tugging at her lips. This auction has been his grand plan from the start. He's gathered every power player, some friendly, some deadly rivals, and now he's forcing them all to dig deep. Who knows, we might even see alliances form in these 10 minutes. It's no longer about whether we can acquire the reality rough stone, old god Aaron said, his voice steady. What matters now is preventing our enemies from getting it. Rest assured, the final bid will far surpass the auction's reserve price. That's only part of it, Aaron added, leaning back in his chair. In fact, Slytherin has already decided on the buyer. This infinite rough stone will ultimately be sold to someone utterly neutral. Sif's eyes widened. A spark of realization lit up her features. A neutral buyer? What are you getting at? Aaron smiled faintly. I don't mean to reveal my own thoughts, but if we let the auction unfold naturally, that outcome is inevitable. You're brilliant, Sif breathed. You've actually devised a scheme to deal with these infinite rough stones. Saul frowned, confused. What scheme? Aaron held up a finger. It's simple. We divide every participant into one of three camps: good, evil, and neutral. The good and evil factions will fight tooth and nail for the reality rough stone, each terrified that their rival will turn its power against them. Their rivalry drives the price ever higher. Meanwhile, the neutral party stays out of the bidding war, waiting to swoop in at the very end. Sif nodded, catching on. So by pitting friend against foe, we inflate the price beyond anything they can afford in the end, yet ensure the stone never lands with the evil faction, nor strengthens the good. Exactly, Aaron said. It's a win-win. We keep our enemies in check. The stone goes to someone who won't tamper with the balance, and the final price? It'll make the reserve look like pocket change. If we can't outbid them outright, we'll have to rely on a neutral party, Sif said quietly. A neutral buyer won't abuse the power of the reality stone, and at least both sides can live with a compromise. Thor leaned back, considering her words. So the most likely winner will be someone who stays neutral. Who fits that description? Off the top of my head, Sif answered, there's the Collector, the Grandmaster, the Observers, Asgard, and of course the Celestials. Thor shook his head. Make that list minus Asgard. We've got no treasury to speak of. Volstagg frowned. What about the others? They'll be bidding against two massive factions. Do they have the resources? They easily do, Sif said, though her tone lacked conviction. The Collector and the Grandmaster are eternal beings. No one even knows how old they are. They've amassed empires and holdings throughout countless galaxies. They could purchase a nebula if they felt like it. As for the Observers, they roam the multiverse, quietly chronicling every event. Their coffers are whispered to rival those of the great elders themselves. The three warriors exchanged glances. If anyone could outspend both sides, it would be one of those mysterious neutrals, and that might be their only chance to keep the reality stone out of the wrong hands. Saul frowned. But that's just conjecture. If Slytherin's backers can't outbid the other two factions outright, the whole auction will dissolve into chaos. Aaron shook his head, his eyes thoughtful. You're forgetting one key detail. Slytherin is running the show. If I were in his position, I'd quietly issue an IOU through a neutral intermediary. Saul's lip twitched. An IOU? Here, in front of all these people? Do you really think that would fly? Why not? Aaron leaned back. There are almost 100,000 attendees in this hall. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them unaccounted for. What if one of those unregistered guests is already in on the scheme and willing to front the cash? Problem solved. It's sleight of hand, left hand, right hand, and once you're a creditor, you gain access to that person's entire network. Saul bristled. That's shameless. Aaron shrugged, unfazed. Maybe so, but better shameless than sorry, especially if it maximizes his returns. The reality stone will be entrusted to a neutral custodian, an arrangement both the forces of light and shadow have accepted. Even if every corner of the universe comes to know that it rests in a single person's hands, none would dare challenge that guardian. It's the perfect safeguard. Loki leaned back, watching the rival factions rapidly exchange messages and forge their uneasy alliance. A self-satisfied smile spread across his face. What a break! This reality stone is bound to sell for a record price. Gao Tianzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over the centuries, only mortal duels had managed to rouse his interest, but he never imagined an auction could be more thrilling. No one's stopping us from winning this, right? He said, voice brimming with anticipation. You're dreaming if you think it'll come cheap, Loki replied, his grin widening. Master Gao, have you stocked up enough credits? From the looks of it, a few trillion won't even get you through the first round. You'll be bleeding credits just to stay in the race. Gao Tianzhen waved away Loki's concern. Money isn't an issue. If you live long enough, you'll discover that coins and bills are just numbers. It's the thrill of the moment that truly matters. Today's performance alone was worth every penny. That's a bit much, Loki retorted, folding his arms. Loki, you don't understand, Gao replied, his eyes lighting up as he glanced at the translucent figure hovering on the fourth level, the so-called thought body. Slytherin is in a league of his own. Since the Big Bang, no one's ever pulled off a stunt this audacious with the Infinity Stones. Loki curled his lip in a sneer. Audacious or shameless? Maybe both, Gao admitted with a chuckle. In all my countless years, I can't recall anyone who even comes close. Except perhaps. He broke off as Loki's gaze drifted toward the gilded Asgardian chest where Aaron still lay asleep. Loki's brow furrowed. There was no way Aaron and Slytherin could be the same. Except who? Gao pressed. Loki hesitated, searching the recesses of his memory. Finally, he shook his head. Honestly, no one. The collector tapped a slender finger against his lips, eyes glinting with amusement. Very interesting, he murmured. He turned to his attendant. Karena, how much have we managed to secure? 300 billion credits, master, she replied crisply. He sighed, adjusting his spectacles. That might not be enough. It's too late to raise more funds now. I'll have to borrow the rest from my brother. Karena inclined her head. Understood, master. I'll depart at once. Ebony Maw paced the observation deck, his pale features twisted in disgust. He's devious, nothing but a snake in the grass. No wonder he hides behind that mask, exposing only what he wants us to see. Thanos stood nearby, arms folded, his voice calm. He's a masterful player. I only hope he never becomes my enemy. Maw scoffed. Slytherin, you actually think he could be on our side? He's too slippery. Thanos' eyes grew distant, as though he were gazing into some vast beyond. Most people lack the audacity to move as he does. One of his kind, untethered, will carve himself a throne across the galaxy. And, he inhaled slowly, voice heavy with foreboding. Such men are nearly impossible to kill, and unforgiving. They never forget a slight. Once Slytherin's rule is secured, do not provoke them, the masked watcher warned. If we rile them now, we'll be courting endless trouble. Ebony Throat clenched his jaw but bowed his head in acquiescence. I understand. Is that him? Whispered Observer 1, his gaze fixed on the bustling crowd below. Observer 2 leaned forward, eyes narrowing. I can't be certain, but the resemblance is uncanny, just like the ancient descriptions of the man from 1,000 years ago. We have to confirm it, Observer 3 said decisively. After the auction, we'll approach him directly. If he bears that family's mark on his forearm, we know we've got the wrong man. If there's no mark. The three of them exchanged glances as they turned their attention to the figure seated in the Asgard box, Aaron Gaius. No mark, Observer 1 noted softly. Then there's no doubt, Observer 3 concluded. He is the one. Chapter 896, The Sense of Being Hunted, The Price of the Infinity Stones. Aaron and his astral double shivered in unison, as though some unseen predator had locked onto them. Yeke frowned. Master, are you all right? Aaron forced a dry smile. I'm fine. Just a chill. I'll shake it off in a few days. Jane studied him with concern. Did you catch a cold too? Aaron nodded. Yeah, it hit me out of nowhere. But inside his mind, his astral self whispered, Why are we being targeted? It's one thing for me to draw attention. After all, I've stepped fully into the limelight. But why him? Aaron caught the thought. It's Loki, he said aloud. I got that same uneasy feeling the moment he announced Gaius's name. His astral double paused, processing. Then it answered. Same here. Whoever's aiming for me is aiming for you too, and for the same reason. Aaron's face darkened. Gaius's identity, he muttered. That's the only reason anyone's paying attention to me. But it can't be the same for you. You're me, and not me. The thought body sounded incredulous. They couldn't have realized I'm just a clone of Aaron Gaius. That's impossible. Aaron shook his head. Yet if they know one of us is Gaius, maybe they know the other is too. Or someone's figured out our connection. Jane glanced between Aaron and the others, puzzled by his sudden gloom. Yeke stepped forward. Could it be a trap? Loki wouldn't announce Gaius's name without purpose. Aaron frowned. Exactly. Loki never does anything without a plan. He wants to draw out whoever cares about Gaius's true identity, and if that means hunting both of us, well, that's trouble. A chill passed through the group. On the cosmic chessboard, the first move had been made. Someone was coming after Aaron Gaius, and they wouldn't stop at one. As Loki's words echoed in their minds, a deeper unease settled over them. The game had begun, and the stakes were the Infinity Stones themselves. Thought Body is a spell that duplicates your memories, your body, even your strength, in perfect symmetry. Unless the original willingly dispels it, the clone becomes a fully independent life form. Given our current guises as the Fire Demon and the Lord of the Half-Dimension, even Odin wouldn't suspect a thing. I haven't shown my face either. I've scarcely spoken more than a handful of words. So why are they convinced I'm Gaius? Only the few who doubt your identity know that, Aaron replied, his mind racing. He paused briefly, then continued, That actually works in our favor in two ways. First, it's nothing more than a rumor. They have no hard evidence. Second, they don't realize you're my clone. If one of us is exposed, the other remains safe. A sudden wave of recognition washed over me. Déjà vu, unmistakably. Of course, I whispered. It's because I'm the clone. Aaron's voice was low but firm. At the critical moment, the projection will have to sacrifice itself for your original body. The thought projection, the ethereal copy of Aaron's essence, flushed with mock indignation. Must you put it so bluntly? It's true, but it sounds harsh. Aaron straightened, eyes hardening. The trial's about to begin. Once the auction ends, they'll come looking for you. The projection's expression darkened. They could find me easily, yes. Aaron shook his head. That's why I'll slip off Talon's star as soon as the sale is over. If I can't get away, I'll go into hiding. So long as they don't track me down, they'll turn their attention to you. A soft, wry laugh escaped the projection. Always the protector, very noble. It glanced toward the illuminated stage in the distance. The problem is, I'm already standing here, exposed. Hiding isn't an option. Then you must face them, Aaron said, tension creeping into his tone. Just don't cast any spells out in the open. At worst, they'll know you're here, but they won't be able to probe your true identity. The projection's smile faltered. And if they do see through my disguise? Until now, I've been targeted for no reason at all. They might have other ways of unmasking me. Aaron leaned forward. If their intentions are harmless, stay masked and avoid eye contact. If they show you any sign of hostility, you know what to do. A shiver ran through the projection. Its eyes gleamed with steely resolve. Very well. If it comes to it, I won't hesitate. Aaron gave a curt nod. Good. Now go. The gates open in minutes. As the projection drifted toward the stage steps, Aaron lingered in the shadows, watching. Talon's Star's grand auction hall blazed with lantern light, and a murmur of anticipation rippled through the gathered crowd. Somewhere out there, friend or foe was waiting, and Aaron could only hope that his ethereal double would survive the night. Aaron's mind churned with worst-case scenarios. If these bidders truly harbored malicious intent, and if we couldn't outmatch them, then our only option would be to vanish with the money, abandoning the farms, the ranches, even the Universal Capsule Company. And if luck failed us and we couldn't escape, well, I'd have to chalk it up to misfortune. His mental avatar rolled its eyes. If the absolute worst came to pass, Aaron vowed, he'd die unburied, and he wouldn't give them the satisfaction of ever laying eyes on his body, alive or dead. The thought body brightened. Let's take a dose of fooling essence, it suggested. Might tip the odds in our favor. With that, Aaron severed the telepathic link. From his space ring, he produced a small vial of fooling essence, twisted off the cap, and let the pale golden liquid slide down his throat. A few seconds later, chimed in over the comms. Thinking time is over. The live auction of the genuine rough stone begins now. You may place your bids. A single paddle shot into the air. 1 trillion. 2 trillion. 5 trillion. Pandemonium erupted. Paddles waved frantically as bids tumbled one atop another, skyrocketing past 50 trillion in the space of heartbeats. The staggering bid shattered everyone's expectations. Shocked bidders lowered their paddles, resigning themselves to watching from the sidelines. 100 trillion! Ebony Maw's voice boomed as he hoisted his paddle high, vaulting the price to an almost unfathomable level. A stunned silence swept the hall, then exploded into thunderous applause. Cosmocredits, the universal currency, carried immense purchasing power. Most beings never handled sums above 6 figures, let alone 100 trillion credits, enough to buy a resource-rich planet outright. The audience realized they were witnessing a moment for the history books. Before the excitement could die down, another voice cut through the din. 150 trillion. Ronan the accuser strode forward, paddle raised. Ebony Maw's eyes narrowed in annoyance. Accuser, he sneered, do you truly think you can challenge the great Titan? Unfazed, Ronan met his gaze with icy calm. An auction is decided by who holds the deepest pockets. A low murmur ran through the crowd. Though the Kree Empire was not universally beloved, it stood among the most powerful and technologically advanced civilizations in the galaxy. Its coffers were more than deep enough to back Ronan's bold challenge. Ronan didn't even flinch at the thought of angering Thanos. Once he held the Reality Stone, no one, not even the Mad Titan, would be able to stand in his way. In the vaulted auction chamber on Nowhere, Supreme Nova raised his placard with perfect calm. 160 trillion credits. Ronan's eyes narrowed. The bidder was Xandarian, and Ronan's hatred for Xandar was as old as it was fierce. He slammed his own placard into the air. 180 trillion. Nova met his glare coolly. 200. Ronan shot back, voice raw with contempt. 210. Nova's brow creased. 220. Ronan ground his teeth, ready to climb higher, until his lieutenant Korra's gripped his arm. Master, our funds. With a sharp shrug, Ronan tore free. 250 trillion. Korra's voice cracked. Master, that exhausts the Mother World's treasure. Why? We've already prepaid for the next 2 military campaigns. Do you expect me to stand by while Xandar claims the Reality Stone? Ronan's whisper was like steel. Once they succeed, how will I ever avenge my father and grandfather? What of the countless Kree who died because of Xandarian ambition? All their sacrifices would have been in vain. Korra fell silent, wounded, as the bidding war surged on around them. Ronan is spending an obscene sum, Nova Supreme said, her voice tense. Commander Sal, what's the maximum credit reserve Xandar can call upon right now? At best 40 trillion, Sal replied. That's literally the ceiling. Nova Supreme's eyes narrowed, but before she could formulate a reply, the auctioneer's voice boomed through the comm channel. 250 trillion. First call. 250 trillion. Second call. 250. 260 trillion. Nova Supreme roared, slamming her hand onto the console. She'd just committed every last credit Xandar could muster, hoping to forestall Lorelei's gavel. Supreme Nova, wait, Sal began, exasperated. This is rash. Ronan only bid 250. We could have topped him with a 1 trillion increment. Why risk our entire treasury? Nova Supreme stood, unyielding. If Ronan gets the Reality Stone, Xandar is finished. We can't afford a slow countdown to doom. A pause, then Lorelei's voice again. 260 trillion from Nova Supreme, an unprecedented offer. Any higher bids? Going once, going twice. Silence fell over the chamber as they awaited an answer. The fate of Xandar and the entire galaxy hinged on the next moment. Ronan slammed his bidding paddle onto the platform. 260 trillion credits, my opening bid. 261, Lorelei shot back, raising her own board with a mocking smile. Xandar couldn't dream of matching that, accuser of the Kree. A cold laugh escaped Ronan's lips. On what grounds do you say that? You can't possibly audit my treasury on the spot. Lorelei's grin widened. Perhaps I can't, personally, but my sources can. You Kree have a hard cap of 250 trillion credits. Xandar's ceiling is 260. I think you see where this is going. She let that settle over the hushed crowd. Then, in a voice as smooth as silk yet dripping with steel, she intoned, 260 trillion, first bid, and 260 trillion, second bid. The double bid rang through the chamber, leaving Ronan momentarily speechless. Lorelei lifted an eyebrow. Any further questions before we proceed? Ronan turned, jaw clenched, to where Thanos observed them from the shadows. He took a measured breath and spoke his master's name. Thanos. The Mad Titan's lips curved into a slow, knowing smile. Yes, accuser? He rumbled. Help me this time, and I promise I'll make it up to you. I'll owe you a favor. Thanos sneered. Your favor? It's worthless to me. But since you're so eager, I suppose I'll grant you a small favor in return. Nova Supreme's expression flickered uneasily. Ms. Lorelei, we really shouldn't keep everyone waiting any longer. All right, 260 trillion. 270, Ronan interjected, flashing his bidding card before Lorelei could finish her sentence. He glanced at Thanos, frustration clear on his face. I accept your terms. Thanos inclined his head. Very well. Without another word, he nodded to Ebony Maw. Transfer all available funds, 270 trillion, to Ronan. Lorelei turned to Nova Supreme, amusement in her eyes. Is that your highest bid? Anyone else care to try? If not, then 300 trillion. Nova Supreme lifted his bidding placard with unflappable composure. As Ronan himself pointed out, Xandar's official borrowing cap is 260 trillion credits, but Xandar's sterling reputation as a peacekeeping world has inspired countless backers across the galaxy to step forward. Ronan's hand slammed the table so hard the whole room shook. Damn you all! Any planet that dares to aid Xandar will find itself reduced to rubble by my order. 320 trillion, 321 trillion, 322 trillion. The Kree and Xandarians dueled through the auctioneer, neither willing to blink, but each raise grew more laborious than the last, as if every additional credit dragged the bidders deeper into a cosmic struggle. 350 trillion, Ronan bellowed, pushing his own resources to the brink. Nova Supreme's jaw tightened. 350 trillion and 150,000. With that, his placard slipped from trembling fingers and clattered to the floor. Silence fell over the chamber as the last bid hung in the air, heavier than any decree of war. Had Ronan claimed the Reality Stone, he would have wasted no time using it to launch fresh assaults and recoup his losses by force. But she was not Ronan, and she would never turn the stone into a weapon of conquest. Instead, Xandar would shoulder the burden of protecting the Reality Stone, tapping its power solely to advance their technology. Even so, that choice carried a steep price. It would bleed the treasury dry, plunge Xandar into crippling debt, and take years or decades to rebuild. Faced with no better alternative, she steeled herself. Among the few who truly understood the cataclysmic power of the Infinity Stones, she could not allow Ronan, driven by his unrelenting hatred for Xandar, to seize it. Bang, bang, bang. Ronan's warhammer slammed into the floor and walls of the containment chamber, splintering stone with each thunderous blow. Dust and rubble rained down around him. I refuse, he roared, voice raw. I will never accept this. Ronan stood on the auction platform, arms folded, as Chorus squirmed at his side. He leveled a gaze at his lieutenant. Tell me, Chorus, what can we realistically get for our ship? Chorus glanced down at his datapad. Master, it's hard to say. Kree warships vary wildly in condition and armament. Even if we find a buyer on Xandar, we don't know what they'll pay. Ronan's jaw tightened. So give me a number. A sharp rap cut through the tense silence. The auctioneer raised his gavel. Opening bid, 350 trillion and 115,000 credits. Ronan's comlink buzzed. Lorelei's impatient whisper filtered through. Quit stalling. Counter. Korra's cleared his throat. 360 trillion credits. Before Ronan could signal his own bid, a clear female voice rang out across the hall. Tenlia Tiwan bids 360 trillion. Ronan turned to see one of the collector's attendants brandishing a paddle. He exchanged a look with Nova Supreme, who stood nearby, eyes locked on the stage. Both men exhaled in relief. As long as the Reality Stone didn't slip into the hands of a rival, especially not Nova's, this auction would end far better than any of them dared hope. And with either side paying out, they'd walk away with enough credits to erase any lingering debts. No one would leave this hall empty-handed or underfunded. Lorelei allowed herself a small, knowing smile, as if she'd foreseen every outcome. 360 trillion, opening bid. 360 trillion, second bid. 360 trillion, third and final bid. Sold, the auctioneer declared, his hammer striking the podium with a resonant crack. Congratulations to the collector from the void on securing the Reality Stone for 360 trillion universe coins. Rising slowly, the collector crossed the polished floor and placed a sleek black credit card on the counter. This card is charged with 360 trillion universe coins, redeemable on any planet, he announced, voice smooth and confident. Now hand over the Reality Stone. As for the Infinity Stone, that remains my next prize. The thought body, the ethereal projection facilitating the exchange, inclined its head once, then snapped its fingers. In an instant, a blood-red crystal materialized between its translucent fingertips. The collector's eyes widened, He'd spent days admiring the cube of shifting red light displayed on the auction table. Now, staring from that cube to the smaller gem in the thought body's grasp, he saw at a glance which was genuine and which was a decoy. A low chuckle escaped him. "How intriguing," he murmured. "You fooled everyone with that imitation cube, but the real reality stone is here in your hand, isn't it?" The thought body's form shimmered, as if laughing silently. "It pays to be prepared for all contingencies," it replied, voice echoing in the hall. "Should any overzealous bidder attempt to snatch it, let them try." With that, the hall held its breath, caught between fascination and fear, as the true stakes of the auction became chillingly clear. As long as the currency we use is genuine, there won't be any trouble. The collector nodded thoughtfully. "That makes perfect sense. It's simply a matter of each side holding up its end of the bargain." "Exactly," I agreed. "One hand pays the other." Chapter 897, The Auction That Went Haywire, Asgard's Legal Issues, Part 1. Yak carefully slid the reality stone into a reinforced box. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the auction hall and reappeared before the collector's dice. With a polite bow, he set the raw reality stone on the polished table. "Feel free to inspect the item," he said calmly. "But let me be clear, we accept no liability for anything that happens beyond the borders of Talon." Tiwan waved a dismissive hand. "Rest assured, you needn't worry. My rank is inviolable. No one would dare to touch what's in my possession." He snapped open the box. A brilliant red glow flared in his pupils as the ambient energy of the stone washed over him, causing his arms to tremble with excitement. "It's breathtaking. Yes, this is definitely the reality stone." Yake allowed himself a faint smile. He picked up the sleek black payment card laid out beside them, 3.6 trillion credits neck-marked, and scrutinized its digital display. Confirming the transaction, he vanished once more and rematerialized beside his own vacant body. "Master," he reported, "the payment has cleared, 360 trillion, as agreed." Miss Xiangzhang exhaled in relief. Rising from her seat on the podium, she faced the assembled guests and banged her gavel decisively. "Ladies and gentlemen, by the authority vested in me, this auction is officially closed. The sale is final." The grand auction hall fell into a hush as the organizer climbed onto the dais. His gaze swept over the assemblage of aristocrats, traders, and dignitaries until every pair of eyes was on him. "If everyone here is satisfied," he began coolly, "you're free to go. If not, well, that's your own concern." He paused, then fixed his audience with a steady look. "I have only one small request. Leave Collector Tanya Tiwan, Sakastar Gao Tianzun, Sovereign High Priest Yesha of Talon, and Lady Sif of Asgard unharmed. Should any of you entertain ill intentions toward them, you will answer for it." A murmur rippled through the crowd. From the back, a skeptical voice called out, "Do you really think any of us would dare attack those four? What are you getting at?" The organizer shrugged, as if dismissing an inconvenient question. "As I said, this auction exists purely to raise capital. 360 trillion credits may sound staggering, but it's only the beginning. Here's what I have planned. First, I will build the largest farm and ranch in the known universe to cultivate the dream ingredients you've all marveled at. Alongside it, a state-of-the-art processing complex will package and ship those ingredients to every star system. Then, I will establish a universal capsule manufacturing base, churning out portable homes, starships, and modular transport vehicles to meet the needs of explorers and settlers everywhere. Lady Sif," he added, shifting his gaze to the Asgardian warrior, "you will be the very first recipient of the universal capsule, and at any point in the future, you'll have the privilege of trading it in for the latest model, on the house." A buzz of excitement and speculation spread through the hall. It was clear this auction, far more than a mere sale, was a prologue to something far grander. Sif nodded. "Sounds good," she said, then shifted the topic. "But we still need an explanation about Lorelei." The figure, still missing half its body, gave a casual shrug. "All right, here's the gist. First, I need a planet rich in resources with a beautiful environment and few, if any, advanced intelligent inhabitants. If you know of such a world, speak to Ramon. Trust me, my offer will be worth your while. Second, I'll need teams of professional farmers, herders, architects, and researchers. We won't require them immediately, but feel free to recommend anyone qualified. Even drifting spacefarers with no home can apply once our base is up and running. Lastly, I need a reliable armed force. Looters, mercenaries, anyone confident in their firepower should leave their contact information. You can negotiate prices at your convenience. We'll be in Talon for the next 3 days, so anyone interested in collaborating is welcome to reach out at any time. Her announcement finished, a hush fell over the room. The assembled listeners exchanged glances, their eyes alight with a mixture of curiosity and newfound respect for the mysterious, half-formed stranger before them. The auction turned out to be a masterstroke. We walked away with a fortune, new contacts across the galaxy, a show of force that boosted our reputation, and even managed to recruit fresh talent by the end of the night. Now that was something else. Peter Quill, Star-Lord, grinned, eyes shining. Can you top that performance? Yondu leaned in and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. Most people climb the ladder one rung at a time. A rare few rocket straight to the top. Slytherin's one of those few. He's got more guts and raw power than half the militiamen in the sector. You're a long way from his league, kid. Best keep grinding until you clear that debt you owe me. Peter straightened and stuck out his chest. Hey, I'm not that bad. I've got my own style. Yondu raised an eyebrow and lightly rapped him on the back of the head. Style? That wasn't style. That was caution. Slytherin hides his face so no one can pin him down. He can vanish at a moment's notice. And with hundreds of billions of credits at his fingertips, there's nothing he can't buy or build. If I had that kind of cash, I'd retire on some quiet moon with my crew and never lift a finger again. Who in their right mind would start a business? Peter blinked, then laughed. Well, apparently Slytherin would. He's planning to buy a planet and rebuild it from the ground up. Even facing hundreds of billions of credits, he just couldn't stop spending. Who knows, maybe he's trying to bulk up his power, carve out his own legend in the cosmos. Phew, Aaron finally sighed, leaning back against the auction pavilion's sleek wall. Today was worth every second. I've been tied up in deals totaling, what did you say? Hundreds of billions. Vostag grinned, his voice rich with approval. Indeed, this sale will go down as one of the greatest cosmic auctions ever held. Aaron rubbed his temples. So, can we head home now? Thor's expression darkened. Home? He repeated. Surely you can wait until we finish our business with the bewitching witch Lorelei? Sif stepped forward, her tone firm. No, this is an Asgardian matter. There's no reason to drag Slytherin into it. Aaron allowed himself a small, grateful smile. They had each other's backs. True camaraderie still existed in this universe. If he ever got the chance, he'd pay them back tenfold. With that thought, he lifted Jane out of her containment box. Saul and the others, Thor, Vostag, and Sif, escorted them to the hall's great exit. At that moment, a shaft of rainbow light descended from the heavens, stretching across unimaginable voids. Before anyone could react, Aaron and Jane were engulfed in its glow, and then they were gone, whisked away to Talon. From a distance, 3 silent observers watched the light wink out. After a long pause, they exchanged bored glances and turned away, their interest already fading. A hush fell over the auction house as everyone began to depart. Suspicion now clung to Slytherin more tightly than ever. No one knew what he was planning next. And as for Gaius, the fugitive on the run, the Watchers had narrowed his trail so precisely that he could no longer hide anywhere in the universe. Most guests streamed out into the night, but a handful lingered behind, eager to discuss alliances with Slytherin. After all, both Dream Ingredients and Universal Capsules were brand new markets with astronomical profit potential. High above them, in the exclusive reception suites, the Thought Body Tycoon prepared to meet his suitors. With a personal fortune measured in trillions, he no longer operated in the shadows. Yet only a select few could actually perceive him, and he, in turn, could focus on only a handful at a time. He then tasked Ramon and Naga with receiving visitors on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor was his private domain, and anyone seeking his ear would have to wait in line. The first delegation to arrive hailed from the Xandar system. Nova Supreme herself entered the VIP box, flanked by 2 senior commanders and her personal secretary. The stage was set for both riches and intrigue yet to come. Lorelei, bring us 2 flutes of the Domaris 9, the thought body said, its tones smooth as it beckoned Nova Supreme into a plush armchair. Seconds later, Lorelei returned with a silver tray bearing 2 sparkling glasses. Nova settled into her seat and accepted a flute, letting the golden bubbles tickle her tongue. After a thoughtful sip, she fixed the thought body with a knowing look. "You knew how this auction would end long before it started, didn't you?" The thought body shrugged, lifting its glass in a casual salute. "Only in broad strokes. You know that Yak is our resident soothsayer. Would we hold an auction of this magnitude without consulting him? For the last 3 months, he's done a reading every single day, and every time he came back with the same verdict. We'll get the stone, but the spectacle needs to be entertaining." A slow smile curved Nova's lips. "I suppose I haven't been paying enough attention to divination. I practice it myself, and I performed several readings leading up to today. In one vision, I saw exactly who would claim the rough gem. Is fortune-telling really that dependable?" The thought body leaned forward, curiosity lighting its features. "Magical? Not quite," Nova replied with a faint chuckle. "I wasn't shown every twist and turn, just one detail, a woman's hand draped in rose silk, rising at her turn with an auction paddle in hand." The thought body set down its flute, eyes glinting. "A pink-sleeved bidder backing our number. Excellent. That single image was enough." Nova met its gaze coolly, her smile sharpening. "Often, that's all the future needs to reveal." I barely managed to finish the phrase when the divination crystal cracked in my hand, shattering the vision and cutting me off completely. Commander Sal leaned back, thoughtful. "It must be Karina, the collector's assistant. She's the one whose hand was shown in the crystal." "I can't be absolutely certain," I admitted. "But after the auction, I had Lorelei compile dossiers on everyone eligible to bid on the infinite rough stone. Basically, all the guests on the 2nd and 3rd tiers. I ran through every conceivable mishap and its solution. In the end, my only task was to provide a little nudge in the right direction." I allowed myself a small smile. "Now we've secured sufficient funding, and the reality stone lies in the hands of collectors who have no intention of abusing it. It's an outcome everyone can accept." Nova Supreme exhaled, relief evident in his voice. "I still can't believe it. That auction has resolved so many of your challenges." "All credit goes to Xandar Star," I said, fixing my gaze on him. "I don't break promises. In 3 days, Xandar will collect his fee for the work, 1% of the total proceeds. 1% of 360 trillion is 3.6 trillion. Not a bad payday, is it?" Nova Supreme's eyes sparkled. 3.5 trillion credits would give Xandar Star the means to accomplish so much more, even to propel her Supreme project forward. "Thank you for keeping your promise, Mr. Slytherin. I'm here now on behalf of Xandar to discuss a deeper partnership. In the fields of dream compound synthesis and universal capsule technology, Xandar is prepared to lend its full support." Mr. Slytherin's mental avatar flickered with mild surprise, but he didn't object. Aid from a high-tech civilization could spare his enterprise countless detours. "And your terms?" he asked. "Xandar receives priority access," Nova said plainly. He nodded without hesitation. "Agreed. That's perfectly acceptable." Nova tilted her head in astonishment. "You don't even need time to think it over?" He offered a wry smile. "My objective is as small, straightforward. Profit. If the funding's in place, it doesn't matter who ultimately uses the end product." Honesty. I like that. Nova extended her right hand. "To our successful collaboration, Mr. Slytherin." "To our success," he replied, clasping her hand and sealing the deal. With a satisfied nod, Nova Supreme departed the box. No sooner had she gone than Yake ushered Thor and the others inside. Sif's eyes narrowed as she spotted Lorelei skulking behind the armored figure. "Are you planning to go back on your own?" she demanded, "or shall we escort you?" "Sorry, Master," Lorelei replied with a mischievous tilt of her head, then suddenly slumped forward in an exaggerated display of weakness. "They're about to drag off your poor maid." Behind his mask, the figure's expression darkened, though no one could see it. Sif leaned forward, her voice steady and low. "My lord, Lorelei is a prisoner of Asgard. By decree, she still has 500 years to spend in our dungeons before she can be freed." The figure's voice, muffled but firm, cut through the tension. "This sentence is truly by Asgardian law?" "Indeed." A single fingertip tapped out a measured rhythm on the polished table. "In that case," the figure said slowly, "I'm afraid I must refuse your request." Sif's brow knit in confusion. She had no intention of snatching a prisoner, especially with Slytherin and Jack at her side, and only Thor among them capable of challenging this masked warrior. She stood and fixed him with a steady gaze. Why not? She's my maid, bound to me by a signed contract. I'm a businessman first and foremost, Yak said, his voice steady. Above all else, I respect the letter and spirit of a contract. Until it expires, I can't simply abandon my maid, no matter her rank. Sif's eyes narrowed. Don't tell me she's bewitched you with her charms? Lorelei gave a tired shrug. She has no such power. Yak added lightly, the master's will is not so easily swayed by mere glamour magic. Lorelei sighed. I suppose I disappoint you, Sif. Neither Slytherin nor Yak is vulnerable to my enchantments. Sif pressed on. Still, you're harboring an Asgardian prisoner solely because of a contract? Yak nodded. Precisely, it's the very foundation of a merchant's word. Moreover, I believe Asgard's laws are unduly harsh. No one serving as a maid should face such severe punishment. At that, Thor and Volstagg bristled with outrage. Had Sif not restrained them, they would have challenged Slytherin to a duel on the spot. You owe us a proper explanation, Sif said, her voice calm but insistent. Asgard's laws are sacred, and we won't tolerate an outsider making baseless accusations. Lorelei paused, her eyes glinting as she surveyed the three Asgardians before her. If I recall correctly, she began, her tone coolly amused, the three of you were branded traitors after the Dark Elf invasion. Under Asgardian law, treason carries only 3 sentences, death, life imprisonment, or exile. With a soft snap of her fingers, she let a sinister smile curl her lips. Harsh punishments, aren't they? Yet you all seem remarkably unconcerned. Perhaps only your high-born officials are permitted to strike a spark, while the common folk are forbidden even to light a lamp? Thor, Sif, and Volstagg exchanged uneasy glances. There was no easy reply to a fugitive's scorn. At last, Volstagg straightened his broad shoulders and spoke with forced confidence. We bear the king's pardon, he declared, and let us not forget, it was Thor himself who stopped Malekith. Our merits and our faults cancel each other out. Neither of us can be held to account. The silent figure inclined its head in acknowledgement. Then tell me, has His Majesty Odin pardoned his second son, Loki Odinson? Thor's smile wavered as he searched for an explanation. Well, from everything I've heard, Prince Loki stands accused of murder and arson in the courtyards across the 9 realms. He's committed every sort of atrocity. He even led the Chitauri in an unprovoked war of aggression. Those crimes far outweigh anything Lorelei has ever done. No number of her deaths could possibly atone for them. And yet he's neither dead nor imprisoned. Just a moment ago he greeted you as if nothing had happened. It makes one wonder whether Asgard's laws are truly inviolable, or if, in his case, the trial was nothing more than a charade. Chapter 898. Loki Odinson knelt in shackles at the edge of Asgard's throne room, bruised but defiant. His emerald eyes flicked between his captors, Thor, Sif, and their unexpected guest, Scion, before settling on the silent figure hovering at the back, the observer, known to many as the missing one. When Loki dared finally to speak, his voice was low and urgent. I beg you, release me. Odin's pardon, surely he has reconsidered. Scion stepped forward, an amused smirk playing on her lips. A pardon, you say? So Odin really did forgive Loki Odinson? Otherwise, why would you stroll back into Asgard unannounced? Have our sacred laws grown so toothless? Thor's hammer hand twitched at his side. After a long pause, he admitted, Loki did earn glory against the Dark Elves, but I've seen no word of any pardon. Not pardoned? Scion arched an eyebrow. Then you're here at your own peril, trickster. Sif moved to stand beside Thor, folding her arms. Her tone was cool, logical. You're mixing him up with Lorelei, 2 different minds entirely. Make no mistake, if we get the chance, we'll bring him to justice. The observer clapped her hands, her voice light, but carrying an edge of steel. Well said, Lady Sif. Once you deliver Loki to me, I'll gladly help you reclaim whoever. She paused dramatically, eyes on Scion, or whatever you've set your sights on next. Scion glanced between them. Is it really a contest over who captures him first? The observer's grin was mysterious. Capturing Loki yourself will restore my faith in Asgard's laws. If you can't manage it, I've brought Yak. She motioned to a tall figure cloaked in shadows. He's a master of dark magic, though his spells tend to swing between featherlight and earth-shaking. If Yake mishandles Loki and the trickster ends up paralyzed, don't come complaining to me. Loki's lips curled in a wicked grin, despite his predicament, then let the games begin. And with that, the assembled warriors prepared to decide once and for all whether Asgard's laws and their trust in each other were truly unbreakable. That won't be necessary, Thor said with a dry smile. Loki may be a bastard, but he's still my brother. If he wants to be arrested, I'll see to it myself. The envoy shrugged. Loki's still on Midgard. It's not too late to catch him. If you lock him in the dungeon, I'll personally escort Lorelei back to Asgard and explain everything to King Odin. Thor's smile faded. It's not that I can't catch him. Trust me, I could, but I won't. Loki's finally free, and if you haul him back to Asgard in chains, our parents will be devastated. All they need to hear is that he's alive, not that he's locked away again. Volstag's brow furrowed. So that's your condition? Exactly, the envoy said indifferently. You're asking a businessman to break his contract. Shouldn't there be a catch? Besides, this is hardly wondrous. It's a simple favor for the three of you. Sif and Volstagg exchanged a look, then turned to Thor. His hesitation spoke louder than words. They all knew Loki would remain at large. What if we have to capture Lorelei first? Thor asks, his brow knitting in concern. A tall, shadowy figure, Lorelei's captor, steps forward. His voice is cold and unyielding. If you refuse my terms, no one takes her away, not unless Odin himself intervenes. Lorelei flashes a playful smile at the man. Master, she purrs, I've never seen you so commanding. It's making me swoon. Sif snorts, her lips curling in disgust. Spare us the theatrics. The captor's gaze is steady. I want 3 Asgardian warriors under my command. That's my sole condition. If you can't deliver them right away, you'll have to wait until our contract expires. Sif narrows her eyes. When does it expire? He shrugs casually. That's confidential. Sif draws a slow breath, fighting the urge to strike him. Fine. And in the meantime, what do you expect her to do? The captor's lips curl into a sly smile. She'll serve tea, fetch water, do the laundry, fold my quilts, organize my documents, everything a proper maid should do. She's not here for luxury. Sif glances at Lorelei, whose expression is one of mock innocence. Absolutely not. Thor steps forward, voice low but firm. Even as a maid, Lorelei is far stronger than any ordinary prisoner. Sif rubs her temple, her patience wearing thin. Thor, what do you think we should do? All right, let's do this for now, Thor said with an awkward shrug, scratching the back of his head. On one condition, Lorelei must promise she won't commit any more crimes. If she keeps her word, she stays in Slytherin. Consider it a suspended sentence. I promise, Lorelei replied at once, flashing a wry smile. You won't give me a chance to slip up again. Very well, Sif agreed, sounding relieved. Give her another chance. I have no objections. If either of you has more to say, speak now. Otherwise, we'll return to Asgard. Volstagg leaned forward, curiosity written on his face. Before we go, what's your relationship with Aaron Gaius? Aaron? Lorelei feigned surprise for a moment, then grinned. He's an old customer. Every so often he orders a batch of fresh ingredients. Yak's mastered space magic, so we teleport the supplies straight to the coordinates Aaron gives us. With that explanation, the tension eased. Satisfied, the Asgardian trio, Thor, Sif, and Volstagg, prepared to depart, leaving Lorelei to ponder how fragile her second chance really was. Chapter 7. The Price of Kinship. Saul leaned against the polished glass counter, her eyes tracing the dancing hues inside each crystal vial. Sunlight filtered through the atrium's soaring dome, casting prismatic patterns across the merchant's stalls. She turned to the pale man beside her. How do you know him? She asked quietly. That star-famed diviner in the grand atrium. There's no way you two have ever crossed paths. The man, known among traders as the Wandering Soul, gave a slight indifferent smile. We share the same master, he replied evenly. We both studied alchemy and divination under Master Tyrius. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Soul's brow rose. Senior brothers? I would never have guessed. Then why did he hurry away just now? The Wandering Soul chuckled softly, though the sound held no warmth. He rested a hand on the counter, watching sunlight ripple through the colored glass. My senior brother's pride is immense, he said. He'd be mortified if anyone discovered our connection. He values his simple, carefree life too much to risk public embarrassment. So do us both a favor. When you see him again, pretend I don't exist. Spare his ego. Understood, Saul replied, nodding. At that moment, a burly trader named Vostag stepped forward, flipping a handful of copper coins onto the counter. He eyed the wandering soul with a grin. Since you two are practically family, how about a discount on your dream lotus extract? I've heard great things about it. The wandering soul's expression hardened. He shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, he said. My prices are set. Friendship and business don't mix. Saul and Vostag exchanged a disappointed glance as the wandering soul turned back to his display. In the shifting light of the atrium, the crystalline powders and potions sparkled on, unmoved by pride, diplomacy, or the lure of discounted prices. I'll sell it to you at cost, the thought form offered evenly. Wolstag managed a small, awkward smile. Cost price is fine by me. No sooner had Thor and his companions stepped away from the crystalline container than the thought form was already ushering in its next visitor, the High Lord of Sakar. A connoisseur of the dream ingredients' living specimens, the High Lord negotiated for an advance shipment. Loki, conspicuously absent, had declined to attend, clearly wary of running into his brother. Over the next few hours, the thought form welcomed the famed collector Tanlia Tiwan along with delegates from several advanced civilizations, forging friendly accords and securing new partnerships. At last, when no more buyers remained, its mood shifted, and it spoke with unmistakable gravity. There's one final batch, it said, and I have reason to believe this one isn't here to cooperate. Lorelei, go find Ramon and Naga first. They'll be safer with you. Lorelei's brow creased in concern. Why? Do you think it's dangerous? The thought form gave a nonchalant shrug. In this universe, I've certainly made enemies, but I trust I've made allies too. When I can't tell which is which, I must assume the worst. Lorelei pressed her lips together and nodded. I'll be careful. With that, she slipped out into the corridor, determination in her stride. Less than a minute later, 3 tall, bald men in flowing robes stepped into the silent chamber. They were the observers, the most inscrutable witnesses in the entire universe. The moment they appeared, their unblinking eyes fixed intently on his astral form. I never imagined the renowned observers would remember me, he said, inclining his head. It's an honor. He scrutinized their robes, silently piecing together their identities, yet a flutter of unease tugged at him. You've come all this way, but I only bear witness as a bystander. I don't meddle in the universe's affairs. So, what can I do for you? Observer number 1 stepped forward, his voice calm but probing. Who are you, truly? I thought I'd already introduced myself, the projection replied. We want your real name, not a code name. He smiled wryly. I go by Slytherin. I have no code name. The observers exchanged a glance, almost imperceptible, yet charged with curiosity. May we see your arm? Observer 2 asked. He tensed. I'm afraid that's not possible. Their request was so blunt it startled him. Did eternal spectatorship erode all sense of decorum? He shook off the thought. These were the universe's greatest onlookers. Directness, it seemed, was part of their nature. The 3 observers exchanged uneasy glances as they hesitated in the silent chamber. The thought body raised an eyebrow, and then, with a subtle wink at Yak, signaled his attendant to act. Yak stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Master's time is precious, he announced. Since your purpose here is not business, I must politely ask you to take your leave. The observers paused, then wordlessly turned and strode toward the door. The thought body exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Just as the last observer's hand touched the handle, that one paused and looked back over his shoulder. We will continue to watch you until our goal is fulfilled, he said evenly. You needn't fortify yourself against us. We can observe across the multiverse and draw on our own resources, unless, of course, you intend to declare war. The thought body's eyes flickered with agitation. Wait, he called. At his voice, all 3 observers halted mid-step and turned back, an eerie, perfectly synchronized movement. He let out a brittle laugh. If I'm being honest, I nearly killed you just now, but some instinct, call it intuition, warned me against it. The 3 stood motionless, expressionless. In the hush that followed, the distance between them seemed charged with unspoken threats, and the fragile truce hung by the thinnest of threads. I don't take risks without absolute certainty. Thought Body rolled up his right sleeve and laid his pale forearm flat on the metal table. Examine this, and then leave this planet. I never want to see you again. The three observers leaned in, their milky eyes reflecting the harsh overhead light. They studied the exposed skin in silence. Finally, one of them spoke, voice cool and even. "Your other arm. Don't push it." Thoughtbody's tone was warning enough, but the observers made no move to back down. They exchanged calm, wordless glances, an unspoken agreement that they wouldn't be frustrated so easily. He clenched his fists, fighting down a flash of anger. The observers weren't minor nuisances. They were an ancient race, rivals even to the universe elders. There were more of them out there than he could count. Offend one wolf, and you risk the entire pack. Best to step back now. Let the tension dissipate. Patience would serve him better than fury. He reminded himself of that over and over. Still, the observers waited. Reluctantly, Thoughtbody lifted his left sleeve. "Happy?" With a deliberate motion, he revealed the matching mark etched into his fair skin. Under the stark light of the chamber, the twin seals gleamed like a silent confession. The observers exchanged satisfied nods. Their purpose here was served. Thoughtbody allowed himself one steadying breath as they straightened, preparing to leave. He knew this confrontation was just a prelude, yet, for now, he'd bought himself what he needed, certainty, and a clear path forward. "Give it to me as soon as you've finished reading." Before he could even utter the words, "Get out," the Thoughtbody's expression shifted, radiant and majestic. The three observers' eyes went wide in disbelief. They dropped to one knee and saluted in unison. "Welcome to our universe, Honorable Gaius." Inside his mind, Aaron, who had been linked to the Thoughtbody's senses, frowned in confusion. "What the hell is happening?" "I'm not sure," the Thoughtbody whispered. "Apparently, I can't conceal my identity, but they don't seem hostile." "Stay sharp," Aaron cautioned. "I know." Their mental link severed. The Thoughtbody feigned puzzlement and addressed the lead observer. "Are you certain you have the right person?" "Absolutely," Observer 1 replied, brimming with confidence. "You bear the Gaius family crest on your arm." "I do? That's impossible." He never finished. In that moment, the hidden sigil of the World Tree, his family's mark, erupted across his left forearm in glowing lines. The Thoughtbody's composed facade faltered while a surge of furious thoughts, countless unprintable curses, raced through his mind. He feigned confusion, as if he'd never heard the name Gaius. Horn once prophesied that his bloodline would reappear in this universe thousands of years from now, he said with careful neutrality. So he tracked down our clan of observers and made us an offer. The observer tilted his head. "What offer?" "Horn granted us the sight, the ability to recognize the Gaius family's mark, so we could unerringly identify his descendants. In return, we swore to carry out one task for him, and to hand over 2 heirlooms he left behind to those future heirs." At this, the Thoughtbody's face brightened with excitement. "Apologies for my earlier outburst. I misunderstood your purpose," he said, recovering his composure. "You said you were only here to deliver equipment." With a smooth motion, the observer produced 2 objects from his cloak and laid them on the table, a scroll of pure black parchment and a ring of ebony metal inlaid with scattered emeralds. "What are these?" the Thoughtbody asked, leaning forward. "We don't know," the observer admitted quietly. "Neither Horn nor we have ever examined them in all the millennia since they were entrusted to us." The Thoughtbody raised an eyebrow. "That deal doesn't sound very fair. Why agree to it if there's no apparent benefit?" The observer's gaze turned distant. "For us, as observers of the universe, the return of Gaius signifies a profound shift. And in the grand tapestry of existence, change is the greatest treasure of all. Comparing a universe with Gaius to one without him is of critical importance to our observers. Rest assured, though, we have no intention of disrupting your everyday life." "Is that so?" the thought form replied, nodding as if he'd just grasped something crucial. Then he turned toward the uneasy observer and asked, "But why do you suspect me of being Gaius?" He kept his true identity tightly under wraps, calling himself Slytherin and never once wielding magic. If he'd slipped up, he'd correct it at once. That a mere clone might be discovered was one thing. The real Gaius must remain hidden. After a beat of silence, Observer 1 spoke. "Our agents have been searching for any trace of Gaius for millennia. Our approach is simple. First, we look for the surname Gaius." "The surname?" the though, uft form echoed. "That could actually work?" "The odds are slim," the observer admitted, but it's a lead, however tenuous. It's pointless, the thought form scoffed, rolling his eyes. Any Gaius who understood even the basics of this universe would toss aside his original name in a heartbeat. Who'd be foolish enough to cling to it? He thought to himself. Men ought to be tougher on themselves. After all, how else can they be expected to help you cover things up? Chapter 899, Horn's Legacy, Total Domination of the Shadow Kingdom, Part 1. 3 observers exchanged wary glances in the dimly lit chamber. Perhaps you're right, said the first, his voice low. Nonsense, snapped the second. Of course I'm right. But your reasoning doesn't apply to Gaius, the third pointed out. No Gaius ever follows the rules of common sense. There are billions of people named Gaius scattered across the universe, the second countered. Aren't we just wasting our time? Observer 1 raised a hand. Time is our most precious commodity. Besides, the universe is vast. Our chances of finding the correct Gaius are negligible. In all recorded history, we've only misidentified fewer than 100 times. The missing body standing before them felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So this is how they operate, painstakingly careful. On average, they stumble across a Gaius once every few decades. Pure chance. If his clone hadn't intercepted that blade, they'd have struck at the real him already. He folded his arms. And what about your second method of identification? The origin is even more inscrutable, the observers replied in unison. He's unpredictable, defies all logic, and yet he's incredibly daring. The missing body let out an exasperated sigh. Fine, just hand over your identification, will you? That auction's proprietor ticks every box we set, and those so-called dream ingredients have never existed in this world. We can't help but be suspicious. Alas, the missing one sighed, I completely miscalculated. I never imagined my ancestors' legacy would be so unworthy, sellable even, after all these centuries. Still, we've done exactly as Mr. Horn instructed. We won't interfere any further. With that, the 2 observers turned to leave. Wait a moment, the missing one called after them. Please keep my identity confidential. We never intended to reveal it, one observer reassured him. Thank you. Later, in the Gaius divination parlor, Aaron sat motionless, the memory of the missing one's revelation echoing in his mind. It had all been a false alarm. Though Slytherin's true identity had been partially uncovered, it remained secure, and no one would be hunting for his body anymore. As it turned out, Horn's ancestors had anticipated every twist. They'd orchestrated this backup plan from the start. Thrilling to the last, but in the end, everything worked out in their favor. Aaron retrieved the scroll and ring that Horn had hidden within the spatial magic array, his heart pounding with anticipation. With trembling fingers, he broke the seal on the ancestral treasure. But as the jet-black parchment unfurled, his face went ashen. Before he could even grasp what was happening, the scroll dissolved into a torrent of golden light and streamed into the family crest, emblazoned on his left arm. Fuck, he muttered, voice tight with disbelief. In that instant, his spirits plummeted like a skydiver, discovering he'd left his parachute behind, regret flooding through him. He'd assumed the ancestor's gift would be nothing more than a few cryptic words of guidance, a nudge to keep him from stumbling. Instead, he'd walked straight into a bottomless pit. He scanned the golden sigils now glowing on his arm. The scroll had been no fragment of wisdom at all, but a binding contract. Its opening clause read, First of all, congratulations on achieving planetary escape. As for how I know, you only become visible to the observers once you venture into the cosmos. When I departed, I couldn't shake a nagging regret. By the time I realized it, it was too late to make things right. I could only patch up the cracks. To spare you that same sorrow, I took it upon myself to delay your journey home. 9 years, no more, no less. The countdown begins the moment you break the seal on this scroll. Unless your magical power exceeds mine, you will be bound to obey its terms. In truth, I hope you grow strong enough to surpass me, so you won't have to hesitate when great challenges arise. Finally, this ring is both your compensation and my last gift to you. Study its powers at your leisure. Consider it a token of my faith in you. Enjoy it, kid. Our ancestors themselves believe you will prevail. Aaron pressed his lips together, the weight of those words nearly bringing tears to his eyes. 9 years? He could barely believe he'd survived the last 2. Now he was trapped in this universe for almost a decade. No matter how powerful he became, even if he earned the title God of Magic, he could not return home via the Gaius family mark. He glanced down at the faintly glowing world tree symbol on his left arm and felt the unmistakable tug of its binding, encased like a gem in a golden chain, unbreakable until the time was up. Though the chain's power was already fading, it would still hold strong for another 9 years, a clear, unbreakable mark of the contract. "What a rip-off," Aaron muttered, staring at the black scroll in disbelief. As an intermediate holy mage, he'd been certain he could ascend to godhood in 4 or 5 years. Now, with this binding treaty, his journey home would take twice as long. No wonder the scroll was inked in midnight black. Its ancestor had truly gone out of his way to punish his descendants. Aaron drew a deep breath, forcing calm into his racing thoughts. The contract was mandatory. There was no escaping it. On the bright side, the sooner he took possession of the scroll, the sooner its effects could be managed. He steeled himself, reached out, and slid the black ring onto his right thumb. The document offered no clue as to its powers, but surely wearing it couldn't make things any worse. He closed his eyes and exhaled. "Sigh, here goes nothing." "Why is my life so miserable?" Aaron groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fate seemed determined to make everything difficult for him. But there was nothing to do but accept it. "System, open the task panel. I need some good news to lift my mood." "Certainly, host." A semi-transparent window floated into view, listing his latest mission. Mission: host a grand auction beyond Earth. Reward: magic points, scaled by the number, status, and strength of participants. No penalty for failure. Current estimates: 100,000 attendees, including 5 Heavenly Fathers, 30 Sub-Heavenly Fathers, 420 Earth-tier powerhouses, 700 royals, and 2,400 nobles. Projected payout: approximately 14,000 magic points. Aaron stared at the projected reward in stunned silence. 14,000 magic points. If he could claim them all, his magical power would soar to near divine heights. His cheeks flushed and a frosty breath hissed from his nostrils. He felt dizzy, as though he were floating off the ground. He glanced at the family crest branded on his left forearm. A grand auction involving the most formidable beings in the universe? It sounded wildly ambitious, almost laughable. And yet, here it was, staring him squarely in the face. With a shaky breath, Aaron realized this might be his chance to turn his luck around. Had he opened the scroll a moment later, he could have packed his things, gathered his lover and his followers, and stepped through the portal back home, leaving this universe behind. Damhorn, every move so precisely calculated. No wonder the Watchers called him a prophet. But if even godhood couldn't guarantee a way home, there was no rush to pursue it just yet. A chime sounded. Reward received. "Congratulations, host. You've earned 14,000 magic points. Your new total is 15,200. Aaron allowed himself a satisfied smirk. "Excellent. System, open the mall interface. I'm clearing out my cart this time." "As you wish, beloved host." With the system's customary flourish, the mall menu sprang to life before him. The ancient grimoire before Aaron glowed faintly in the torchlight, its pages divided into 3 distinct catalogs: magic, materials, and items, each entry tagged with a cost in magic points and a terse description of its power. Magic. Star Chart Mastery, 1800 MP. Harness the power of all 88 constellations to weave unbreakable binding seals from every direction. Mind Reading, 200. Pierce another's thoughts and pluck secrets from their mind. Infernal Corpse. Animate the dead, forging obedient, zombie-like thralls. Psychic Communion, 300 Union. Open one's mind to restless spirits, requires a fragment of the departed to anchor the connection. Materials: Tree Man's Root, Sky Magic Essence, 3. The very lifeblood of Zemu, Demon of the Sky. Grants command over weather, the power to sculpt atmospheric layers, shift day into night, or even reverse time's flow. Note: when bound with the energies of the 8 demons in the Panku box, it may also control the realm of demon hell. Heart of the Flame Demon, 300 MEPs. Human Face Rose, 50 MEPs. Items: Mingta Mask, 2500 MEPs. Summon the Shadow Core. Collect 10 masks, and you may command the entire Shadow Kingdom. Shiva Temple Bracelet. Grow 2 extra arms at will. Blood Flower, 300 MEP. Fuse your flesh and blood to demonic power. Survive mortal wounds, crawl and recover, but risk losing your sanity. Mummy. Aaron's eyes fixed on the Mingta mask. None of the other relics mattered, not when this mask alone could summon legions of shadowy warriors. With a decisive breath, he selected it. Aaron surveyed the 4 masks laid out on the table and let out a steadying breath. He'd started with over 15,000 magic points in his account, more than enough to dabble with the ghost masks. 1 or 2 wouldn't have been much of an investment, but each time he refreshed the shop's offerings and bought again, the costs quickly piled up. Still, the results justified the expense. In addition to the standard brown and yellow Mingta mask, his repeated refreshes had yielded 3 coveted variants. Cabo Mask, 2,500 MP, grants the wearer the power to summon Shadow Core's hunters. Mani Mask, 2,500 MP, grants the wearer the power to summon Shadow Core Mantis units. Tara Mask, 3,000 Manx, grants the wearer the power to summon the full Ghost Corps army. Each mask, when collected in a set of 10, bestows ultimate control over the Shadow Kingdom. Altogether, Aaron had spent 10,500 magic points to assemble this quartet of spectral relics. He pressed his fingertips to his temples, feeling the latent energy pulsing beneath his skin. With these 4 permissions in hand, soldiers, hunters, mantises, and the Ghost Corps army, he had unlocked every summoning facet of the Shadow Kingdom. A slow smile curved his lips. No mere collector, he now held the keys to an entire dimension of darkness. Aaron was, without question, the true lord of the Shadow Realm. Aaron was not the god of magic, but as the lord of dimensions, even the most seasoned dimension lords paled before him. At last, this day has come, he whispered, heart racing. He drew in 2 slow, deliberate breaths to steady himself, then fell silent and began to absorb the power. In an instant, an infinite tide of shadowy aura poured out from the 4 ghostly masks and plunged into Aaron's own shadow. Behind his closed eyelids, the entire Shadow Kingdom unfurled, every hidden corner and secret passage all laid bare. Dark creatures of every shape and size bowed their heads, acknowledging him as their one true sovereign, their supreme god. A few seconds later, Aaron opened his eyes, his vision clear. On his right hand, the ring he wore glowed with a gentle green light. Its emerald centerpiece had formed an impenetrable barrier around him, sealing in the shadow dimension's energy so that not even a wisp could escape. "So, that's it," he murmured, relief washing over him. He brushed his thumb across the ring's surface, comforted by its power. With this enchantment in place, no magical aura, whether light or dark, could ever leak through again. No one, even Odin, can detect Aaron's magic unless they witness it firsthand, no matter how close they stand. With his power now completely sealed by the ring, he can afford to be far less cautious. As long as he avoids the truly formidable mages he'd see and cast spells at will without fear of being discovered. Aaron slipped the ring onto his finger and grinned. Its anti-detection field was thousands of times stronger than any barrier he could have forged himself. Satisfied, he channeled a sliver of shadow dimension energy into the masks of Mingta, Cabo, Mani, and Tara, ensuring each relic pulsed with the same concealed might. Turning back to the mall interface, he noted his remaining reserves, 40,700 magic points. Plenty of resources, but not limitless. After a moment's thought, he tapped out an order for 3,000 points worth of sky energy. Now that he had mastered the shadow dimension, absorbing fragments of other worlds was the fastest way to grow stronger. Demon Hell would be his next conquest. In time, both the shadow dimension and Demon Hell would be assimilated into his burgeoning spiritual dimension, laying a rock-solid foundation for the empire of realms he was destined to command. A swirl of violet and blue magic coiled around Aaron's arm, faintly taking the shape of a flute. "Swallow," intoned the voice of Simu, the sky demon. At once, the celestial magic leapt into Aaron's body. His pupils flared crimson, and in an instant he could see every current of air drifting around him, as if the entire sky had become his to command. A slow, satisfied smile curved his lips. He raised his wings, sleek, bat-like appendages that had sprouted from his back, and tested the air with a single flap. The rush of wind rippled through him like electricity. "Perfect," he murmured, exhaling a gauzy breath of residual magic. He had already mastered the rabbit and chicken enchantments to grant himself primitive flight, But this was different. He felt the power of the heavens crawling through his veins, amplifying every beat of his wings and slashing the cost of each spell he cast. With a leap, Aaron rose into the sky. Each powerful swing of his wings carried him higher, faster, more effortlessly than before. Below him, the world spread out in a tapestry of fields and forests. Above, swirling clouds bent and parted at his will. The heavens were his domain now, and he reveled in the boundless freedom of flight. Chapter X, the Magic Energy Interface. Aaron leaned back and gave a curt nod. System, refresh the magic energy modules. Affirmative, host, the calm, mechanical voice replied. A semi-transparent menu shimmered into view, listing the available disciplines. At the top was wind magic. Wind magic requirement, 3,000 magic points. Abilities, Demon Howl, summons gale force winds, hurricane control, cloud swallowing and fog emission, airflow and pressure manipulation. Note, unlocking the 8 demons' magics and Panku's treasure box further grants control over the demon realm. Aaron checked his balance, 1,700 magic points, far short of the 3,000 needed. He frowned. How else can I spend my points? He asked. Instantly, a secondary menu appeared. The system offered an upgrade. For 28,800 magic points, it would boost the interface to the next tier and throw in an additional welfare package. Aaron burst out laughing. 28,800 points? What do you think I am, a bottomless well? Unless there's some world-ending auction coming up, I'll be scratching by for another decade just to afford that. Silent for a moment, the system processed his refusal. In the end, Aaron kept his remaining 1,700 magic points exactly where they were, untouched and waiting for the next opportunity. All right, lock the empty materials column and refresh it. I've got an idea. If any suitable materials turn up, I'll consider buying them. If not, we'll have to focus on upgrading the hardware first. Chapter 900, Upgrading and Strengthening Weapons, and Nick Fury's Fake Death, Part 1. Aaron stared at the 5 finger-sized crystals laid out before him. 1 white, 1 green, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 yellow. Each emitted a soft glow and thrummed with a different elemental power: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They looked impressive, but the price tag made his jaw drop. At 300 magic points apiece, the set would cost him a staggering 1,500 magic points. He had been sure he'd finally uncovered the legendary Light and Shadow Stone, the crucial artifact needed to forge the fabled 5 elements armor. Instead, he'd been handed these diminutive elemental shards, worthy, perhaps, but far smaller and far more expensive than he'd ever imagined. Frustrated, he punched the activation code on his wrist-mounted interface. System, he said, voice tight, explain these crystals to me. A calm, synthetic voice answered immediately. These are standard 5-element crystals, valued at 300 magic points each, total valuation 1,500 magic points. Aaron ran a hand over his bangs, ruffling them in exasperation. I know their price. What I don't understand is why they're nothing like the legendary materials I expected. The system responded neutrally. System records match the product description. There is no discrepancy. He gritted his teeth. I'll need them eventually, but not at this cost. Could I? Before he could finish, the system's reply chilled him. Once a product is sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Aaron's stomach sank. The door to crafting his armor had gone from slightly ajar to firmly shut, and the price was higher than he'd ever planned to pay. Despite having spent over 10,000 yuan this time, you can still reclaim your investment at a bargain price, 1,000 magic points. Do you accept? Aaron's throat tightened. You're ruthless. Fair's fair, the system replied. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. He snorted, brushing the proposal aside. Nice try, no thanks. With a flick of his wrist, his personal status panel appeared. Host, Aaron Gaius Magic Energy. Physical, 18,739, Intermediate Grand Magister. Mental, 18,739, Intermediate Grand Magister. Total cultivation, 37,400 Magister, Apex of the Subheavenly Realm, Lord of the Shadow Dimension. Talent, once in a lifetime, daily gain +4 magic energy, +2 bodied. Inventory, Magic Carpet, Captain Jack's Compass, Book of Prophecies, Jar of Wei Zheng, Pensieve, Icebox. Magic points, 130. On paper, Aaron's magic level remained that of a mid-tier Holy Magister. In practice, however, his power had surged to the very peak of the sub-heavenly realm. entirely on par with a junior heavenly magister. In the vast expanse of the universe, no one could rival him. He was the undisputed champion of his age. Gaius would never take this lightly. Hela was supposed to be his equal in power, yet she'd been all but crushed by Odin, the All-Father himself. There were only a few in the universe who could stand against Odin, but the gap between a fledgling heavenly father and one at the pinnacle of his might was vast. How many of Gaius's enemies lurked somewhere on that spectrum? And here he was, still unable even to levitate, let alone afford the luxury of casually declaring, "I don't eat beef." He'd have to elevate both his physical and astral selves to true magic deity status before he could claim such privileges. Aaron drew a steadying breath, reminded himself of the stakes, and stepped into the workshop. Inside, Jane, white lab coat crisp against the industrial lighting, was hunched over a stainless steel table. Through a network of slender glass tubes, several crimson elixirs dripped and mingled in a round-bottomed flask. She reached for another test tube on the shelf, tipped its icy blue contents into the receiver, aligned the distillation apparatus, and clicked on the heat lamp. Aaron leaned in for a closer look. "What's cooking today?" "Concentrated ration bars," Jane answered without pausing, her eyes on the swirling me. "Exchore. Space biscuits, if you like." Nearby, Hela lounged with Long nestled at her feet. She traced a fingertip along the creature's gleaming scales. "He must have been starving," she said, her tone amused. "No wonder he's so eager for a snack. 70% of the potion's ingredients is pure blood, yet a single vial can keep you from needing a meal for 3 months. Aaron narrowed his eyes. "And what about that makes you any different from a human? You're hardly a pure vampire anymore." Jane met his gaze coolly. "This elixir works on every species, not just vampires." Aaron scoffed. "Oh, is that so? Well then, I suppose I could still starve you for sport." Hela cut in with a sharp laugh. "What he means is that the potion is useless to him." Jane frowned, turning the vial thoughtfully in her hand. "Is that your verdict? I formulated this precisely because everyone in our household but me can't stop eating. I thought—" She paused as Hela's laughter filled the chamber, and even Queen Fan struggled to keep a straight face. "How does it feel to have your big plans ridiculed?" Hela teased. Jane took a steadying breath. "Master, I didn't mean to insult him. I saw a problem, a constant raid on the pantry, and tried to fix it. But I've decided not to rely on this potion. It doesn't truly benefit me. I consume more because I need the extra energy to strengthen my body. And Hela, well, she eats for pleasure. That doesn't make us gluttons." She placed the vial back on the workbench, her expression calm but resolute. "So no, Aaron, you can't use it to starve me. I'm moving on to better solutions." "We can control our appetites completely," Aaron said, leaning back against the wall. "In fact, we don't even have to eat." Abe lifted a trembling paw. "How can I just not eat? That's not something I can do." "Abe's the exception," Aaron reassured him with a shrug. "Everyone else, though, you'd better stock up. Buff potions, combat potions, healing elixirs, whatever you think you'll need." "I know," Abe muttered. Hela stretched out on the sofa, her gaze drifting over the group. "Jane told me about the auction," she said lazily. "Your team is full of talent." "Thank you," Aaron replied with a small bow. "But let me give you a piece of advice," Hela continued, sitting up and folding her arms. "Until you're strong enough, stay in the shadows. The last thing you need right now is unwanted attention." Aaron's expression darkened. "I understand. That's why Slytherin's been wearing the mask, but sometimes even the best plans can go awry." "An accident?" Hela raised one perfectly arched eyebrow and turned to Jane. "Is there something you forgot to tell me?" Jane's eyes widened. "No, absolutely not. I've told you everything from beginning to end." Hela gave him a knowing smile. "Then I take it quite a few interesting things transpired after you left Talon. If I'm not mistaken, you just reached out to Slytherin in the spirit world, didn't you?" Aaron chuckled and offered her a playful salute. "Your Highness Hela, you're as sharp as ever, but I'm afraid I'm keeping the details to myself." "Such a shame," Hela pouted. With a soft laugh, Aaron stepped to the shimmering space magic array and withdrew 2 rifles, Demon Hunter and Eternal Knight. He laid them side by side on the pristine white work table. Then, with a quick cut of his fingertip, he let a drop of blood fall onto each weapon's frame. "Disassemble," he commanded. Instantly, with a symphony of clicks, the rifles broke themselves apart. Dozens of precisely machined components tumbled onto the table, gears, barrels, and intricate chambers, each piece etched with faintly glowing runes. Hala leaned in, her eyes shining. This is incredible. The alchemical craftsmanship here, it rivals anything Nadawi has ever produced. Aaron smirked, shaking his head. Nadawi, you've got that all wrong. Nadawi's talent lay solely in artifact creation, and only a handful of pieces had ever been completed. Yet the intricate interlocking runes etched into these components spoke volumes. The Ironmaker was unquestionably at the very pinnacle of alchemy. With the proper materials, forging another such artifact would be effortless for him. I recognize this, I said. It's a long-range weapon custom-built by one of my ancestors. Too bad you dismantled it, my companion observed. I want to make something even better, Aaron replied seriously. When my ancestor first commissioned these firearms, he insisted I master both enchanting techniques and firearms maintenance. I think he must have known this day would come. Is that so? What's your plan then? Aaron's eyes brightened with resolve. I'm still working on a heavy sniper rifle, but I'm fitting it with a grenade launcher attachment to enhance its firepower. He sighed, a mix of nostalgia and determination in his voice. In total, my family crafted 5 firearms for me. The Shuguang automatic pistol, the Snake Eater revolver, the flintlock pistol Higanhua, also called the Flower of the Other Side, the Yongya light sniper, and the Hunting Demon heavy sniper. Of all those weapons, the Flower of the Other Side remains the most user-friendly for me. Aaron swept his hand across the table. I don't use most of the old armaments much. They're more like trophies, really. I lent the Rising Light to Frank, and Daisy's been training with the snake-eating snake. I've kept the Flower of the Other Side for myself. As for Yongye and Hunting Demon, after your suggestion about boosting their combat potential, I figured it might be worth giving them a second life. Hala's brow rose. A flicker of unease passed through her eyes. Do you truly believe your alchemy rivals that of our ancestors? If you don't, I'd advise you to drop this. Those weapons have been broken so long that reassembling them now may be impossible. Aaron smiled, arranging 5 radiant crystals and the druid stone before her. I'm not delusional enough to claim I match the old masters, but I was there the day these weapons were first forged. I know every curve of their design. With a few careful tweaks, I'm confident they can be renewed. Hela's eyes widened as she leaned forward. Where on earth did you find these? He shrugged, a knowing glint in his eye. That must stay my secret. Just understand, they didn't come cheap. He arranged the 5 elemental crystals and the druid stone on the table, counting the cost in his head. 1,600 magic points in all. He'd spent 6 months' worth of wages just to save up that much. The 5 elements crystals will siphon ambient mana from the surrounding space, he explained, tapping one of the glittering gems, and the druid stone will harmonize those energies. If I inscribe the proper magic circle on Higanbana to channel them, the weapon will unleash its full power in a single, devastating blast. It's a one-shot deal, and the window to strike is brief, but the explosion would be enough to obliterate a warship. For someone like me, with such limited spellcasting, this is the ultimate trump card. Hala's usually calm expression faltered. Though she didn't believe the weapon could threaten her personally, its destructive potential gave her pause. Isn't that overkill? She asked. Pouring all those resources into just one attack? He met her gaze steadily. Not at all. Any surplus materials will go into upgrading Higanbana itself. My magic is growing fast. If the blade can't evolve alongside me, it'll become nothing more than a glorified torch. Hala smirked, folding her arms. Sounds like something Versailles would do, throwing everything at one decisive moment. It's not just a mental undertaking, but a physical one, too. You'll sink a lot of time into this. He nodded. I know, but when the day comes, that blast will be worth every ounce of effort. Aaron eased into his workbench chair, rubbed his fingers together, then unrolled a pristine sheet of drafting paper across the table. He picked up his favorite pen and began sketching. Above the barrel, he notated, Hunting Demon, 15-round capacity. Yongye, 12. But for this new prototype, he decided 10 rounds would be more than enough. In the margin, he jotted range and accuracy targets, precise hits out to 10,000 meters, and circled them twice. Next came the ergonomics. Weight and length needed a sleek redesign to suit his own fighting style. But the real challenge lay in the heart of the weapon, where he planned to fuse 5 magic crystals with the druid's enchantments. That would require delicate use of both space magic, to stabilize the mana flow, and form magic, to shape the luminous energy into a compact, reliable module. Aaron leaned back, studied his lines, and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Winter thawed into spring, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the Tri-Wing building at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce faced a secure video link to 4 members of the World Security Council. A shadow of grief crossed his features as he listened to their briefings. When they fell silent, he cleared his throat and spoke softly but with deadly conviction. "Colleagues," Pierce began, voice taut, "I have grave news. Nick Fury was brutally murdered. He let that hang in the air. Anyone with an ounce of decency would call him a martyr, not a traitor." He met each official's gaze in turn, determined that the truth would not be buried alongside his friend. Chapter 23. The council chamber buzzed with tension. One director slammed his gavel with exaggerated force. "Why exactly are we calling him a traitor?" he demanded. "He didn't hand secrets to Hydra. He let a band of mercenaries hijack his own ship." Another council member leaned forward, voice icy. "Nick Fury used your friendship, sir, to blackmail the council into postponing Project Insight. He knew moving forward would expose his covert operations. In polite terms, he misled you. In blunt terms, he lied." Pierce sipped his coffee, tilting his head in mock surprise. "So what? Am I supposed to shoulder the blame and resign?" He set the cup down and nodded toward a notepad. "I can draft my letter right now, if that suits you." A third director interrupted briskly. "We'll discuss your resignation later." Pierce's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, you do want me out, don't you?" They exchanged glances. Finally, one of them spoke for the group. "We have reached a decision, Mr. Secretary. Project Insight will recommence immediately. If you have anything more to say, now is the time." Late that night, in Gaius's divination house, a ramshackle row of apartments hidden in Midtown, Nick Fury lay on a battered couch, his left side braced with ice. The room's only light came from a muted surveillance monitor displaying the Tri-Wing building's darkened corridors. With a frustrated snort, Fury shut it off, sending the screen to black. Sitting nearby were Agent Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, and Maria Hill. Fury jabbed a gloved finger at the blank display. "Unbelievable," he muttered. "This is classic. The thief crying, 'Stop, thief!'" Retreating to advance, cats weeping while the mice pretend to sympathize. "I swear it's enough to give me a crisis of confidence." He paused, glaring at his team. "All right, enough talk. Let's figure out our next move." Aaron's eyes blazed as he confronted Fury in the cramped safe house. "Is this why you're hiding out here?" he snapped. "You're not welcome, least of all by me. Gila, Jane, even Abe won't want you around." Fury leaned back against the wall, arms folded, his tone deceptively casual. "Your place is the safest spot left. Hydra won't be tracking me here." Aaron sneered. "Seriously? After everything I told you about Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury held up a single finger. "Exactly why I need Pierce convinced I'm dead. He'll let his guard down, and that gives us the advantage." Feigning death. Typical Pierce. Aaron shook his head in exasperation. He glanced down at the medical dossier on the table. "But I outfitted you with top-tier defensive magic, so how do you end up looking like you've been run through a shredder?" He flicked the file open, reading aloud with mounting disma. "Why? Spinal fracture, broken sternum, shattered clavicle, perforated liver, collapsed lung. God, you're one step from permanent disability." Fury's face tightened. It wasn't a random ambush. Picture this. 4 cars converge at a busy intersection from all directions. 20 Hydra agents with submachine guns open fire at once. Just when I break free, one of their super soldiers shows up for the coup de grace. No shield or artifact, even magical ones, could withstand that onslaught. Aaron's scowl softened into a slow nod. "All right, you earned that." He slammed the file shut. "So what's our next move?" Fury steeled himself for the answer only he could give. "We hit them first." "Stay here," Nick Fury ordered, his voice tight with tension. "I've served as an agent for decades, and I've never encountered an operation like this. No, an outright execution." He glanced around the dimly lit safe house, the reality of his narrow escape settling in. If he hadn't instructed Maria Hill to plant back up nearby, his staged death could easily have turned real. Even then, he'd injected himself with tetrodotoxin B to slow his heartbeat to just 1 beat per minute. Without that, there was no way he'd risk letting Hydra's medics recover his body. Agent Phil Coulson frowned. Sir, aren't we taking too big a gamble? Fury's gaze hardened. You think so, Coulson? With the list we seized, we can wipe out most of Hydra, but the survivors will scatter, vanish into the shadows. In a few decades, aided by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, they could rise again. If we want to root out every last Hydra spy embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., this is our most efficient option. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of your sheep. If we're to leave no loose ends, we have to be utterly resolute. Chapter 901, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, Nick Fury's Counterattack, Part 1. I leaned forward, incredulous. Excuse me, what kind of plan almost got you killed? Nick Fury cracked the smallest of smiles. Long story. Remember when I asked you to divine the contents of the Insight plan? He fixed me with that one-eyed stare. You told me fate had shown you an old military installation. Melinda Hill exhaled. New Jersey, the birthplace of Captain America. That was Coulson's first guess. Phil Coulson shifted uncomfortably. Just to be safe, I got Tony to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives so we'd have cover for whatever we uncovered. He shrugged. Not that I don't trust Skye, but she's still new and she has close ties to Ward. Grant Ward nodded. I understand. Natasha Romanoff folded her arms. What we found there was Arnim Zola, a Hydra scientist long thought dead. His body perished decades ago, but his intellect lives on, in a digital imprint buried deep in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s central servers. After World War II, Operation Paperclip scooped up strategists who could be useful to us. Zola was one of them, and all that time, he remained loyal to Hydra, silently chewing at the foundations of S.H.I.E.L.D. from the inside. Fury's tone grew grave. That's why I needed you all on this. I knew Zola's goons would come for us the moment we accessed his data. They nearly did. 2 of his modified Winter Soldiers tried to ambush us in that hangar. I tightened my grip on my chair. Winter Soldiers? You mean like Bucky Barnes? Fury glanced away, expression unreadable. Exactly like Bucky Barnes, and exactly as dangerous. Which brings us to why I called you in. We have to neutralize Zola's network before he, alive or dead, opens the floodgates on every secret Hydra has buried. Natasha's eyes glittered. Then let's get moving. Zola's already turned S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own systems against us once. We can't give him a second chance. Coulson cracked his knuckles. Agreed. What's our next move, Director? First, Fury said, rising, we find Bucky and we convince him we're on his side. He paused, letting that sink in. Then we hit Hydra where it hurts. I wasn't even with S.H.I.E.L.D. back then, Nick Fury admitted, voice low and unsteady. Operation Paperclip wasn't my call. That was made by the Elders, the Founders, and every higher-up above me. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, her tone clipped with frustration. Zora developed an algorithm that mines everything. Bank transactions, medical records, voting history, emails, spending habits, even academic performance. She used it to forecast people's futures based on their pasts. Anyone deemed a threat to Hydra would be marked. Then 3 orbital carriers built for the Insight Project would lock on and eliminate them. Fury rubbed his temples. Pierce sold it like a utopia. Preemptive peace, he called it. Made mass murder sound noble. Millions gone in a heartbeat, and all dressed up in grand speeches. Don't beat yourself up, Natasha said quietly. You were in the dark, just like the rest of us. He managed a bitter half-smile. The only consolation is that Insight never really got off the ground. How's that? Phil Coulson asked, stepping out of the shadows. Fury looked at him with weary relief. Because the targeting modules on those carriers were tampered with. Coulson nodded toward Steve Rogers, who stood nearby, arms folded. Steve, Nat, and Sam replaced them. They swapped out the real modules for dummies. Nick's eyes brightened for the first time. So Hydra's ultimate weapon turned into a paperweight before it even launched. Natasha allowed herself a small, triumphant smile. Exactly. The carriers are up there, but they can't fire a shot. Fury closed his eyes, drawing in a steadying breath. Then let's make sure it stays that way. Steve isn't satisfied with a partial victory. He wants all 3 Skye carriers gone, and S.H.I.E.L.D. erased from the map along with them. Aaron snorted, leaning back in the hard-backed chair beside Fury's cot. You can't be serious. Those Ryers are worth billions, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is the only thing keeping this world from descending into total chaos. You'd never go through with that. Fury's single good eye fixed on him. I know you think I shouldn't, he said quietly. That's why I've leaned on you so heavily these past weeks. Aaron pushed himself upright. I've done more than enough already. I'm a consultant, Nick, not an action hero. I get paid to advise, not to lead a strike team into certain death. I've been living quietly for years. I don't owe S.H.I.E.L.D., or you, anything more. Fury closed his eyes for a moment, bracing himself against a sharp twinge in his ribs. The battle may have been over, but the cost was still painfully fresh. When he spoke again, his voice was calm but urgent. That's precisely why I came to you. I know you understand S.H.I.E.L.D., how it works, what it protects. If we lose them, there's nothing standing between our enemies and the rest of the world. I need your help to keep that from happening. Your pet is a dragon, your employees are vampires, your cousin doesn't show up in any records on the planet, and one of your 2 girlfriends is a mutant. Silence fell over the meeting table. Agent Hill, Coulson, and Natasha exchanged incredulous looks. In their line of work, they'd seen the extraordinary, but even for S.H.I.E.L.D. veterans, Aaron's world was on another level. Aaron leaned back in his chair, unperturbed. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. stands, we can keep things from descending into chaos. Besides, you're old friends. You've always had my back. Consider this a courtesy. Nick Fury drummed his finger on the table. We appreciate the offer, but we need a favor in return. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Is that an offer or an insult? He let out an amused snort. I currently have 360 trillion in cosmic reserves. Even Tony Stark wouldn't scoff at my fortune. 10 million, really? Fury didn't flinch. Price is negotiable. He tapped his tablet and revised the figure. 100 million. Aaron waved away the gesture. I'm sorry, Director, but I'm not doing this for money. Perhaps past dealings have given you the wrong impression about me. I'm simply not interested. Fury's one good eye narrowed as he stared at Aaron. The director's surprise was palpable. If Aaron truly wasn't bluffing, then there was only one explanation for why he'd refused a fortune so easily. He stared at the numbers scrolling across the monitor, enough wealth to ensure he'd never worry about food or shelter again. And yet something didn't add up. Aaron's asset records had always been transparent, and there hadn't been any mysterious windfalls. Coulson cleared his throat, buying himself time. Maybe you should hear Director Fury's plan first. Aaron leaned back in his chair and gestured for him to continue. Go on. Steve's approach is simple but ambitious, Coulson began. He refuses to leave anyone behind, Hydra agents or S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives alike. At first, he wanted to take down Hydra by force, but Page appealed to both his heart and his head and convinced him we need a surgical strike, root out every last Hydra mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. before we act. Aaron's brow furrowed. Wait, why are we following Steve Rogers? Didn't he say he'd shut S.H.I.E.L.D. down if we ever skated on protocol? Coulson shook his head. You're underestimating his influence. Rogers is the keystone of this entire operation. Here's how it goes. We'll use Project Insight to pinpoint every Hydra sleeper cell. For that, we need 2 things, Steve to keep the agency united, and Alexander Pierce's authorization codes to activate Hydra's embedded agents. At the right moment, Pierce broadcasts the trigger words, and every spy will literally call themselves out. No arrests without trials, no questionable wiretaps, just a clean sweep. Aaron leaned forward, rubbing his chin. So Rogers holds the organization together, Pierce flips the switch, and Project Insight does the rest. Everyone conveniently collects themselves in one place. Exactly, Coulson said. It's ruthless, but it's the only way to guarantee 0 collateral damage inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and a complete purge of Hydra. Aaron let out a slow breath. The pieces fit too neatly to be coincidence, but that meant someone had already mapped every move. He shut off the monitor and met Coulson's eyes. All right, let's hear the rest of the plan. Nick Fury stood before the holotable, its pale glow illuminating the tension in the room. Aaron's brow furrowed as Fury traced a network of red and blue nodes hovering in midair. The enemy thinks they've cornered us, Fury said, his voice low but fierce. They're exposed, open to the world now, while we remain hidden and ready. All we have to do is strike first. Aaron shifted, crossing his arms. You really went to the trouble of recruiting street-level heroes? Not just any heroes, Fury corrected, tapping a single blue node that pulsed with life. I've placed our most trusted S-healed agents and hand-picked vigilantes in key cities worldwide. They know exactly what's coming, and they'll be ready to fight. Natasha Romanoff leaned in, her expression unreadable. And what about Alexander Pierce? When he issues that code word, Hydra, it means he's desperate. Fury's jaw tightened. Right. Pierce only calls down the Hydra banner when he's backed into a corner. The so-called insight plan was flawless, almost perfect, until Pierce himself exposed Hydra's agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. He panicked, triggered the protocol, and now he has no choice but to go fully rogue. Aaron let out a derisive snort. You and your perfect plans, Fury, always one misstep away from total collapse. Fury met Aaron's gaze without flinching. Call it what you will, but I need you to ensure there are no loose ends, no surprises. Aaron raised an eyebrow. And how do you want me to do that? Fury glanced at Natasha. You remember the masked super soldier who ambushed me? The one with the cybernetic arm? Natasha nodded curtly. I ran him down in Berlin. He's fast, lethal, nearly tore me apart before I got the drop on him. Good, Fury said. Introduce him to Aaron. His abilities might just be the wild card we need. Aaron cracked a wry smile. A super soldier and a bounty hunter walk into a bar. What could possibly go wrong? Natasha slipped her pistol into its holster. Just keep up, cowboy. He doesn't do small talk. Fury allowed himself a rare, tight-lipped grin. That's the plan. Now let's get to work. He moves with such chilling detachment that he hardly seems human. Most intelligence agencies refuse to admit he even exists, and those that do call him only the Winter Soldier. Over the past 50 years, he's been tied to more than 24 assassinations, and that's only the confirmed ones. Natasha peeled back her jacket and lifted her shirt at the waist, revealing a long, jagged scar. He almost killed me, she said, her voice steady. When Fury was on the run, we finally managed to knock the Winter Soldier's mask off, she went on. That's when we recognized him. James Buchanan Bucky Barnes. Bucky Barnes? Agent Coulson sounded incredulous. I'm sorry, who is that? Natasha stared at him. Don't you know? Bucky Barnes was one of the Howling Commandos, Captain America's best friend, his brother in arms. Agent Aaron blinked, trying to process it. You're saying Steve Rogers' closest friend has been Hydra's top assassin all these years? It looks like they captured and brainwashed him, Agent Hill said, voice grim. They cybernetically enhanced him, too. He barely ages. He still looks like he did back in World War II. There's still a spark of hope in Steve, Natasha added quietly. He refuses to believe his best friend could really be the Winter Soldier. He's prepared himself mentally for the fight, but who knows how he'll react when they finally meet face to face. Nick Fury let out a tired sigh. I've already sent every available agent out there, and it still wasn't enough to hold the Winter Soldier. Natasha Romanoff leaned forward, her voice stern. Fury, you know you can't pin him down with sheer numbers. Fury shot her a grim look. I considered killing him. I know you did, she said quietly. But if you did, Captain America would come after you. He might even succeed. Fury shrugged, a dark smile flickering across his face. Then you see why I'd rather capture him alive. Exactly, Natasha agreed. We need him contained. No chance for him to square off against Steve. Across the table, Agent Phil Coulson cleared his throat. We could ask for Aaron's help. He should be able to hold the soldier long enough to get him in cuffs. Fury shook his head. Aaron already turned us down. Coulson frowned. Why? Aaron, still leaning back in his chair, gave them a lopsided grin. With all due respect, I don't care about S.H.I.E.L.D. versus Hydra. I support what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. Just detain him, Coulson pressed. It's not exactly high risk. You and Natasha could handle it. He's off on a mission in Australia, Fury explained, and Natasha's tied up guarding council members. Coulson rubbed his temples. Okay, but there have to be other Avengers we can call in. Silence fell over the war room as everyone considered the dwindling list of options and the dangerous man they still needed to stop. Let them try. Nick Fury's voice rang out, sharp and determined. Neither Stark nor Thor can go undercover in this operation, he continued, running a hand through his graying hair. And Banner, well, you know how he gets. He'd only make things worse. Fury spread his arms, a look of genuine frustration on his face. I hate to admit it, but S-Shield is stretched to the breaking point. To keep Pierce from catching on, we've scattered almost all our agents in the field. Only a handful of people here at headquarters know the full story. When we hit the Tri-Wing building, it's going to be like diving into a nest of snakes. I came to you because I want to keep casualties to an absolute minimum. Aaron's lips curled in a wry half-smile. He was about to refuse when a cool, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Host, you've unlocked a new mission. Please check your task panel." Aaron thought, open the task panel, and a translucent blue window flickered into view before him. Task panel. 1. Capture Bucky Barnes. Reward, 300 magic points. Failure penalty, none. Accept? Yes. No. 2. Help Bucky Barnes recover. Reward, 200 magic points. Failure penalty, none. Accept? Yes. Aaron's hesitation faded as he stared at the choices. The path he chose next would determine not only his own fate, but Bucky's, and the fate of everyone gearing up for the storm at the Tri-Wing building. Aaron squared his shoulders and gave a mock bow toward the waiting director. "All right, I'll help you. Just know I'm swamped." Nick Fury's single eye narrowed. "Shield owes you." Instantly, Aaron brightened. "Fine by me. If it's for justice, I'll rein in the Winter Soldier." Fury ground his teeth. Under his breath, he muttered a profanity. "When do we move?" Aaron tapped his tablet impatiently. The surveillance feed showed the 3 motherships going up soon. 4 hours from now, Fury replied. Pierce has already delivered the 4 Insight Project directors to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Once they're inside, the countdown begins. Natasha and Paige have managed to sway one of them, so you'll disguise yourself as Paige to slip into the building. I'm on it. Fury turned to Agent Coulson. "Coulson, head to the sanatorium, retrieve Miss Paige, and keep her safe. After S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recent mishaps, they'll have to come clean if they want to keep their sponsors. They might not believe everything I say, but they'll owe Miss Paige whatever she needs to get this done." Coulson saluted crisply. Aaron offered a confident grin. The clock was ticking. Agent Coulson glanced at Paige, then turned to Aaron. "Aaron, you and Agent Hill head to the Triskelion. Meet up with Captain Rogers and the rest of the team there." "Understood, sir." Aaron gave a quick nod and started toward the armory. "Hold on," Coulson called out, stopping him in the doorway. Aaron paused. "What's up?" Coulson hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. "Ward is still on the Airbus." Aaron frowned. "Isn't Agent May on board? She's the Iron Knight. She can handle herself." Coulson ran a hand through his hair. "True, but Garrett's on the plane too." Aaron raised an eyebrow and flashed Coulson a wry grin. "Let me guess, this is some twisted test for Fitz, Simmons, Skye, and Ward?" Coulson shook his head. "It wasn't planned, and right now, with Garrett there, I can't just order him off." Aaron let out a soft sigh. "So what do you need from me?" "Once you finish up with Bucky, swing by the Airbus," Coulson said, locking eyes with him. "I'm counting on you." With a curt nod, Aaron turned and strode off to pack his gear, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 902, Steve Rogers' Speech, The Power of Idols, Part 1. Aaron hefted his suitcase as he and Maria Hill stepped into the shadowy edge of the forest. Across the still water, the Triskelion rose like a silent sentinel. Moonlight glinted off its angular facade. "I've been inside that building more times than I can count," Aaron said, voice low. "But tonight, it feels different. After today, S.H.I.E.L.D. won't exist." Hill paused, jaw tightening. A dry laugh escaped her. "You've got jokes, Aaron, but I don't think they're landing with any civilians." A crooked grin tugged at Aaron's lips. "I already have 2 girlfriends," he replied, eyebrows arching in mock pride. Then he cocked his head at Hill. "What about you? Still single?" Hill rolled her eyes. "Do you have to make a quip right now?" "Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood," Aaron said, shrugging. "We're walking into a shitty situation. Better to treat it like a performance. Focus on the mission, and fewer agents get hurt," Hill shot back briskly. Just then, Steve Rogers and a lean figure equipped with a sleek, high-tech flight pack emerged from the trees. Steve's expression was solemn, but his stride was confident. "Evening," he called as he approached, nodding once to Hill and Aaron. Then he fixated on Aaron. "You ready to give them your best speech?" Aaron took a steadying breath. "As ready as I'll ever be." Hill folded her arms. "Let's just make sure we all walk away in one piece." Steve's jaw set. "That's the plan." Together, the four agents moved into position, the gleaming bulk of the Triskelion looming ahead, an empire on the brink of collapse waiting for its swan song. Aaron strolled into the briefing room with a casual nod toward Steve. "Long time no see." Steve returned the nod but glanced at the man beside him. "Who's this?" "Sam Wilson," Steve replied, "a retired soldier." Aaron eyed Sam's flight suit. Retired soldiers don't usually get their own aerial rig. Nice setup. He flipped open a slim case on the table, revealing a high-precision sniper rifle and rows of glowing alchemical vials. "I'm Aaron Gaius. Just call me Aaron." Steve tensed. "Nick Fury said you're the one to handle Bucky." "Exactly." Aaron tapped the rifle's stock. "I brought the world's most advanced sniper package, plus upgraded alchemical rounds." Steve's jaw tightened. "You intend to kill him?" Aaron leaned back unconcerned. "Not my mission. Fury's orders are to keep Barnes alive. At worst, I'll strip him of the ability to fight back." "What does that mean, precisely?" Steve asked, crossing his arms. "He's already down one arm," Aaron said coolly. "A disabled leg or two won't make him immortal." Steve's eyes blazed. He stepped in close. "Enough. We'll subdue him. Stun charges, nets, whatever, without permanently crippling him. You hear me?" Aaron closed the case and tucked it under his arm. "Understood. He'll walk away, just a lot more carefully than before." Steve exhaled. "Good. Let's move. We don't have all night." "At most, he'll be in the hospital for 10 days to 2 weeks." Steve exhaled, running a hand through his hair. "I owe Bucky way too much. Now that he's alive, I'm going to get him back on his feet, no matter what." Aaron looked at him coolly. "I don't fully understand what you're going through, Steve, but since I'm part of this, you have my all." There was a calm assurance in his voice that somehow set Steve's mind at ease. "Thank you," Steve replied, his relief apparent. Maria Hill checked her watch. "Captain, it's time. Let's move out." Steve fell into step at the front, Aaron at his side. Suddenly, Aaron paused. "Captain, your uniform looks, well, it's a bit old and loose, isn't it?" Steve gave an embarrassed shrug. "My last suit got torn to shreds in the fight. This one came from the Captain America Memorial Museum, pulled right off my own statue." Aaron raised an eyebrow. "You do realize that's going to get some museum guard in serious trouble?" Steve grinned sheepishly. "I'll put it back as soon as we're done here." "How was the flight?" Alexander Pierce asked, greeting his 4 SHIELD directors as they filed into the conference room. "Smooth enough," the one woman among them replied. "But I wish SHIELD had jurisdiction over every road in the country. The drive from the airport was a disaster." A short, white-haired director chimed in, his tone sharp. "Even Captain America can't fill potholes." Pierce stifled a smile. "Noted. Now, let's focus on why we're here." He tapped at the datapad in his hand, and the room fell silent. High-ranking directors of Hydra rarely deigned to acknowledge him, so Pierce had learned not to take their indifference personally. Today, however, he was in high spirits. Once the Insight project went online, Hydra's surveillance network would blanket the globe. An agent approached him with a small black box and handed it over. Inside lay 4 slim, silver badges. "All access here is controlled by biometric authentication," the agent explained. "These badges will grant you free movement throughout the facility." Without hesitation, the 4 directors clipped the badges to their lapels. In the monitoring room, a handful of operatives lounged at their stations, idly chatting as they scrolled through data feeds. "I've been parking in that spot for 2 months, one of them complained, gesturing at a live feed of the subterranean garage. "But that's his reserved bay," another pointed out. "So where is he?" "Probably off in Afghanistan," someone guessed. Suddenly, a high-pitched screech shattered the hum of machinery. A scream went up as several agents yanked off their headphones, rubbing aching ears. "Is the antenna malfunctioning?" one groaned. "I'll check it out," another offered, rising and swiping his magnetic card to unlock the door. The moment the door swung open, 2 black barrels of a handgun swung into view. The agent stumbled back, eyes wide with panic. "Stand aside," said a calm voice from the threshold. Steve Rogers stood there, pistols raised, his expression unreadable, but the command left no room for argument. The security agent immediately raised his hands and stepped aside, allowing the 4 of them to pass through. "Damn, that was slick," Aaron exclaimed, still holding his hands up in mock surrender. "You've obviously practiced that move 100 times. "It's part of S.Shield's standard training," the agent replied casually. It can mean the difference between life and death, though most people never notice. You didn't even try to stop us? Aaron pressed. Are you kidding? The young agent beamed. He's our captain. There was no way I was going to resist him. Hey, Captain, mind signing this for me? Steve lowered his eyebrows behind his glasses. Am I officially on S-Shield's most wanted list now? Not at all, the agent assured him quickly. It must be a misunderstanding. We never doubted you for a second. Aaron shook his head in wonder. The power of celebrity, huh? I reckon I understand now why Nick Fury said you're the linchpin of the whole operation. Let's save the autographs for later, Steve said with a grin. First, could you get the comms online? I have a few words I'd like to share with everyone. Right away, Captain. A handful of agents hurried over to the broadcasting console. Within moments, they had all channels patched into the main microphone. One of them stepped back and gestured respectfully towards Steve. Steve lifted the mic and cleared his throat. Attention all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This is Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers looked around the briefing room, meeting each agent's eyes in turn. You've all heard the rumors these past few days. Some of you even have orders to bring me in by any means necessary. I think it's time you heard the truth. He paused for a heartbeat, letting the weight of his words sink in. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't what we thought it was. It's been systematically infiltrated by Hydra. Their head is Alexander Pierce. A hush fell over the room. Rogers let it linger before pressing on. It goes deeper than Unearth. Oh no. The Commandos, Project Insight, even our closest allies, many of them have been compromised. I can't say how many are playing Hydra's game right now, but they could be standing beside you this very moment. Their plan was nearly complete. Seize total control, eliminate anyone who stands in their way. Nick Fury's death was only the beginning. He took a steadying breath. If those carriers launch today, Hydra gains the power to wipe out any opposition. Unless we act now, freedom as we know it will vanish. I understand the cost is high. Freedom always comes at a price. If I have to face this alone, I will, but I know I'm not alone. Sam Wilson leaned forward, a wry smile touching his lips. So was that speech scripted, or did you just make it up on the fly? Because it sure is inspiring. Agent Aaron nodded in agreement before Maria Hill's sharp voice cut through the moment. Now is not the time for camaraderie, Captain, she snapped. Get out there. You and Falcon know what to do. Steve's jaw set. He lifted his shield and met Sam's gaze. Let's go. Draw their firepower while we disrupt those carriers. With a quick salute, the two men slipped out of the briefing room, ready to take the fight to the Hydra agents hidden in plain sight. Maria Hill checked her comlink as she stepped onto the flight deck. Over the carriers, you'll need to circle back for a quick recon if you can, her captain had instructed. Understood, Captain, Hill replied, sidestepping past a line of silent guards. Beside her, Agent Aaron adjusted his holster. Together, they bolted from the holding cell toward the open deck. Hill skidded to a stop under the roar of jet engines. What are you waiting for? She demanded. Aaron offered a cocky grin. Nick Fury only wants me to take down the Winter Soldier. Everyone else is strictly off limits. I'm not volunteering to be target practice. He laughed softly. Besides, the Winter Soldier hasn't even shown himself yet. Why rush into a firefight? I'm not here to play hero. On the top floor of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, 4 directors had gathered in the conference suite, champagne flutes raised in celebration. Their laughter died instantly when Aaron's calm, defiant words echoed through the comm. All eyes swung to Alexander Pierce. He leaned back against the head of the polished table, unfazed, scrolling through his phone as if he'd heard nothing. A slow, feline smirk curved his lips. You son of a bitch, the white-haired director snarled, fingers tightening around his glass. At that moment, the double doors parted and a phalanx of agents in tactical gear filed in, weapons slung but at the ready. They flanked Pierce like silent sentinels. The room froze under the weight of their approach, and the unspoken question hanging in the air, what was Pierce really planning? Seize him. One of the directors gave the terse command. A special operations agent sprang forward, drawing his sidearm and leveling it at the director who'd spoken. It seems I still make the final decisions, Alexander Pierce said coolly. The 4 directors exchanged startled looks. Suddenly, they realized they were Pierce's, Hydra's hostages. At that moment, other Hydra operatives moved into position. Brock Rumlow led a small team into the carrier's control room. He strode up to the nervous officer at the launch console. "Advance the launch sequence," Rumlow ordered sharply. "Get that carrier airborne now." The controller's hands trembled over the keyboard. He bit his lip, panic flickering in his eyes. Rumlow leaned closer. "Do you have a problem with that?" he demanded. The officer swallowed hard and shook his head, too afraid even to meet Rumlow's steely gaze. He wasn't entirely sure Rumlow was on Hydra's payroll, but he refused to take that risk. And if Pierce's so-called insight plan really meant sending the carrier skyward, he couldn't shoulder the blame for the countless lives in the balance. His fingers hovered over the final keystroke, then fell away. "No, sir," he whispered. Rumlow straightened, satisfied. "Then do it." He gestured for his men to spread out and secure the rest of the deck. As the control room doors sealed behind them, the officer steeled himself and resumed the sequence. The enormous carrier's engines thundered to life, and the air hung heavy with the promise of devastation. "Do you have anything to say?" Rumlow's voice sliced through the control room, every bit as cold and threatening as the pistol he leveled at the system's operator. The room fell silent, all eyes on the man at the console. Under that stare, his breath came fast and shallow. "Sorry, sir," the operator stammered, swallowing hard. He gripped the edge of the console to steady himself. "I won't launch the carrier. The captain ordered me not to." Rumlow's jaw clenched. "Step away from that console," he growled, his patience gone. Before the operator could move, Sharon Carter slipped forward. Calm and decisive, she drew her own weapon and pressed it against Rumlow's temple. At once, the uniformed personnel, a mix of naval security and intelligence agents, moved to flank Rumlow's special ops team, weapons raised. "He said the captain ordered him not to," Carter repeated, her voice cold steel. Rumlow's other hand shoved the operator's head against the back of his pistol. The man flinched, his hands rose in helpless surrender. "You're on the wrong side, Agent," Carter warned Rumlow, eyes locked on his. He glanced around. His men were surrounded, outnumbered, no clear path of escape. Reluctantly, Rumlow eased his grip on both operator and weapon. The standoff was over. Orders from above held firm, and Sharon Carter had secured the room. Rumlow's eyes flickered with sudden clarity. With a muttered curse, he dropped the pistol at Sharon Carter's feet and took a half-step back, only to lunge forward the next instant. He drew the dagger strapped to his thigh and slashed at Sharon's arm. Pain exploded through her, and the gun slipped from her fingers and clattered to the floor. Rumlow snatched it up, swung around, and opened fire on the SHIELD agents who'd formed a loose circle around them. As team captain of the SHIELD commando unit, his marksmanship was deadly. 3 agents went down before anyone could react. The sharp cracks of his shots shattered the uneasy truce. In that heartbeat, every operative in the control room opened fire. Bullets tore into consoles and whizzed past terrified technicians who dove beneath desks and cringed against walls. Amid the chaos, Rumlow pivoted to face the lone controller huddled in front of the main console, eyes wide, hands trembling over the keys. He leveled the gun at the man's temple. The controller froze, too frightened to breathe. But before Rumlow could pull the trigger, Sharon Carter, clutching her wounded arm, sprang forward. With a swift kick, she sent the controller's chair skidding across the floor, knocking him out of the line of fire and buying himself precious seconds. Sirens wailed as the firefight escalated, and the battle for control of the room, and possibly the entire mission, had only just begun. The control room exploded into chaos before its operators could react. One technician skidded across the deck and hit the floor hard, then scrambled beneath the main console, clutching his head and refusing to show so much as a fingernail. But Rumlow paid him no mind. He stormed to the central terminal and, fingers flying, began overwriting the launch protocols. In mere seconds, he'd bypassed every lock and initiated the startup sequence for all 3 carriers. Satisfied, he laid down a few suppressing shots and then fell back, fighting his way out of the room. Sharon Carter covered his retreat, engaging the remaining hostile operatives in a fierce exchange of fire. It was over almost as quickly as it began. Too many lives lost, but the room finally fell silent. Carter, grimacing, pressed a tourniquet to her wounded arm, slumped into a chair, and keyed her headset. Control, this is Carter. The carriers are launching. A crackling response came through. Hold your positions. No letting my G up until this is finished. We're on our way. It was Nick Fury's voice, steady, unyielding. Outside, the placid surface of the lake trembled as the massive bay gates began to grind open, revealing the steel giants poised to depart. 3 helicopter carriers, each bristling with long-range precision weapons and linked via satellite, slowly rose from the water's surface. As they climbed into the sky, Steve and Sam touched down on the tarmac and raced toward the nearest ship. How do we tell friend from foe? Sam panted as they ran. Steve didn't slow. Whoever opens fire on us is the bad guy. Keep your head down and stay safe. No heroics. Got it. Sam tapped a buckle on his flight pack. In an instant, a pair of silver-gray wings unfolded from his back, and he launched himself toward the second carrier. Steve sprinted up the boarding ramp of carrier number 1. He hit the deck with a roll, then sprang to his feet and dashed straight for the ship's central positioning array. Every second counted. Chapter 903. As the snake-catching operation begins, Candidates for the Warrior Path, Part 1. A sudden fusillade erupted. Steve had barely covered 100 meters when a squad of Hydra agents stationed on the mothership opened fire. Instinctively, he raised his shield overhead and sprinted toward a cluster of shipping containers, using the steel walls as makeshift cover to blunt the onslaught. Rounding a corner, he spotted movement at his flank. A Hydra operative had slipped in beside him, submachine gun raised. Before the agent could pull the trigger, Steve slammed his shield into him, pinning the muzzle against the container. With a single, precise uppercut, he sent the man reeling to the ground. Wrenching a grenade from the fallen assailant's harness, Steve yanked the pin and lobbed it back at the nearest wave of Hydra soldiers. The explosion scattered them, debris and dust billowing skyward. High above, Sam streaked toward the second mothership. Anti-aircraft batteries immediately locked on, filling the heavens with tracer rounds and thunderous blasts. Plumes of smoke and shrapnel trailed around him as Sam weaved through the barrage, constantly adjusting his trajectory. He scanned the battlefield below, searching for a gap in the defenses and a safe spot to land. "Captain, I found the man you mentioned. How does he look?" "Still breathing." Alexander Pierce stood by the tall window, glass of champagne in hand, watching the distant clash of 2 enormous carriers in orbit. Below them, Steve Rogers and an unknown assailant traded blows on the streets of New York, formidable opponents, no doubt, but irrelevant to the bigger picture. As long as at least one of the 3 motherships launched, Operation Insight would be deemed a success. And if things got dicey, he still had the Winter Soldier waiting in reserve. That said, Pierce knew the political front had to be secured first. Without the World Security Council's endorsement, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s charter, and every cover story for today's chaos would unravel. He needed the board's backing more than ever. He set his phone on the sleek table between them and offered a flute of champagne to the councilman across from him, the same man who had just issued the order for his arrest. The councilman stiffened, but accepted the glass. "May I ask you a question?" Pierce said smoothly. "Imagine Pakistan invades Mumbai tomorrow. You know they'll herd your daughters into the stadium and execute them before a live audience to send a message. You have the power to stop it all with the push of a single button. Would you press it?" He locked eyes with the councilman. "What about you?" "I don't need your button." The director's voice cracked like a whip as he slammed his glass onto the marble floor, shattering it. He stood, back rigid, refusing to bend to Hydra's will. Pierce just smiled. Without a word, he snatched a pistol from the agent nearest him and leveled it at the director's head. The tension in the room went cold. Then the female director sprang into action. With a swift kick, she sent the director skidding out of the gun's path. Pierce's grin flickered, surprised, but only for a moment. He squeezed the trigger finger of his free hand, and the barrel rose toward her. She moved faster. In a blur, she landed a solid punch to Pierce's jaw, cracking bones with a satisfying thud. As his head snapped back, she yanked the pistol from his grasp. Before the nearest agent could react, she flung a compact stun grenade at his feet. It discharged with a crackling pop, and the agent collapsed, convulsing on the floor. Pierce lunged again, but she was already behind him. With the pistol's butt, she smashed into the side of another agent's skull. He howled, clutching his wounded head. The third agent stumbled in to help. She met him with a knife-hand strike across the throat that drew a gasp of red-spattered air. His knees buckled under two merciless blows to the gut. She grabbed him by the collar and drove him face first into the hardwood floor. The second agent, dazed but not down, staggered upright and raised his gun. Her eyes narrowed. She stepped forward, twisted his wrist, and shoved his arm aside. Then she locked her hand around his neck and hurled him against the nearest table with bone-rattling force. Silence fell. Shards of glass and scattered weapons glinted on the floor. The directors stood back to back in the center of a swiftly emptied room, two figures unbowed, two hearts beating as one against the Hydra threat. With a deafening thud, one agent crumpled to the floor. The last of them leveled his pistol at her, but before he could squeeze the trigger, she snapped his wrist in a vice-like grip. His struggle was cut short by a savage elbow strike to the spine, and then, with a single backhand, she sent him sprawling. Darkness flickered at the edges of his vision as he hit the ground. In less than 10 seconds, she had disarmed all three operatives. Calmly, the female director retrieved the fallen agent's gun, stood, and trained the barrel on Pierce. Even Pierce, along with the other three directors, stood frozen, stunned by what they'd just witnessed. These were old colleagues who had never suspected she was such a formidable fighter. Honestly, not even the Black Widow herself could match that speed. "Sorry," the director said, pressing her cheek against the suit's communication pad. Her voice crackled with a metallic edge. Golden circuitry, like a snake's scales, flickered across her skin. With a single motion, she wiped them away, peeled off a slender mask, and tore away the wig that had concealed her hair. Recognition hit them all at once. There was no longer any doubt. She was Natasha Romanoff, the Avengers' one and only Black Widow. Natasha stepped into the boardroom just as Pierce's speech dissolved into chaos. He staggered back against the table, a smear of blood on his lips. How could it be you?" he gasped, wiping at the cut with the back of his hand. "I should have verified your identity." Calmly, Natasha bent to retrieve a pistol from the floor. She holstered her sidearm, then handed a gun to each of the three other directors still seated around the polished conference table. "Please stay and witness the so-called Insight Project in action," she said evenly. Pierce offered a short, humorless laugh as he picked up the phone at his elbow. "You actually think you can stop me? Steve Rogers, and who else?" "Sam Wilson," Natasha replied without hesitation, "a retired soldier." Pierce shook his head in mock pity. "Those two? They're brave, sure, but there are 3 massive motherships in orbit, each armed with enough firepower to crush any ground resistance. 2 men can't breach those defenses, and even if they did, one carrier would still be left standing. Each mothership can target and eliminate 1,000,000 threats in a single volley. Project Insight was a done deal the moment those ships took off." One of the directors, face flushed with anger, leapt to his feet. "You're insane!" Pierce's grin turned cold. "No," he said softly, "I'm a realist. Hydra has already won." "Don't pretend you weren't on board with the Insight plan, Pierce," Natasha said quietly, her voice tinged with pity as she studied his frustrated glare. Pierce bristled. "We never signed off on turning it into a kill order, especially not against anyone Hydra calls a threat." Natasha let out a soft sigh. He had no idea his scheme had already fallen apart. The so-called Insight plan was really Nick Fury's ruse to flush out Hydra operatives. Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson weren't there to carry out assassinations. They were on a cleanup sweep of the 3 helicarriers, rooting out every last Hydra soldier. Those flying fortresses were far too valuable to destroy. "Just wait," Natasha murmured, her gaze drifting to the data screens. In the monitoring room, Sergeant Aaron leaned forward, fingers tapping his chin as he watched the live feeds. On one screen, Steve, armed only with his shield, cut through Hydra's layered defenses. Automated turrets, armed infantry squads, and energy barriers fell before him as he pushed steadily toward the command deck. On another, Sam Wilson circled the second helicarrier like a hawk, weaving through strafing runs from the Quinjet and firing back with twin high-caliber submachine guns in razor-precise bursts. "By any human standard, that's outstanding performance," Aaron murmured, a wry grin forming. Maria Hill shot him an exasperated look over the rim of her glasses. Sergeant, really? Shouldn't you be standing guard instead of playing cheerleader? Chapter 7. Bucky still hasn't shown himself, Aaron complained, spreading his hands. We can't act until he's out in the open. He's out. Hill jabbed at the surveillance monitor. On the grainy feed, Bucky Barnes strode onto the apron, a grenade launcher slung over his shoulder. Nearby, a squad of SHIELD pilots climbed into a VTOL fighter. Aaron frowned. Those pilots were supposed to provide air support for Captain Rogers. Hill's expression went hard. If he's not stopped, Bucky will cut them to ribbons. Aaron cracked a grin. Perfect. I'd been itching to test my new sniper rig. He lifted the rifle case. I'll take the high ground and let Barnes be my performance gauge. Minutes later, Aaron keyed the comm. All SHIELD pilots, scramble. You're the only air cover Captain Rogers has. Move now. No sooner had he spoken than gunfire tore across the tarmac. The nearest jet exploded in a fireball, the concussion throwing ground crew and security staff in all directions. Black smoke billowed upward. Through the haze, Bucky emerged. His metal left arm caught the flicker of flames, gleaming cold and merciless. The grenade launcher in his hand settled onto his shoulder as he scanned the chaos for his next target. Bucky didn't hesitate. He leveled the grenade launcher at the fallen pilots. In that instant, a golden bullet with a pale blue tracer streaked across the yard and smashed into his weapon. Bang! The impact blew a fist-size hole through the launcher, as if a soldering iron had pierced ice. Molten crimson metal dripped onto Bucky's cybernetic arm, and for the first time in ages he felt the sting of heat in his left hand. He glanced up toward the shot's origin. Hundreds of meters away on the building's upper floor, a lone figure stood silhouetted against shattered glass. The sniper raised one hand in a casual wave and offered a confident grin. In his other hand rested a sleek, 1-meter-long black rifle. It's our people, the flight captain growled. Get on the plane now. Bucky's jaw clenched. He discarded the ruined grenade launcher and yanked an automatic rifle from his back, sighting down at the pilots below. His orders were clear. Secure the mothership's launch and eliminate every threat, Steve Rogers above all. The distant sniper could wait. These men had to die. Wishful thinking. Aaron's voice cut through the air. He squeezed off 2 shots in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! 2 more golden tracers ripped toward Bucky's new target. The shot that destroyed Bucky's rifle came first. The second slammed into his left palm. Bullets ricocheted off his cybernetic arm, throwing sparks and rattling the servos. Bucky cried out as the powerful impact made the metal limb shudder. Bang! The last round snapped free, and Bucky rolled behind a row of shipping containers. He opened his left hand and stared at the thumb-sized dent, black smoke curling from the fresh damage. Anger burned in his chest. Above the roar of battle, the Quinjet's engines revved. The pilots were lifting off, heading straight for the 3 hovering motherships to give Steve and Sam some breathing room. Bucky's gut clenched. He raced forward, determined to stop them from going alone. A sudden flash of instinct halted him. He froze just in time as a bullet tore past his shin, punching through concrete and plunking into the water below. His heart hammered. 1 step more, and he would have been crippled. He pressed himself flat against the containers, forcing down his frustration. He might have missed that shot, but the fight wasn't over. Not yet. There's no point in relying on Lel. From the damage to his left hand, Aaron knew Bucky wouldn't be able to react in time. Yet when the man twisted away, his speed was breathtaking. That's not just reflex, Aaron murmured. It's pure warrior instinct. Warrior? Suddenly it clicked. On the path of the warrior, Bucky could be an ideal candidate. Aaron fought a grin. He'd have to have a chat with this Winter Soldier, but first he had to catch him. Through his alchemically enhanced scope, Aaron activated the 3-dimensional overlay. Every container, every shadowy nook, and, most important, Bucky's hiding spot appeared in crisp detail. The test run with ordinary bullets was done. Now came the real experiment. Aaron eased the barrel's aim onto Bucky's left shoulder, carved glowing runes into the next round, and whispered, "Let's see how you handle this." A thunderous crack split the night as the bullet erupted from the muzzle, streaking violet and gold. Bucky's eyes flashed with warning. He twisted just in time to dodge the impact, muscles coiled and ready for what came next. Aaron's shot came an instant too late. The bullet slammed into Bucky's cybernetic arm, sending him twisting through the air before he crashed to the floor. The arm's precision components shattered on impact, littering the hangar with gleaming shards of metal. "Nice work," Maria Hill's voice crackled through Aaron's earpiece. Aaron let out a modest chuckle. "I couldn't have done it without years of training and this alchemical weapon of mine. Of course, having, not to brag, such talented peers makes all the difference." There was a beat of silence. "Your peers," Hill repeated slowly. "You're not talking about S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, are you?" From across the room, Steve Rogers called out, concern in his voice. "Is Bucky all right?" "Don't worry," Aaron replied coolly. "I just disabled his metal arm. With half his firepower taken away, he won't be a problem." "That's good," Steve said. But before any of them realized it, Bucky hauled himself to his feet. He wobbled at first. Missing an arm threw off his balance, but then he lunged forward with all the strength he had left. Aaron couldn't help himself. Wow, so brave. Even with one arm, he's still half the man any ordinary agent would be. "Watch your mouth," Hill warned urgently over the comm. "Underestimating him would be your biggest mistake." "Understood. I'll give him another shot." Perched on the rooftop's broken parapet, Aaron trained his sniper rifle on Bucky's left thigh. The report cracked through the courtyard. Bucky's face flickered with shock and anger, then he vaulted sideways, flipping cleanly out of the bullet's path. "Nice form," Aaron said, his tone cool as he squeezed the trigger again. Bucky dropped into a kneel, twisting to the side as the second round whooshed past. The third bullet forced him into a forward roll through the gravel, and the fourth slammed against the metal plates of his bionic arm with a harsh, echoing clang. Within 30 seconds, Bucky had evaded 4 shots and sprinted several hundred meters, coming to a skid right beneath Aaron's vantage point. Aaron glanced at his empty magazine, 1 round left. He shook his head, shrugged the rifle's sling over his shoulder, and leaped from the rooftop. He landed in a tight crouch on the ground below, dust kicking up around him. In the same instant, Bucky surged forward, closing the gap in 2 powerful strides. He thrust his right hand toward Aaron's shoulder, intent on seizing him. Aaron's brows rose. He bent his knees, sliding into a half squat, and twisted his torso. His left arm whipped up with precision. Bang! Metal clashed against flesh, and the duel descended into brutal, close-quarters combat. Bucky grunted as an elbow drove into his abdomen, the force so brutal he tasted blood in his mouth. Still, he refused to relent, steeling himself against the pain. Aaron pivoted out of range, planted one hand on the ground, and kicked into a backward flip, landing perfectly to put distance between them. Bucky scrambled back to his feet, ready to press the tack, only to freeze when he saw the glint of an M1911 in Aaron's hand. Chapter unavailable. Error 904. We're sorry, but this chapter is currently unavailable. You may continue on to the next chapter, or click the Report Error button below to let us know about the problem. Chapter 905. The Human Realm? Recovering Coulson's Team, Part 1. "Mr. Gaius," Paige said abruptly, "I have an urgent matter to bring before the council. Would you mind stepping out for a moment?" "Certainly," Coulson replied with a grin, winking at Aaron. "I'll leave my team in your capable hands." Aaron chuckled, a knowing glint in his eye. He turned to Nick Fury and quipped, $1 billion, charge it to my account, and don't even think about stiffing me. Fury let a faint smirk play across his lips. "I wouldn't dream of it." Without another word, Aaron strode from the chamber and climbed to the rooftop, where the ancient locomotive and Captain Jack's compass awaited him. He engaged the locomotive's flight mode and soared into the sky, the compass needle guiding his ascent. Below, as the team's wreckage receded, Paige rose to her feet with Coulson's help. "Natasha," she called, "establish a secure link with the director." "On it, Miss Paige." Natasha's fingers flew over the console. In seconds, a holographic projection flickered to life. Seated in her command chair, the director regarded them with a grave, unwavering stare, ready to hear their report. Nick Fury leaned forward in the council chamber's muted light. "So," he said, voice low but steady, "I'm alive. Alexander Pierce is dead, and the Hydra threat in S.H.I.E.L.D. has been dealt with. You'd think that would be the end of it." "Almost," Fury corrected. He paused, scanning the 4 directors who sat before him. "After today, every last hidden Hydra cell inside his shield will be rooted out. But that's not why I asked Miss Paige to convene this meeting. My reputation with the council, well, it isn't exactly sterling. The director seated at the far end, a woman whose calm demeanor spoke of decades in high-stakes negotiations, exhaled silently. She turned to Page. Director Page, your role in founding S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond dispute. We respect you. Respect your vision. We accept that Alexander Pierce was a Hydra mole and that S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was betrayed. Let's agree to move forward. Page's eyes were steady, but her voice was quieter than usual. Respect is not enough. The agency has taken a catastrophic hit. Project Insight almost wiped out this council and endangered millions. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly to rebuild, it needs more than reluctant nods. It needs active support from every branch of this government. A tense silence followed. The four directors exchanged uneasy glances. They all knew she was right. They could declare S.H.I.E.L.D. innocent, but without real backing, funding, oversight, and public trust, the agency would collapse under the weight of its failures. At last, one of them cleared his throat. Director Page, he said slowly, what are you asking for? Peggy Carter walked into the high-ceilinged council chamber and paused just inside the doors. Four directors, Hoy, Wallace, Spencer, and Park, rose at once. Moments ago, they'd set aside their old grudges and agreed to let bygones be bygones. Yet in Peggy's sharp gaze, they sensed she wasn't satisfied. Director Hoy cleared his throat. I still don't understand, Miss Carter. His words echoed the doubts flickering behind the other's eyes. Peggy took a measured step forward. That's precisely why I insisted on coming in person, she said, her voice cool but unwavering. I'm prepared to stake everything on this. My reputation, my life, this weak body you all know me by. She swept her glance across them, making sure each director felt the weight of her conviction. If S.H.I.E.L.D. falls, it isn't just an agency gone. It's the thin line keeping chaos at bay. We're not talking about thriving here. We're talking about surviving. Barely. A ripple of skepticism passed over Director Wallace's face. Surely you're overstating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s role? Not at all, Peggy replied. S.H.I.E.L.D., Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Notice the word homeland. I don't mean one nation's borders, I mean the land of all humanity. She paused, letting humanity hang in the air. With that single word, memories of past catastrophes and near-apocalyptic threats pressed in on them. Director Spencer shifted in his seat. You deal with us more than any other body, Peggy continued. By now, you've seen our reach, our tentacles, in every corner of the globe. We have assets embedded in governments, militaries, private industries, even academic circles. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the only thing standing between order and utter collapse. Silence followed. Peggy Carter's eyes swept the room one last time. In that quiet, the directors realized just how precarious the balance truly was, and why, against all political headaches and personal agendas, they might have no choice but to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. alive. The conference room hummed with tension. Around the long, polished table sat representatives from every branch of government, and at its head presided the Director of National Defense, a sharply dressed woman whose cool gaze swept over her colleagues. Look at the facts, she began, voice low but firm. In every category, intelligence gathering, armaments, technological assets, personnel, S.H.I.E.L.D. outperforms every other agency, and its budget reflects that. A murmur rippled through the room. Their minimum annual appropriation is $1 trillion, the director continued, a trace of irritation in her tone. That dwarfs even the Pentagon's budget. Director Page, seated to the right, leaned forward. Frankly, it's still insufficient. S.H.I.E.L.D. stands as humanity's primary shield against extraterrestrial threats. They deserve every penny and more. Another director cleared his throat. We acknowledge S.H.I.E.L.D.'s role in the Chitauri invasion, he said, but let's not forget the military's contributions. Page's lips curved into a wry smile. I heard rumors you were ready to drop a nuclear bomb on Manhattan during that chaos. A hush fell over the table. If we applied your own criteria for nuclear strikes, Page went on, we'd have to vaporize half the planet just to be safe. And even then, we couldn't guarantee our survival, let alone civilizations. Miss Page, the defense director interjected, isn't that a bit hyperbolic? Is it, though? Page's eyes glittered. Was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission ever simply to stop alien invasions, or to safeguard humanity from any threat, mutant or otherwise? Several directors exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, a younger man with an inscrutable expression spoke up. What about mutants? We've begun to track their activities as well. Paige tapped her pen against the table. Exactly my point. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. S-Shield isn't just an agency. It's the front line between order and utter chaos, and if we refuse to fund it accordingly, we might as well hand the world over to the darkness. Her voice was low, but in that silent room it felt like a thunderclap. Your understanding is far too limited, Paige said coldly. Mutants are the least of our worries. They're still human, locked in internal struggles. But what about vampires, werewolves, demons, extraterrestrials, even entities from myth and legend? Many of them are impervious to nuclear fire, and that's only what we know for certain. There are countless others in the shadows, far deadlier and more terrifying. A female director narrowed her eyes. Miss Page, do you have any proof of these creatures' existence? I do, Peggy Carter answered, glancing at Natasha. Hidden deep within S-Shield's database is a top-secret security protocol. It can only be overridden by 2 officers holding A-level clearance acting together. The director's eyes widened. Then Pierce, Alexander Pierce, must be one of them. He's been the director for years. Peggy inclined her head. Exactly. But here's the key. Without me as the second A-level officer, Pierce could only access a sliver of S-Shield's darkest files. He never saw me as a serious threat, so he never bothered to involve me fully. Had he done so, Hydra's ambitions would be far greater than they are today. If I'm an A-Level agent, then you, Peggy, the founder of S-Shield, are an S-level, Nick Fury joked as he leaned back in his chair. Peggy Carter tilted her head, a half-smile playing on her lips. You know I'm not the true founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick. Doesn't matter, Fury replied with a shrug. Everyone thinks you are. Carter laughed softly. All right, open the file. She turned to Natasha Romanoff. Let's give the Council a clearer picture of the threats we're facing in this world. It's fragile. Natasha tapped a command on her tablet. This may take a moment. The blank wall behind them rippled with light as she projected a data interface. A blue progress bar crawled across hundreds of files and dossiers, but I think the Council won't mind waiting. No. Take your time, Fury assured her, folding his arms. They watched in silence as Natalia's feed loaded, each line of intel bringing new clarity to the room. Meanwhile, high above the Atlantic, Aaron checked his mission panel while piloting the aircraft through a banked turn. Mission 1, capture Bucky Barnes. Reward, 300 magic points, complete, no penalty on failure. Mission 2, restore Bucky Barnes to normal. Reward, 200 magic points, accepted. No. He tapped the screen. The first objective read, completed. The second was his current priority. Aaron allowed himself a wry grin. He knew Steve wouldn't mind a little behind-the-scenes healing for Bucky's fractured mind. But for now, he'd finish this run and circle back when the coast was clear. Flying on autopilot, he stared out at the endless dark below, already planning his next move. Aaron's thoughts cut off as the compass needle suddenly dropped 90 degrees. He stared down at the roiling sea below, his face drained of color. Gunning the thrusters, he held the airbike aloft and snatched up the compass. Silently, he intoned, "Locate Coulson's team," but the needle refused to budge. He let out a bitter laugh. Figures it only works for the right side. Shaking his head in disbelief, Aaron ran through the facts. He'd raced here at Pierce's signal barely an hour ago, only moments after Steve's broadcast. In that time, Coulson's entire unit had been wiped out. May was still locked in combat with Ward and Garrett, yet there had been no sign of an ambush. Had the Iron Cavalry's tracking feed malfunctioned? Oh man, what have I gotten myself into? He muttered, frustration twisting his gut. Had he known the mission would end like this, he never would have agreed to help. Now Coulson's team lay sunken on the ocean floor, and the real question remained, did he dare attempt a recovery? Aaron paused, staring out at the endless sweep of blue. He'd only known them briefly, but rescuing those sailors from the belly of that colossal fish had forged a bond between them, even if it was a fleeting one. Yet the sea was a fickle friend. Who could tell how far they had sunk? A few dozen meters down would be straightforward. Decent visibility, manageable pressure, minimal risk. A few hundred meters was still doable. Light would be scarce, and the occasional lurking predator might show itself, but nothing he couldn't handle. Beyond that, however, lay the true abyss. At 1,000 meters, you crossed into the domain of perpetual darkness, where gargantuan creatures drifted in crushing depths. And at 10,000 meters, any trace of a body would be swallowed by the void. Recovery would be impossible without powerful magic. I'm going to need a specialized recovery team for this, Aaron muttered to himself. He hesitated only briefly before steeling his resolve. He would dive down, assess the situation, and call in professional salvagers if the depths proved too treacherous. At the same time, he made another decision. It was time to hunt down the disciples of the death path. His instincts warned him that body recoveries like this wouldn't be a one-off. If he was going to keep finding and saving lost souls, he'd better recruit someone who knew the dark depths as well as they knew the darkness itself. And so, with the horizon stretched out before him, Aaron set his course for deeper waters, both literally and figuratively, preparing for whatever waited below. Aaron had calculated his limits precisely. With his current conditioning, he could hold his breath for nearly an hour without magic, and his body could withstand the crushing pressure down to 800 meters, maybe 1,000 if he really pushed it. He stripped off everything but a pair of swim trunks and the 2 rings on his fingers, took a steadying breath, and dove beneath the waves. If the wreck lay within 1,000 meters, they'd recover the bodies. Any deeper than that, and there was nothing he could do. At 15 meters, the pressure was negligible. Sunlight streamed through the water, scattering across the sand in shifting ribbons of gold and turquoise. By 25 meters, he'd entered the true realm of the ocean. Shoals of silver and crimson fish darted through swaying kelp forests, indifferent to his intrusion. At 50 meters, the water darkened, visibility shrinking to a few meters. A lone killer whale's silhouette drifted across the gloom. By 70 meters, Aaron felt the familiar tug of increasing pressure against his eardrums, but it was well within his tolerance. He kicked steadily onward, eyes scanning for wreckage. After several minutes of descent, his lungs burning but not yet urgent, he spied something unnatural on the sandy plain far below, a small beach-like stretch of pale silt, as if the sea had given way to a secret shore. At its center stood a strange object, a rectangular metal cabin, its corners soft with rust, yet still intact. From within flickered a pale, bluish glow, casting a faint warmth that made the surrounding corals and sponges pulse with color. Aaron slowed to hover a few meters above the structure. He checked his air, counted his remaining magic reserves, and squared his shoulders. Whatever lay inside, it wasn't part of the natural ocean, but it might be exactly what he'd come to find. Thinking quickly, he made a mental note of his depth, braced himself against the cabin's weathered hull, and prepared to pry open the hatch. Sky's eyes fluttered open, and the dim, cramped space around her sent a jolt of panic through her. She pushed herself upright. Where? Where are we? We're under the sea. Fitz's voice was rough with exhaustion. He sat up slowly, massaging the back of his neck. These cabins are built to work in any shield vehicle, aircraft, submarines, even spacecraft. If the hull takes a hit, the atmospheric adaptation system kicks in to absorb the shock. But the moment the outer shell seals and hardens, we start to sink. Simmons and I measured how fast the water's rising outside, ran the numbers, and we've got 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad. Which would you like to hear first? Good news, Simmons said, forcing a tight smile. Sky folded his arms. What good news is there when we're nearly 100 meters underwater? We're at about 90 meters, Simmons explained. Just under 100, the maximum depth a professional diver can reach without specialized equipment. Sky's brow shot up. That's good? It means the pressure isn't instantly fatal, Simmons replied. If we can get out, we won't be crushed the moment we surface. How deep can a normal person dive? Sky asked, his hope flickering. An amateur diver tops out at around 15 meters, unassisted, Simmons said. Sky glanced at Mai. Which leaves us? May rolled her eyes. I'm certainly better than an amateur, but I'm no professional. Fitz chimed in. Even if May can push herself to 90 meters, she can't bring the 3 of us up on a single breath. Sky's face darkened. So what's the bad news? Fitz rapped on the metal wall behind him. We're locked in. You know what this hull's made of. Diamond alloy. We have no tools, no way to cut through. Simmons let out a long sigh. And even if we somehow escape, We're alone in open water. No decompression plan, no buoyancy gear, no rescue team, and possibly sharks. A heavy silence settled over them as the deep-sea pressure pressed in from all sides. Skye paused, forcing a bitter smile as she shrugged. There's no good news, just bad, worse, and downright desperate. At least we're still alive, May said, offering what comfort she could. And Fitz got a distress signal out. Seriously? Fitz's expression remained impassive. It's true. The signal's weak, but it went. Whether anyone can pick it up is another matter, given the state of sealed right now. May laid a hand on both Skye and Fitz. It'll matter. Fury knew Hydra had deeply infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. He orchestrated this civil war to flush them out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so wary of Garrett and Ward. Skye nodded. Right. You knocked Garrett flat, kept Ward at bay, and we actually thought you had things under control. Then you sprinted into this cabin. Are you mocking me? May asked, arching an eyebrow. Not mocking, Skye replied, grinning. I'm curious. You seriously injured Garrett, yet the moment Ward appeared, you fled here, less than a minute later. May, shouldn't you explain what's really going on? May sank into the nearest chair, running a hand through her hair. I guess the old saying's true. No plan survives first contact with reality. I had everything under control. I even took one of Ward's arms right off. But who could have predicted Garrett had a centipede unit on standby? Ward's eyes went wide. What? Mai gave him a rueful look. Exactly what you're feeling now. One moment it was all under control. The next, 7 or 8 super soldiers, each injected with that centipede serum, pried open the hatch and dropped in on us. We didn't stand a chance. Chapter 906. Pray or Leave a Will. Dive into the sea to save lives. Part 1. Skye's face twitched. He forced a wry smile. You know, taking on a single centipede warrior is tough enough. Facing a whole squad, we'd be lucky just to get away with our lives. Simmons exchanged a look with Fitz. On that note, has the centipede serum gone into mass production yet? Fitz shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. The serum is riddled with hidden dangers. Dr. Chen Halron's modified platelets can keep the extremist virus from detonating, but make no mistake, it's still a potent drug. Over time, each centipede warrior requires larger and larger doses, and the side effects only grow more severe. They aren't true super soldiers, but expensive, disposable assets with a built-in expiration date. May frowned. Garrett must have spent a fortune. When I faced him in combat, I noticed he'd injected himself with the serum, right at the waist. He seems even more dependent on it than the regular centipede warriors. You're saying he used himself as a test subject? Simmons's voice was incredulous. No one in their right mind would do that. Fitz sat back, eyes narrowed as he ran through the possibilities. It's not that Garrett doesn't understand how dangerous the serum is, he said slowly. If he really thought it was safe, he wouldn't be hunting down people to experiment on, unless he has no choice. Skye leaned forward. What do you mean? What if there's something intrinsically wrong with Garrett's own body? Something that threatens his life? He couldn't afford to die, so he threw himself into developing the centipede serum, like a field medic treating his own wounds. Then kept iterating, trying desperately to perfect it. He tapped at his tablet, his expression intense. That would also explain why he was so determined to capture Coulson. He wants to know how Coulson came back from the dead. Skye couldn't hide her relief. Finally, some good news. If Garrett's body really can't handle what he's created, he's essentially a ticking time bomb. Fitz's face darkened. But there is bad news. Garrett somehow learned about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s parallel research and managed to produce a crude, semi-stable version of the serum. Last we picked them up on radar, he and Ward were aboard one of our planes, heading straight for the research facility, with 7 or 8 centipede-enhanced soldiers in tow. Overpowering the base by force will be trivial for them. He looked at Skye and the others, determination hardening his features. We need to get there first, and stop him before he unleashes anything worse than we've ever seen. You really are a pro at making things worse, Mai, Skye muttered, rolling her eyes. At this rate, he'll never let go of even half-finished projects. People are going to die, May shot back. Do you think he's going to care? Probably not. Skye's voice wavered as she exhaled heavily. Right now, we're in the same boat as Garrett. He might still find a way out for himself, but it feels like we're just waiting to die. You have to trust Coulson, May said firmly. He'll come for us. Fitz nodded, though doubt flickered behind his eyes. We all believe he will. The real question is whether we can hold out until he arrives. This cabin's barely stocked for an emergency, Simmons added, running a hand through her hair. Food and water we can manage, we'll ration, but oxygen is a whole different issue. Skye's pupils dilated. She swallowed hard. How much time do we have? Fitz cleared his throat. I've run the numbers several times. At our current rate, with strict rationing, we've got roughly 48 hours before the oxygen runs too low to sustain us. A heavy silence settled over the group as the weight of his words sank in. Outside, the wind howled around the cabin, reminding them that rescue might still be hours or days away. And in that fragile window of time, hope and desperation would have to fight for every breath. Deep-sea pressure rattled the hull of the disabled submersible as the oxygen gauge ticked relentlessly downward. Skye's throat tightened. How much time do we actually have? Under 30 minutes, Simmons answered, eyes fixed on the dwindling readout. 30 minutes? Skye sprang to her feet, pacing. You're telling me we drown slowly in half an hour? No way. I refuse to suffocate like this. Control yourself, Skye. May's voice was calm but firm. Every panicked breath eats into our precious oxygen. At this rate, we might not even hit 30 minutes. Skye sank back onto the bench, her energy draining. We can't just wait for Coulson to save us. We have to do something, anything. We've done everything we can, Simmons said with a tight, hollow smile. Sealed the breaches, rerouted power to life support, run every diagnostic protocol. Then use your heads. Skye shot a look at Fitz. Treat this like a test. There must be a way to open the hatch, find another way out. Fitz ran a hand through his hair, his expression grim. Opening that hatch would flood us instantly. We're 100 meters down. This isn't a shallow dive. At that depth, the water pressure would crush the hull or drown us within seconds. Silence fell, broken only by the sub's distant creaks and the steady beep of the oxygen monitor. Skye's heartbeat thundered in her ears. So, what do we do now? Just wait to die? May stood and squared her shoulders. If you decide to give up, go ahead. Pray, say your farewells. But I'm not done fighting. We conserve air, keep calm, and keep sending distress signals. We survive as a team, or we don't survive at all. Agreed? One by one, Fitz and Simmons nodded. Skye drew a steadying breath. The darkness outside pressed in and the clock was ticking, but they refused to surrender without a fight. If we die down here, Coulson will still come looking for us. He'll recover our bodies and he'll know our final words. Mai's voice was quiet but steady. Skye, do you always think this gloomily? As an agent, having time for last words is a small mercy, Skye replied. May shook her head. You're not pessimistic. You're lucky in a way. Right now, at least, we're still alive. Skye managed a wry smile. Last words, huh? I'd want to find my parents, at least learn who they were. Do you think Coulson would destroy the files on them if I don't make it? Fitz and Simmons exchanged uneasy glances. Fitz cleared his throat. You will make it, but even if things go sideways, we'll go to Coulson ourselves and make him explain why those files exist and why they matter to you. Simmons nodded, squeezing Skye's shoulder. Stay hopeful. We're going to get out of this. Thank you, Skye whispered, her smile fragile. But I know how tight it is. In 30 minutes, Coulson has to scramble a jet from the Triskelion, fly out to this stretch of ocean, pinpoint our position, then figure out how to raise us from 100 meters underwater. They fell silent, each weighing the slim window of hope against the crushing pressure of the sea around them. Yet in that shared stillness, the promise of rescue, however distant, felt just real enough to hold on to. Look, I'm not ashamed. I just think it's impossible, no matter how you slice it. Fitz and Gemma fell silent. Neither could find a rebuttal. Actually, it's not as hopeless as you think, Melinda May said, cutting in. Granted, most people wouldn't pull it off, but Coulson? He's got the second most extensive network in S.H.I.E.L.D., right after Nick Fury. He can literally call up the Avengers if he needs to. Melinda, you're a real comforter, Gemma replied with a rueful smile, pressing her forehead against the cold glass of the observation window. In the dim glow, pale bubbles drifted up from the ocean floor. But we're 100 meters down. Who knows what undiscovered species might be lurking down there? Gemma, that's a dangerously reckless thought, Fitz muttered. Let's pray we never meet one of those creatures. Above us roam whale sharks, below us lurk giant octopuses. Is poking around between those two habitats really smart? Hey, I was just speculating. B. Before he could finish, the submersible shuddered violently. Boom, boom, boom. Simmons swallowed hard and turned to face Fitz, May, and Sky, her heart pounding. Were her fears justified, or was she simply imagining things? Somewhere outside the hull, hundreds of meters beneath the ocean's surface, an unknown creature was rapping against the cabin. The sound was unnervingly regular, like someone knocking from the other side of a locked door. Simmons pressed her palm to the cold metal, trying to decide whether those taps came from tentacles brushing the glass or rows of toothy jaws. She forced herself to picture a harmless vegetarian, anything but a predator, big enough to swallow them whole. Before she could speak, May raised a single finger to her lips. Fitz's brow was slick with sweat as he silently pleaded for silence, mouthing the words, "Don't make a sound." Across the cabin, Sky stood rigid, eyes wide with tension. "Lights off," Simmons finally mouthed, her voice barely a whisper. Fitz didn't hesitate. He killed the cabin lights, and immediately the room darkened to a faint emergency glow. What had been a brilliant beacon in the abyss was gone, leaving them all but invisible. The tapping continued, now more distant but no less ominous. In the hush that followed, Fitz stole a glance at May, their unspoken question hanging in the stale, pressurized air. What happens now? May was the closest to the light switch, and the only one who could flip it off without fumbling. Suddenly, the hull rattled with a series of thumps, boom, 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 this time coming from the far side of the cabin. Without a second thought, May slid across the floor, heart pounding, and shut off the switch. Darkness engulfed them. The four huddled together, barely able to make out each other's shapes by the faint glow filtering through the portholes. Their breathing hitched as they waited in tense silence. The knocking stopped. Then an enormous black shape pressed against the glass, snuffing out the last sliver of light. Fear slammed through them. By the sheer size of that silhouette, it was no small fish. It was a sea monster. If it knew they were in here, they had no hope of fighting back. Outside the cabin, Aaron peered in, puzzled to see them still alive and trembling. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Had he used magic to save them, they would have seen it, and then he'd have been forced to wipe their memories. Best they remain in the dark, in more ways than one. Chapter 7. A Light in the Dark. Aaron's jaw clenched as he hovered outside the submersible's observation port. They'd cut the lights, just to be difficult? After all the work he'd put in to get them out of this mess, sabotaging his rescue felt downright cruel. Despicable, he thought. Despicable. Suppressing a curse, he tapped his spatial ring and summoned a diver's flashlight. Pressing it against the cold glass, he flooded the cabin's interior with a searing beam. For a moment, nothing moved. Then a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. "Ah!" Simmons bolted upright, eyes wide in terror. "Easy, Simmons." May yanked her friend's arm. "It's not a sea monster. It's just Aaron's light. He's here to pull us out." The panic ebbed as the four agents clustered at the window. Sky's tense shoulders relaxed. "Aaron," she whispered, her voice trembling with relief. "Finally, we thought we were done for." Simmons nodded so hard her ponytail whipped back and forth. "I thought. Never mind. Thank the stars you made it." Aaron leaned back, giving them a reassuring grin. But Fitz's brow shot up in surprise. "Wait, are you coming down like that? No wetsuit? No breathing apparatus?" Aaron shrugged, water beating on his bare chest. "Diving gear? Nah. If I didn't mind a little effort, I could dive to the ocean floor with nothing but a water-repelling spell." Fitz gaped, but before he could protest, a sharp hiss rippled through the air. The flashlight's glare traced a thin crack along the window's inner pane. Seawater seeped in, bubbling as it pressed against the tiny fracture. Aaron's eyes arrowed. "Everyone, step back from the glass, now!" The cabin went silent, save for that ominous hiss. The final barrier between them and the crushing depths outside was disappearing, and time was running out. "Wow, you're incredible!" Fitz gave Aaron a thumbs up. "But never mind that. Just get us out of here. We're nearly out of air." Aaron returned the gesture with an OK sign, then grabbed hold of one corner of the cabin and yanked it upward. Before the others could steady themselves, the whole pod tipped violently to one side. May reacted instantly, catching Simmons and Sky before they could fall. Fitz cried out as he twisted his arm badly, but managed to cling to a handhold. The four of them braced themselves against the surging lift, desperately gripping anything solid. As they shot toward the surface, beams of sunlight danced on the water. Shimmering ripples grew larger and brighter until the cabin broke through and fresh air washed over them. Relief flooded their faces as they realized they were safe. Aaron hauled the pod fully onto the deck and grinned. "So, how was your little tour 100 meters down? Thrilling?" Fitz rubbed his injured arm, forcing a shaky laugh. "Oh, thrilling. I'd rather not try that again. Seriously, though, could someone open this hatch? It's sealed tight, and there's no way to release it from the inside." Aaron paused, scratching his head. Right. Just give me a second." "Got it." Aaron flashed a grin. With one hand, he braced the cabin's frame against the seabed's pull. With the other, he drew a scarlet spider lily out of his spatial ring. Fitz's face went white. "What are you doing with that thing?" Fitz demanded. Aaron didn't reply. He leveled the gun in his right hand at the cabin door and held the flower up like a detonator. "You'd do well to stand back." "Hold on," Sky objected. "There's no need to be so drastic. Why can't we just—" He never finished the sentence. 3, 2, 1. Aaron counted down. Before Sky could argue, May and Simmons yanked him back against the bulkhead. Then came the roar of the shot. A golden round punched a jagged hole through the steel door. Consoles and wiring burst outward under the pressure, and seawater surged into the breach. May caught the edge of the door and kicked, sending the remaining panel clattering to the floor. Sky staggered forward, inhaling lungfuls of fresh sea air. "I never knew breathing felt this good," he said, half to himself. "Save it for later," May snapped, rolling her eyes. "The water's rising fast. This place won't stay afloat." Sky nodded, though his heart was still racing. He stepped into the corridor, and his breath caught at the sight beyond the hatch. The ocean sprawled endlessly, a sheet of rippling cobalt under the sun. For a moment, all he felt was awe. Then May's hand shot out and yanked him back to reality. "Enough gawking," she hissed. "This way." Together, they sprinted toward the escape sub, the cabin groaning behind them as it began its final descent into the deep. "Even if there aren't any planes in the sky," Simmons muttered, "surely we can at least call in a helicopter." Aaron shook his head. "No helicopters, not even a ship on radar." The three agents exchanged worried looks. May's face flushed as she spoke up. "I'm sorry, I should have warned you. Garrett brought in his centipede guards. They ambushed us the moment we arrived and, even worse, commandeered the chopper." "Thank goodness I wasn't too late," Aaron said, forcing a reassuring smile. "How did you get here so fast?" Simmons asked, wincing as cold seawater lapped around her calves. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron summoned a sleek, hovering motorcycle. It glided across the wet sand and settled smoothly at his side. "This bike," he said, patting the handlebar, paired with Captain Jack's compass for navigation, gave us the speed and pinpointed our location. Fitz let out a relieved laugh. "Well, that's some stroke of luck." Aaron ran a hand through his hair. "To be honest, my stomach dropped the first time the compass neednav swung straight down. I thought we were as good as lost." Simmons offered him a grateful smile. "Turns out you found us just in time." She glanced at May, who nodded wearily. The wind whipped around them, carrying the promise of a long night ahead, but at least they weren't alone. Together, they climbed aboard the hovering bike, ready to face whatever lay beyond the shoreline. "I wasn't even sure if I should try to recover your body," Aaron admitted, frowning. Sky's brow twitched. "That's a bit dramatic, don't you think?" "Hey, don't blame me for planning ahead," Aaron replied, sounding unperturbed. "If you go under, there's a good chance you'll sink right to the seabed, and I have no idea how deep that is. I came unprepared, no scuba gear, no ropes. You know as well as I do how reckless it would be to dive 100 meters down by myself just to find you." Chapter 907, The Origin of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Tree of Omniscience that Shaped Human History, Part 1. "Ah." Sky trailed off, completely at a loss for words. She caught herself and added, "And don't forget, I'm the one who saved you. A little gratitude would be nice." Sky rolled her eyes. "Seriously, what's our next move?" "Wait for rescue," Aaron said, flipping himself back onto the raft, his motorcycle he'd hauled aboard, and slipping into a set of casual clothes. Hydra's network inside a shield has been nearly wiped out. A recovery team should reach us within a few hours. Brilliant, May shot back, sarcasm dripping from her voice. Except we have no supplies, no gear, no shelter, and we don't even know which way to go. One big wave, and we'll be shark bait. We just saw fins circling beneath us. Fitz scrambled to his feet, panic coursing through him. She's right, we can't stay here, helpless and stranded. Aaron sighed wearily. I know, but this bike only carries 2. Even if I could load more, we'd still be out in the open with no compass, no food, and no cover. We have to figure out a plan. Fast. The little raft bobbed on the calm sea, the late afternoon sun glinting off the water. Wind whistled through the bamboo posts, and the distant thrum of rotors teased the hope that rescue wasn't far off. Yet every minute they waited felt like an eternity. Skye glanced at her teammates, each of them talented, each of them vital, and braced herself. Out here, optimism was as precious as oxygen. They'd hold on. They had to. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, shadows stretched across the deck, and the ocean's vastness pressed around them. Somewhere beyond the waves lay the next turning point in human history, and the answers they desperately needed. It'll be a real hassle to unload you one at a time, Aaron called down. Simmons peered up at him. What if we take this whole cabin with us? That should work, right? Aaron hesitated a beat, then pulled a stout cable from his space ring and flung it over the side. I still need to get to the Triskelion. The best I can do is deliver you to the nearest shoreline. May nodded. That's fine. Just make sure you bring Skye straight to headquarters. Aaron arched an eyebrow. And why's that? It's about her parents, May said, her voice serious. The file we need is classified level 084. Nobody below that clearance is allowed to view it. With Hydra's involvement, who knows if the originals have been tampered with? Skye's eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, she breathed. Don't get ahead of yourself, May warned. This plan's only a shot in the dark. Fury could still veto it. Better than no chance at all, Skye replied firmly. Below, Fitz and Simmons worked together. Lines secure, Fitz reported. Just keep the speed down and stay low over the water. If the cabin detaches, a short drop will save us from serious injury. Aaron laughed, clipped the cable to the jet's tail, and lifted off. Engines roaring, he guided the cabin into a low, graceful arc, heading toward the coastline as the compass dictated. Fortunately, the locomotive's load capacity had been upgraded during its refit. Otherwise, it might never have made the haul. S-Shield headquarters, the Triskelion high on the top floor. The distant racket of gunfire and explosions drifted upward, but Nick Fury and his fellow directors paid it no mind. All eyes were fixed on the projection screen before them. At last, the progress bar filled in its final sliver of green. The rotating S-Shield emblem materialized at the center of the display, and then images began to flood the screen. Dozens of snapshots revealing the strange, hidden corners of the world beyond human ken. Fury and the 4 directors watched, mouths agape, as one startling scene after another flashed by. Each image defied explanation, shaking the very foundations of their understanding. Some looked like natural disasters, twisted landscapes, skies torn open by impossible storms, so catastrophic they evoked memories of the Chitauri invasion, or horrors even greater. When the final slide lingered, the room fell silent. A female director finally found her voice, glancing at Agent Carter. Miss Carter, is any of this real? Her disbelief hung in the air. In the agency's secure briefing room, the mood was tense. A dozen senior officers sat around a sleek conference table, their faces illuminated by the glow of the central display. At the head of the table stood Director Peggy Shaw, her expression unreadable. Do you think the intelligence dossier I received from another A-level operative is unreliable? Peggy asked, her voice calm but firm. Deputy Director Martin Liu exchanged a glance with the younger analyst at his side. Could you summarize the key points for us? Peggy nodded and tapped her tablet. The screen shifted to a high-resolution photograph. It showed a middle-aged man standing on a windswept beach, one hand raised skyward. In the next instant, dozens of incoming missiles, crude mortar rounds alongside high-yield rockets, hung motionless in midair, frozen by an invisible force. This is Eric Lansher, Peggy began. He goes by the codename Magneto. He's an extremist, a supremacist who believes mutants are inherently superior to humans. His power over magnetic fields lets him manipulate any metal object: bullets, artillery shells, missile warheads, even nuclear ordnance. In effect, he is invulnerable to conventional deterrence. She advanced the slide. A montage of shadowy figures, men and women of various ages, each exhibiting a faint glow or subtle distortion in the air around them, flickered on screen. Over the past 6 months, Landshire has recruited these individuals. Once hostilities break out, he could marshal a superpowered army in weeks, if not days. So I ask you, how useful is our so-called nuclear peace if he can simply nullify it? A low murmur rippled through the room. The younger analyst cleared his throat. I was aware he could control bullets, but I never imagined the scope was this extreme. Peggy pressed her fingertips together and studied each face around the table. We can't underestimate him. If Landshire decides to go to war, we need a new strategy, one that doesn't rely on metal-based weaponry or nuclear threats. Silence fell as the officers absorbed the implications. Outside, the wind carried the distant crash of surf, a solemn reminder that on some beaches, the next battle could already be underway. Peggy regarded the dossier in her hands and looked up at the room. Magneto hardly ever makes a large-scale move, so there's not much definitive intel on his next steps. Fortunately, his old friend, Professor Charles Xavier, is a very different case. Charles truly believes humans and mutants can live together, and he's even founded a school to give mutants a safe place to learn and grow. His telepathy, of course, is formidable. He could influence or even disable thousands of minds in an instant. Eric knows better than to provoke him right now. She paused, letting that sink in. As far as the human side is concerned, it's S.H.I.E.L.D. that manages relations with Xavier's school. Frankly, they're the only thing keeping this precarious peace from tipping into open conflict. At the mention of her agency's name, Nick Fury sat up a little straighter in his chair. Agent Coulson mirrored him, 2 sharp profiles in a sea of skeptical faces. For years, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operatives had worked in the shadows to head off threats both mutant and mundane. Today, Peggy had laid out their vital role for all to see. One of the other directors, a career military officer, opened her mouth. But these issues fall under Defense Department jurisdiction. Peggy held up a hand to silence her. If we let the Pentagon take the lead, we risk blowing everything sky high. Those generals aren't interested in diplomacy. They want super soldiers and big guns. They'd see open war as progress. A hush fell over the room. Even the military brass could feel the truth in Peggy's words. Balance was fragile, and outbursts of aggression could shatter it forever. Conference. E-room. S.I.L.D. Headquarters Director Callahan slammed her fist onto the table, her face flushing with rage. They've been abducting mutants by the dozens for their experiments. Do you have any idea the havoc they leave behind? Some of them have even gone so far as to call for outright genocide, wiping mutants off the face of the earth. As if these people forgot that, before their powers emerged, mutants were simply ordinary humans. Her outburst hung in the air, thick with tension, until Maynard stepped forward, clearing his throat. Madam Director, we understand the mutant threat, but what about the other reports? Peggy Carter advanced to the screen at the front of the room and pressed a button. A new image sprang to life. A squadron of blue-skinned warriors disembarking from a sleek starship. Their rifles looked unlike anything Earth's armies had ever produced, and the soldiers themselves moved with deadly precision. A hush fell over the room. What is this? Someone muttered. Aliens. Peggy's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Kree. They destroyed the Skrull homeworld, then came here hunting the surviving Skrulls who sought refuge on Earth. Their firepower and their individual combat skills vastly outmatch our own. All attention swung to Nick Fury, seated at the far end of the table. Peggy's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Fury and his S.H.I.E.L.D. team were on the scene. I've tried to get the details out of him, but he won't budge. All he'll say is that he had a secret weapon, something powerful enough to force the entire Kree fleet to withdraw. Fury's steely gaze met each person around the table. The room went silent, every eye fixed on the man who apparently held the fate of Earth and the rest of the galaxy in his hands. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, a confident grin playing on his lips. Our secret weapon will only show itself when it matters most. Enough questions, Agent Page interjected, Her tone clipped as she clicked to the next slide. This is Fury's private affair, nothing to do with S-Shield. Everyone has their secrets. The new image filled the screen, a vast circular altar ringed by hundreds of bodies, arranged in a grotesque, ritualistic pattern. Pools of dark blood seeped outward, splattering the clouds above and turning the moon an ominous crimson. The 4 directors in the room shared a collective shiver. One of them whispered, "What is this?" "Vampire sacrifices," Paige answered, her face drawn. S-Shield has torn down dozens of these sites, but there must be more scattered across the globe. We deal with aliens and monsters every day, but this is something else entirely. She advanced the slide again, now a charred skeleton, clad in scorched leather and wreathed in flickering flames, stared back at them from a backdrop of shifting shadows. The room fell deadly silent. Paige's voice dropped to a near whisper. "As hard as it is to accept, our investigation confirms one thing. This is demonic in origin." One director swallowed audibly. This is too much to be real, Agent Paige." "God naturally exists," Peggy Page said, her voice steady in the hush that fell over the conference room. "But he abandoned this world long ago. You all know about Thor and Asgard. Myths aren't always just stories. Thankfully, the devil's power can't manifest on its own. He needs human agents to break through." The 4 agency directors exchanged uneasy glances. They knew Miss Page had no reason to lie, but a real devil, let alone a god who once walked among men? It sounded insane. If old Director Branagh were present, he'd be leaning back in his chair, a sly grin on his face. Many of their fathers were devout believers, after all, and Branagh had always enjoyed stirring up theological debate. "Miss Page," the white-haired director began, his tone respectful but incredulous, "I don't doubt your honesty, but if what you're telling us is true, why have we never heard of it?" The female director, tall, precise in her posture, leaned forward. "Exactly. We may not have shields or each or resources, but we're still among the world's top intelligence agencies. We know a great deal about threats to global security, yet this is news to us. It doesn't add up." Peggy met their gazes, her expression grave. "That's by design. After he departed, God placed safeguards between our world and the divine and the infernal. Only a handful of people in the highest echelons of power have ever been allowed even a glimpse of the realms, until now." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. "Ladies and gentlemen, the barriers are weakening. We must act before it's too late." Paige gave a polite nod, and her fingers moving swiftly over the keyboard despite the chill in the room, entered a carefully memorized sequence of passwords. Instantly, the images on the projection wall, a scattering of mission reports and the shield emblem, vanished. In their place poured streams of raw data, swirling and coalescing, until at last, a single magnificent image stood alone, a 10-meter-tall tree, its trunk and branches suffused with shimmering, prismatic light. Each leaf glowed with a soft, golden warmth, as if it carried its own heartbeat. Just looking at it stirred something deep within you, a sense of wonder and of truths barely grasped. Paige turned to the 4 directors seated before her. "If Agent Collins were here," she said, "he'd recognize this tree at once. It matches the one we discovered in his family's secret vault, the one that symbolizes the unbroken bond between ancestors and descendants." She tapped a control, enlarging a close-up of the tree's bark. "Thousands of years ago, a group of desert nomads came upon this luminous giant in Egypt. No one knows how it managed to thrive amid the sands, but they all saw it for what it was, a miracle, a divine gift. Standing beside the tree was a stone tablet carved with runes no scribe had ever catalogued. Yet puzzlingly, every eyewitness, regardless of tongue or tribe, understood its message." Paige let the image linger a moment longer before continuing in a lower voice. "Our best translation reads, 'I depart. I know not how my leaving will shape the future of humankind, but I do this for the sake of the present.'" "Think about that," she said, her eyes sweeping the room. "Who or what chose to go, and why, so that all of us, millennia later, could find this tree and learn its secret? That's the question we need to answer." "Mankind need not be shackled by so-called destiny," the ancient voice intoned. "This tree, our family's sacred symbol, is the final gift I bequeath to humanity. May it ease the burdens of those who come after us. And know this, on the eve of a great storm yet to come, one of my bloodline will return. He is destined to surpass me, to alter the fates of countless souls. If you encounter him, treat him kindly. Do not dismiss him or underestimate his potential. Take this as both counsel and warning." Agent Maria Reyes leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "You're saying S-Shield was founded because of a mysterious tree?" Nick Fury nodded. "Exactly. Ever since its discovery, our mandate has been to safeguard humanity from threats, both external and hidden. Over the centuries, agents of this lineage have included minds like Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo Galilei, Isaac Newton, but it wasn't until the 20th century's technological boom that S-Shield took its modern form." Reyes sighed, a skeptical smile tugging at her lips. "It all reads like a fairy tale." Fury chuckled softly, tapping the table. "Believe me, I felt the same way at first, but after relentless study, we've confirmed this tree's remarkable properties and its true importance to our mission." The conference room was silent once Peggy Carter stepped back from the projector screen. On it glowed an image of a vast, gnarled tree, its roots like veins pulsing with eerie blue light. "This," Peggy began, her voice steady despite a weak cough, "is what researchers call the Tree of Omniscience." She drew in breath, rubbing a hand over her brow. "Its energy has a strange, erasing effect, in memory, except for those directly involved. In plain terms, events that most people can't or won't believe simply slip from their minds over time. That's why yesterday's incident left no trace in the public record. Yet make no mistake, this tree has guided human history from the shadows." Director Stachinsky raised an eyebrow. "Does this tree really exist?" "It does," Peggy confirmed, pressing her lips together. "But I can't tell you where. Once anything, accident or attack, happens to the Tree of Omniscience, all the stability we've built will collapse in an instant. Chaos would sweep the globe." The four directors exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, Carter reached into her jacket and produced a small data drive. "This is the evidence you asked for," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She coughed again, then met their eyes. "Ordinarily, secrecy is our greatest ally, but now S-Shield is in turmoil. Alexander Pierce, a member of the Security Council, was Hydra in disguise. If I don't lay every card on the table before it's too late, S-Shield could crumble. And you all know exactly what that would mean." A heavy stillness fell over the room as Peggy's words sank in. The fate of the world, its memories, its order, rested on what they decided to do next. The moment her words hung in the air, the members of the Security Council fell into a heavy, uneasy silence. Deep down, they all had misgivings about Nick Fury, and about S-Shield as a whole. After all, here was the world's most lavishly funded, technologically advanced, and elite intelligence force. And yet, time and again, it had balked at carrying out orders when they mattered most. Even though the Council bankrolled every operation, Fury treated their authority with contempt, repeatedly trampling their bottom line. Now, with S-Shield's deepest secrets laid bare, Fury, the man once written off as a ruthless cynic, had somehow emerged completely vindicated. Every one of his controversial decisions made sense in retrospect. Meanwhile, the Council's funding had been tighter than ever. It felt distinctly unfair. "Madam," as the room's tension thickened, a young aide cleared his throat, preparing to speak. "Paige, we completely understand your concerns," the junior director said, forcing a polite smile as she addressed her colleague. "The board is prepared to increase its support for S.H.I.E.L.D. "But we need oversight," Director Page countered, fixing Nick Fury with a steady gaze. "At the very least, we expect a detailed accounting of how every dollar is spent." Fury's one good eye narrowed. "Madam, that puts me in a real bind," he replied, sounding almost aggrieved. "If I have to account for every covert expense, I lose the flexibility to respond to classified threats. Believe me, each penny of that discretionary fund goes right back into saving lives and running operations you'd never approve by the book." Paige tapped her folder on the table. "Then give us a summary of what we just reviewed. A single-sheet report, if you must." Fury paused, weighing his options. Finally, he nodded. "Fine," he said. "I'll have finance prepare a concise statement of expenses. It'll look just like a standard ledger. Neat, professional, foolproof. As for the hidden transactions, well, good accountants can make anything disappear." With that, he turned away, already calculating how to satisfy the board's demand for transparency without jeopardizing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most sensitive missions. Chapter 908, Living Off One's Ex. Research Project on Resurrecting the Dead, Part 1. Aaron kept Sky apprised of the situation at the Triskelion building as they soared high above the city in his Quinjet. He didn't want her, first-class S-Healed agent though she was, to be caught off guard when they landed. Mid-flight, however, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. The inertial jolt threw Sky forward, her chest pressing against his back. "Whoa, are you doing that on purpose?" Sky teased, arching an eyebrow. She straightened, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "If you've got a thing for me, just say so." "Don't be ridiculous," Aaron replied with a straight face. "I'm not interested in you like that. I just had a bad feeling." "A bad feeling?" Sky laughed. "Men and their intuition." "Call it what you will," Aaron said, settling back in his seat with a serious look. "Fortune-tellers have intuition too, and theirs can be uncannily accurate. Right now, I've got this sense that trouble's coming, bigger trouble than either of us has seen, worse even than my first encounter with Tony Stark in Afghanistan." Sky rolled her eyes. "Easy for you to say. You don't even know what the trouble is yet." Aaron tapped his temple. "That's precisely why. Maybe I should try a reading, see if I can pinpoint what's waiting for us." He glanced over his shoulder. "After all, you know I've got some skills in that department." Sky huffed in mock exasperation. "Are you seriously about to start fortune-telling mid-mission?" Aaron cracked a small grin. "Why not? Couldn't hurt to know what we're walking into." I jolted awake. One word yanked me from my reverie. I nearly forgot I'm still a fortune-teller. Whenever I'm at a loss, I can simply consult my crystal ball. "You didn't see this coming, did you?" I teased. "How could I? It all feels so sudden." Aaron forced a calm tone as he guided the motorcycle forward. By the time they reached the Triskelion, the battle was over. Under Steve Rogers' command, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, riding a wave of victory, had rounded up every Hydra operative still standing, Rumlow included. "Gaius, what have you done?" Steve strode up, fury in his eyes. Two medics trailed behind him, wheeling an unconscious Bucky Barnes on a stretcher. "On Fury's orders, I captured him alive," Aaron replied evenly. "Then you had no right to wreck him like this." Steve spat. "He's already got one arm broken, and you shot the other arm, and both legs. What, did you want to leave him in a wheelchair for life?" Aaron sneered back. "Your friend has planned dozens of political assassinations over the years." "He was brainwashed," Steve shot back. "All the more reason to be cautious," Aaron said coolly. "Do you know how dangerous Bucky could have been if he'd stayed at large? If he weren't such a threat, I wouldn't have laid him out so hard." Steve's voice wavered as he glanced at Bucky in the recovery bed. "Before the mission, someone called him a cold killing machine. I know I can be gentle with him, but how can I be sure he won't snap back into that state if he finds the strength?" Aaron folded his arms, his expression level. "Neither you nor Bucky are normal, of course, especially not him. Even if he's only got one good arm, his threat level is still far above average." He tapped a datapad. "And as for this wound," Steve frowned. "You called it a minor injury." Aaron nodded. "Minor for the Winter Soldier. He'll be back on his feet in days, 3 at most, and that's with no more than a few salves and a light splint. What you ought to worry about is his memory." Steve hesitated, then forced himself to meet Aaron's gaze. "You cured Barton after Loki brainwashed him. You can do the same for Bucky, right?" A cool smile flickered across Aaron's face. "I can." He paused. "But I'm a bit disappointed in how you approached me just now." Steve winced. "You're right. I let my emotions get the better of me. I'm sorry." Aaron inclined his head once. "Good. Now let's focus on what truly matters, helping your friend remember who he is." Bucky didn't care if he had to endure a little discomfort, so long as he could be made whole again. Aaron nodded, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. "That's settled then," he said. "Though between you and me, your apology wasn't exactly heartfelt. Still, I'll accept it." Steve glanced between Bucky and Aaron. "So, what's the next step for Bucky's treatment?" Aaron's grin turned sharp. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Well, first things first, I need payment." Steve's face fell. He hadn't expected Aaron to be so bold. "Payment? How much are we talking?" Aaron looked up casually. $1 million should cover it." Steve swallowed hard. "Can I pay you later?" He'd always been confident in the field, but his bank account told another story. Nick Fury only paid him agent level 8 wages, and even with mission bonuses and hazard pay, Steve was lucky to clear 30 or 40,000 a year. Unless he spent the next 2 years living on ramen, there was no way he'd scrape together $1 million. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Credit works for me. At that moment, Skye, who'd been watching from the doorway, furrowed her brow in confusion. Aaron turned to her, folding his arms. See that? Even Captain America isn't above haggling. Skye blinked. You want $1 million for Bucky's treatment? Aaron gave her a patient smile. If you want him back in one piece, that's the price. Steve ran a hand through his hair, glancing at Bucky. His friend looked pale but determined. He clearly trusted Aaron's promises. With a heavy sigh, Steve forced a grin. All right, I'll find the money. Aaron nodded as if he just closed a major deal. Good. Once the funds are in my account, we can begin. He paused, then added, and Captain, try not to skimp on the tip. Skye's confusion deepened as Aaron strolled away, leaving Steve to contemplate how he'd ever raise $1 million in time to save Bucky. This glaring example should make one thing clear. Money isn't everything, but without it, you can't do anything. Nick Fury knows this well, which is why he's so obsessed with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding. All right, then. I'll go ask Nick for a loan. Happy? Aaron snorted. Why on earth would you go to him? Listen, if you borrow from Fury, you'll end up paying him back twice over in the shape of endless missions. You'd be better off asking your ex-girlfriend. Peggy Carter's a S.H.I.E.L.D. veteran. Her pension and retirement package are ridiculously generous. $1 million is pocket change to her. Trust me, she'd be more than willing to spoil you rotten. Steve's jaw tightened and his fists curled at his sides. Every instinct screamed to punch someone, but he forced himself to breathe deeply. No outbursts. Bucky still needed treatment, and he couldn't afford to make an enemy of the doctor in charge. Skye's eyes widened. Okay. I'm not sure I follow all of that, but I'm pretty sure you're kidding, right? Aaron tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. You have no idea, do you? Steve Rogers ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Look, I get wanting to set up a meeting, but with Bucky in his current state, there's no way he'd face Peggy Carter unless she was on her deathbed. Aaron gave him a patient look. Then it all comes down to what you call it. It's not borrowing money. It's his property, his rightful inheritance. Peggy's not exactly spry these days, and if she knew James's situation, she'd gladly hand over what's his. Steve shook his head. All right, but aside from medical bills, what else are you planning? Natasha Romanoff, Aaron answered matter-of-factly. She took something from me. It's time she returned it. Just those two things? Steve pressed. Isn't that enough? Aaron shrugged. Steve leaned back, folding his arms. I mean, there's nothing else on your list. Aaron glanced away, lowering his voice. Well, yes. Bucky's brain injury, restoring his memory, will take time and specialized care. I can't be running back and forth to the hospital for every session. He'll need to stay with me until he's well enough to go home. Steve took a deep breath. Fine. We'll arrange a meeting with Peggy Carter, and we'll talk to Nat. But Aaron, this is complicated. We're walking a tightrope here, politically and personally. Aaron met his gaze steadily. I know, but James is worth it. Rogers nodded. All right, let's make it happen. Steve Rogers stared at Aaron, uncertainty flickering in his blue eyes. After a moment, he cleared his throat and asked quietly, How much will this cost? Aaron lifted a single finger, his smile casual but businesslike. Not much. $1 million is enough. Steve's jaw clenched. He opened his mouth to argue, but Aaron held up a hand. I'll take care of Bucky first and send him your way. Natasha, I'll let you know when she's ready. Aaron nodded as if the matter were already settled. Then he added, almost as an afterthought, Oh, my fee? $2 million. I've never done anything for free. Steve's face twitched, but he forced himself to keep calm. All right, you'll have the money tomorrow. Aaron arched an eyebrow in satisfaction, then turned and led Skye deeper into the building. In the nearby council chambers, Peggy Carter was wrapping up her final negotiations. At 80 years old, she'd spent her life building S.H.I.E.L.D. Now she was ensuring the agency's future before she moved into long-term care. Natasha Romanoff wheeled her mentor toward the exit, escorting her back to the nursing home. As they passed the lobby entrance, they encountered Aaron, just as Steve's meeting was ending. Not far away, Nick Fury leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, a conspiratorial grin on his face. "Everything sorted out?" Aaron asked Fury with a half-smile. "You look like you just got the better end of the deal." Fury's one good eye glinted. "I never wanted a full-blown confrontation," he said softly. "Once you put something in the open, you lose control of it. Too many secrets would spill over." Aaron nodded in understanding. Then the two men fell silent, each lost in his own thoughts about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s future, and the uncertain road ahead for Bucky, Natasha, and the man who called himself Captain America. "Every mission seems tougher than the last," Nick Fury admitted, leaning back in his chair with a tired sigh. "The stakes keep rising, and explaining our actions to the world has become almost impossible. Yet, maybe a direct confrontation wouldn't be so bad. At least S.H.I.E.L.D. would gain more public support, secure greater resources, and wouldn't have to tiptoe around every move." He stretched out as though he'd finally awakened from a restless, multi-night slumber. "I have to give credit where it's due. Alexander Pierce carved out this new operating ground for us. Without him, I doubt Paige would have gone along with my proposal." Aaron offered a wry smile. "Well, then, I suppose congratulations are in order." "Don't thank me," Fury grumbled. "There's always a downside. Today's dilemma might be off our backs, but I'm betting a bigger one's just around the corner." Aaron chuckled, unconvinced by Fury's feigned nonchalance. After all this time in the universe, he'd come to recognize only two true old bastards, Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, and Nick Fury himself. Nick Fury leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he studied Skye standing just behind Agent Aaron. "Why did you bring her here?" he asked. Aaron gave Skye an encouraging nod. "Report on the mission," he said lightly, then winked at her. "This is your moment. Take it." Skye took a deep breath, forcing a confident smile. She turned to Agent Phil Coulson, who was watching her with growing concern. Coulson opened his mouth as if to speak, picked up on her tension, and raised an eyebrow. "If you're looking for files about your parents—" Skye cut him off with an edge in her voice. "Not yet." She clenched her fists. "First, hear what happened out there. Coulson, you'd better brace yourself." Coulson's expression stiffened. He exchanged a glance with Fury, then asked quietly, "Ward really went over to Hydra?" Skye nodded. "Ward is Hydra through and through. He's been working for Garrett, using S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence as cover and staying off our radar." Fury's jaw tightened. "You didn't apprehend them?" Shaking her head, Skye replied. "May had them almost contained, but Garrett's got resources, supporters inside, and a centipede strike team. We were completely outgunned." Coulson's heart pounded. "And the rest of the team, are they safe?" Skye gave a small, tired smile. "Everyone made it out. We locked ourselves inside a remote cabin and held the door." Fury folded his arms, his face grim. "All right," he said. "Let's figure out our next move." They thought they'd gotten away with it. Ward and his men seized the Airbus, jettisoned half the cargo hold, and sent the whole plane plunging to the bottom of the ocean. "You really ought to thank me," Aaron said quietly, meeting Coulson's eyes. "If I hadn't dove straight down there and pulled them out, they'd have drowned in under 30 minutes. Coulson let out a breath he didn't even know he'd been holding. "Thank you, Aaron," he said, and then turned to Skye. "I'm just glad everyone's all right. As for the plane, we'll get it back. It's not the first time something like this has happened." Nick Fury's voice crackled over the comlink. "You'd better," he said flatly. "That Airbus is worth more than you know, Agent Coulson." "Understood, sir," Coulson replied, pushing the worry aside. Skye managed a tight, crooked smile. "Well, even if the operation didn't go exactly as planned, we did learn something important. Garrett's been dosed with centipede serum, far more than any of the other test subjects." Coulson's eyes widened. "Are you certain?" Skye nodded. May saw it with her own eyes. In the hush that followed, they all grasped the same grim truth. Garrett was no ordinary enemy anymore. "We've uncovered that something's gone seriously wrong with Garrett's body. He's hooked on that unstable centipede serum, risky, experimental, and full of unknown side effects, simply to keep himself alive. He's already treated countless human subjects as guinea pigs, yet he's still desperate to eliminate any threat to his continued survival." "Remember why the clairvoyant spared you, Coulson?" Aaron asked, leaning forward. "He wasn't just toying with you. Garrett needed to know how you came back from the dead. Your resurrection is the missing piece he's used everyone else to chase." Coulson exchanged a glance with Aaron. Even Garrett had some twisted form of honor. He could have finished me off back then. Didn't. He needed your abilities intact, Aaron snapped. And now there's worse news. Sky's voice caught the room's attention. She looked to Nick Fury before continuing. Garrett also discovered S.Shield's TAI project, the one designed to revive the dead. If our intel is right, he's already infiltrated the research base. God damn it. Fury slammed his fist on the table. Coulson. I get it, Coulson sighed. TAI, the serum we reserve for an Avenger's last resort. Its power to bring someone back is real, but it can drive a person completely off the rails. Fury rubbed his forehead, exhaustion flitting across his features. And I'm even more worried about where that serum came from in the first place. It didn't appear out of thin air. Garrett must be stopped. No compromise. He's turned into a deranged madman. A tense silence fell as each agent absorbed the stakes. Garrett had every reason to fear S.Shield's work. Because if Coulson's second chance at life could be replicated, Garrett's twisted experiments would finally be exposed. But first, they'd have to secure the TAI facility and eliminate the one man standing between them and a cure for death, Garrett himself. Moreover, he's using a low-profile version of that serum. The longer he's alive, the greater the disaster he'll become. Understood, sir. Garrett, Ward, your team takes this from here. And if you hit any roadblocks... Fury paused and fixed his one good eye on Aaron. Aaron, I want you to report directly to me. Rig. Teat, sir. Aaron blinked in confusion. Report directly to you? Do I look like I have that kind of free time? Fury allowed himself a small, knowing smile. You've got a mutant girlfriend. If you ever need a favor, S.Shield will be happy to return one. He studied Aaron a moment longer. Fury might be unpredictable, sometimes hard, sometimes soft, but he always knew where a man's weaknesses lay. Jean Grey's secret was Aaron's. All right, Aaron said, voice edged with reluctance. But let's not forget, earlier today I helped you out. You still owe me. I'm well aware, Fury replied coolly. As Aaron strode away, Fury muttered under his breath, Damn it! Chapter 909, Deeply Bound to S.Shield, Hela Revels in Misfortune, Part 1. Nick Fury stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, the faint hum of the helicarrier's engines echoing behind him. His normally unflappable expression betrayed a flicker of surprise. Aaron's lips curled into a sardonic smile. What's the matter, Director? Going back on your word? Fury's eyes narrowed. Cut the sarcasm. You know exactly who I am. Oh, I know who you are, all right? Aaron shot back, leaning casually against the bulkhead. The world's top espionage chief. Lying must be second nature to you. He paused, his tone turning cold. Fine. No more talk of Jean. The only favor S.Shield owes me is for her safety. No matter how ugly things get between humans and mutants, she's untouchable. Fury's jaw tightened. That is, as long as it falls within S.Shield's jurisdiction. Aaron clenched his fists. Before he could flare up again, Fury moved on with a crooked smile. By the way, have you ever considered what happens after Jean? You might find yourself juggling a third, or even a fourth, extraordinary girlfriend down the line. A dark look crossed Aaron's face. Jesus, Fury, you're merciless. Fury offered a relaxed shrug, amusement flickering in his gaze. Don't act surprised. I know you better than you think. You're like someone taking out a loan, always counting on collateral. Aaron slammed a fist into his palm, frustration crackling in the air between them. Damn it, you're impossible. Fury arched an eyebrow, his smirk widening. Impossible, or just unpredictable? Silence fell as the two men stared each other down, the future of mutant-human relations and Jean's place within it, hanging in the balance. Aaron leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Here's the thing. If I borrow $10,000, I answer to the bank. But borrow $100 million, and suddenly the bank answers to me. They're terrified I might default, because there's no one else to bail them out. Right now, S.Shield treats me like their own private lender. The more favors I rack up, the tighter they bind me, and when the time comes, I'm expected to dig them out of any hole. Otherwise, every so-called favor owed evaporates. Nick Fury offered an awkward, polite smile, waving a dismissive hand. You're being overly generous. Think of this not as a loan, but as a long-term investment. Honestly, the chance of S.Shield folding is practically nil. Aaron raised an eyebrow. That's rich. Coming from you, right after a full-blown civil war nearly tore your organization apart. You really believe you're bulletproof now? Fury met his gaze steadily. We hit rock bottom and rebuilt. That's why I'm sure of our survival. Aaron pushed himself to his feet and crossed his arms. He let a slow smile curl on his lips. Maybe I don't buy every word, but there's one thing I do believe. Peggy Carter. Since she's reached an agreement with the board of directors, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s future growth shouldn't be hindered. Coulson raised an eyebrow. So? Aaron met his gaze with thinly veiled resentment. Whenever you face a problem you can't handle, you're free to call on me, but I still have the right to refuse. Of course, Coulson said quickly, offering a relieved smile. It wasn't much of a surprise. Director Fury still believed in him. Yes, they'd lost a top operative in Grant Ward, but they'd also gained a far more powerful ally. Aaron watched Fury's calm, unreadable expression and stifled a sneer. Let him take pride in this favor. Fools and their vanity are destined for mistakes. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s debt to him was significant, but if they thought this arrangement would tie him down forever, they were in for a rude awakening. Fury never imagined he'd be gone from this world in under 9 years. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. survived that long, what happened afterward would be their problem, not his. I've learned a lot today, Skye murmured, folding her arms. I've seen plenty of sword and shield negotiations, but this was the first time I've watched a deal made through team. Raps. Different scale, Coulson replied with a small smile, but not a bad thing for us. Skye swallowed and glanced nervously at Nick Fury. Sir, can we talk about me for a moment? My file. About my life. Who were my parents? Are they still alive? If they are, where are they now? Fury studied her in silence for several seconds before answering. I can give you the files. Skye blinked in stunned disbelief. She'd fully expected a refusal. This was a surprise. But I'm only handing over part of it, Fury said flatly. Her sudden hope drained away. Why only part? Fury sighed, the weight of it heavy in the room. Because I want you to walk away. Very few people earn my trust. Agent Coulson is one of them, and he sees great value in you. I'll indulge you this much, but the full truth is harsher than you can imagine. If you can give up after reading what I provide, that's fine. If not, you'll have to find the rest for yourself. Skye lifted her chin, resolve blazing in her eyes. I won't give up. I think so too, Nick Fury said evenly, as if the news were no surprise. Here's what I can tell you. Your parents are still alive, but they've been struggling with their sanity. What do you mean? She pressed. Fury fixed her with a serious look. That's all I can reveal for now. You, however, are extraordinary. The closer you get to finding them, the further you'll drift from the life of an ordinary person. That evening, in Gaius's divination house, Aaron finally returned home. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than little Abe came barreling down the hallway, arms outstretched. Daddy, you're back! I missed you so much. Aaron scooped him up into a hug. I was only gone half a day, champ. From her cushioned bench, Hala watched them with a curious smile. So what did you get up to today? She asked. Aaron settled Abe on his knee and began to recount his meeting with Nick Fury. He admitted your parents are alive, though apparently compromised, and warned me not to dig too deep. Hala's eyes glinted. Fury may be just a mortal, but he's as wily as any god. I saw a trace of Odin in him myself. Aaron gave a mock salute. You've got a knack for reading people, Your Highness. After all, he runs the largest intelligence agency in the atrium. You need a sharp mind to hold that post. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Speaking of worlds you might know something about, have you ever heard of the Ocean Realm? Hala sat up straight. The Ocean Realm? Aaron nodded. I spent the afternoon diving to the seafloor to rescue a handful of shipwrecked travelers. The Ocean Realm was as beautiful as it was tempestuous. Its churning waves and hidden depths held a fierce, irresistible lure. Hala studied it with a mixture of awe and calculation. I've heard rumors there's an ocean kingdom in the atrium called Atlantis, she said. I've never seen it myself. If we truly want to learn the ways of the sea, we ought to visit Zeus's pantheon. Poseidon, the god of the ocean, knows these waters better than anyone. Please, Hala interrupted, shaking her head. I've tangled with Odin. Do you really think I want to meet another god king? Aaron, between Odin and Zeus, who's stronger? Aaron's lips curled in a mocking smile. Odin, unquestionably. It's not that I underestimate Zeus, Hala replied smoothly. But ever since he rose to the title of God King, he's done nothing but revel in luxury. His divine power hasn't grown at all. He rides on the authority of his crown, nothing more. Remove that blessing, and he's just another celestial being. If I ever make it back to Asgard, I'll have no reason to fear him. Aaron's eyes flickered with disdain. You'll have to worry about that when, or if, you return to Asgard. Don't forget, Odin is still alive. Should you try to go home, you'll find yourself right back in Helm's Hell. Hela's gaze sharpened. What did you say? Nothing, Your Highness, Aaron replied with a polite bow. Merely a reminder to tread carefully. Opportunities for mistakes are far too precious to squander. Hela lounged on the edge of the obsidian table, her dark hair tumbling over one shoulder as she fixed Aaron with a disdainful stare. Who do you think you are? She spat. You boast about your strength, yet all you ever do is chain up your followers and toy with mortals through these tedious rituals. Aaron sighed, the weight of centuries flickering in his tired eyes. He set a perfectly round crystal orb on the table's smooth surface. You know exactly who I am, he replied, voice calm. I stay hidden so I can live in peace. Honestly, I have no idea how many traps my ancestors left for me to stumble into. And don't pretend it's so simple. Before Odin's death, weren't you the one hiding in my halls, nursing your wounds and rebuilding your lost divine power? Hela's lips curled in irritation, but she said nothing. Aaron's gaze drifted to the crystal orb, its facets catching what little candlelight filled the chamber. Want a reading? He offered. The goddess folded her arms, the corner of her mouth quirking up. I've felt restless today. Maybe the fates can explain why. She rose and dipped her slender fingers to touch the orb's cool surface. Aaron placed both hands atop the crystal. He murmured an ancient chant so softly that only the orb shivered in response, veins of silver light tracing patterns across its depths. Hela hesitated for a heartbeat, then pressed her right hand alongside his. A pulse of divine energy rippled through her, and the mists inside the orb flared into a storm. Reality wavered. Aaron's vision swam, and when his senses cleared, they stood together on shifting dunes beneath a blood-yellow sky. Grains of sand whipped past them like sparks, and the horizon rose and fell in gigantic living swells. Aaron opened his mouth as if to speak, but the desert wind carried only a solitary question, echoing across that endless sea of sand. What truth lay hidden in this forsaken realm? A colossal tree, radiating a soft magical glow, had taken root in the heart of the desert. Aaron's pulse quickened. Water law, he muttered under his breath. He almost cursed out loud. The tree's shape, its faint runic carvings, even its subtle luminescence. It was an uncanny miniature replica of the one sealed away in his family's hidden vault. Before he could wrestle with the implications, something at the tree's base caught his eye. A weathered stone tablet covered in spiraling runes. He knelt and pressed a fingertip to its surface, speaking each symbol aloud in the old tongue. As the final glyph snapped into place in his mind, he let out a soft exclamation, "Gift of the crab." Straightening, Aaron arched an eyebrow. Interesting. Beside him, Hela withdrew her hand from the stele and dusted off her sleeve. She offered a wry smile. Your ancestor was no ordinary wizard. That tree has been tampering with human memory for millennia, keeping everyone blissfully unaware of the darkness lurking beneath the world. Aaron leaned back against the trunk, folding his arms. Once we close this case, I'll explain exactly why ordinary folk have lived in blissful ignorance all these years. I always thought it was some bureaucratic land-clearing sweep, but it turns out Horn's memory tree was the real culprit. He glanced again at the runic tablet and shook his head, half amused. Though leaving that stone in plain sight, not exactly the most gracious farewell gift. Didn't that clue expose my existence to everyone? Aaron asked, frowning. At least he didn't sign his name, Hela replied with a smug shrug. Otherwise the atrium would already have you marked. Aaron paused, rubbing his thumb unconsciously. Speaking of that, he said slowly, if my hunch is right, that tree is in Eshield's possession, and it may be one of their most closely guarded secrets. Hela arched an eyebrow. Planning to snatch it back? That ought to be easy for you. He scoffed. Snatch it back? Are you kidding me? Quite the opposite. I intend to steer clear of it and pretend I know nothing. Horn is a master at laying traps. Heaven knows what would happen if someone with Gaius's bloodline even touched that tree. Isn't that a little paranoid? Hala asked. Not at all. Aaron's lips curved into a bitter smile. For more than 20 generations, my ancestors have tried to protect me ever since I first went to school. I've seen their so-called safeguards fail time and again. Horn's schemes are on a whole different level of evil. Before Hala could reply, Abe pointed to Aaron's right thumb. Master, your ring, didn't the emerald just flash? Aaron paused, lifting his hand with a start. Did it? He murmured, eyes narrowing as he studied the glowing gemstone. When did that happen? Did it flicker just for a second, or did it stay lit for longer? Abe ran a hand through his hair, uncertainty creasing his brow. It must have been on for a while, Aaron replied, rubbing his temples. I saw it glow during Master's divination. Then, the moment the ritual ended, the light simply died out. A sudden realization passed over Aaron's face. The ring wasn't just hiding his magic. It was signaling him whenever something important occurred. He tapped the black band thoughtfully. Well played, ancestor, he murmured with a wry smile. You really knew how to make an exit. Hala leaned forward, her eyes glittering with curiosity. That ring only showed up in your hand after the auction. What's its secret? Aaron gave her a sideways glance, his tone guarded. Why would I tell you? Unfazed, Hala offered a confident smile. Because even if you stay silent, your actions speak volumes. I'm guessing this was Horn's parting gift to you. Am I right? Watching you struggle like this can't be good, Hala remarked, one eyebrow raised. Aaron shook his head. No, the ring itself isn't the problem. It's the other scroll. He let out a weary sigh. But forget it. The portal tree has already sprouted, so there's no point in keeping you in the dark. Hala stretched out on the sofa, tilting her head. All right, spill it. Aaron ran a hand through his hair. After the auction, the Cosmic Observer discovered who I really am and quietly handed me 2 items Horn left behind. This ring, he held it up, is one. The other is a binding contract. Unless my magic surpasses Horn's, I'm trapped in this universe for at least 9 years. Hala glanced at him, a slow smile curling her lips. So what's the catch? He rolled his eyes and pounded the table. Is that supposed to be funny? She threw back her head and laughed, utterly unconcerned with decorum. Funny? It's brilliant. In all my millennia of existence, I've never been this comfortable, and this is the most entertaining twist I've heard in just as long. Aaron sat across from Hala, her dark hair draped over the high-backed chair like a veil. So, she said, amusement glinting in her eyes, Horn Gaius really is your ancestor? Direct bloodline, Aaron replied evenly. No imposter. Hela's lips curved into a thin, knowing smile. Then this is true devotion. He must have guessed how eager you are to escape this universe, worried you lacked the experience, so he piled extra burdens on you. Shut up, Aaron muttered, though his tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. I just can't help it, Hala breathed, eyes dancing. You are worthy of the title Goddess of Death, finding your own joy in the suffering of others. That depends on who the others are, Aaron countered coolly. She leaned forward, her smile sharpening. I once believed you'd slip in and slip out, unseen. But Horn granted you another 9 years, and I doubt you can remain hidden that long. I'm eagerly awaiting the day your true identity is exposed. Aaron's expression darkened, but he said nothing. Ever since Iron Man, Tony Stark, had appeared on the world stage, superpowered individuals had sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. With every new emergence, the circle of people who might recognize him tightened. In such a climate, absolute secrecy was impossible. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to dive so deeply into a partnership with a shield. He sighed, feeling the weight of that hidden future settle on his shoulders. 9 years of borrowed time, 9 years to prepare, and perhaps 9 years before someone finally sees through his carefully constructed mask. Fate? I don't buy it. It doesn't matter. Hala smiled brightly as she swept Abe into her arms and began to smooth his hair. Jane, come out here for a moment. At her summons, Jane Volturi slipped from the shadows and stepped into the studio's soft light. What's going on? Pop the champagne, Hala announced, clapping her hands. We're toasting our master's next 9 fascinating years. Aaron spoke up in a low voice. Hala, any objections? If you'd rather I go out and drink alone, be my guest. You know you can't stop me. Hala laughed and shook her head. Aaron rolled his eyes and turned to Jane. And while you're at it, pour me a glass of wine. Jane nodded, reached for a flute, and began uncorking the champagne, letting the celebration begin.